Welcome, everyone. It's Unstoppable Steletsy. I'm here for the Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty Week 17 tournament matches. So, you know how this works, but if you're new, basically I go through this entire mountain of recorded matches from left to right. I commentate them all, give you my thoughts, try to explain to you what's going on, and it's a very fun time, you know. This week I was able to hopefully find a solution that we can keep the chat up so I can communicate with you between matches, since it's kind of hard to do while the match is going on with my current setup. And hopefully you have a fun time here, you know. I play in the tournament as well, so you can enjoy this a little bit later. And the rules of the tournament are pretty simple. It's a best out of 3, right? First map is always Mendocino. Then it's Hudson Bay. If someone hasn't won 2-0 by then, you go on the Jebel Musa as the third map. Those maps were picked because of something we had early on during the tournament where there was issues with herdables or something, giving people ores or something. That's only because the Liga actually started while a patch was coming out and we were using multiple versions of the mod at different times that had different issues. So if you go back and watch the whole playlist for the Liga from start to finish, you'll notice lots of different unit changes across the board until it finally settled down around, I don't know, like week 8 or 9 or something. I can't remember off the top of my head. Eventually, we started to just be able to use like one version and everything standardized, and things became normal. Without further ado, let's get started. First one's going to be Alucard versus Moonlight. Moonlight, you know, he's pretty good. I've seen him use HODs before really well in civs like Korea. Just making sure, yep, okay. We're good to go. Everything's recording, right? Wait a second. What is this? It says, okay, never mind. Looked like AoE 3 was going to crash at some point. I don't know why, but we're good. We're good. Okay, Moonlight has the Ottomans, Evet, and Alucard has the Haitians. This is actually looking like, you remember when I played like 2 weeks ago, right? This is basically the same setup me and MCMR had. I was Haitians down here, and MCMR was the Evets up here. Are they trying to do some sort of Unstoppable Steletsy battle simulator or something here or something? I don't know. Looks like it. Here comes the livestock pen for Haiti. This is to make lots of pollitos in the coming minutes. You know, as you know, with Haiti, they have a really neat card that lets them get free chickens over time from their livestock pen, with chickens being a very easy to fatten animal source. You know, they only have about 150 food per piece, so they fatten very quickly. And basically, you end up eating fried chicken every day, pretty much. It's Haiti. That's the way it works out for you. But for the Ottomans here, it's more or less going to come down to how well they can manage their military, because, as you know, Ottomans in Wars of Liberty are a little bit held back right now. The way they work is they get really strong units in Age 2, like the Jans, the Abiskars, the Delis, stronger than their normal counterparts in Europe. But they don't get upgraded until Imperial Age. So that sort of Fortress Age and Industrial Age is almost stagnant for them in terms of military growth. The only areas they really see improvement on is getting artillery in Age 3, and then of course again the great bombards called Darnalis guns in Age 4, as well as the Nizam Sassids, which is a stronger version of Janissaries that they can train in lieu of them. They're going to be shipping about 3 settlers here. In terms of deck, this is basically a standard Ottoman deck. Covered wagons in particular can be really good for the Ottomans, since, you know, the town centers spawn villagers for free over time. They don't actually have to put down any food to spawn those settlers, so if you can get about 3 TSTs down or more, that's basically free economy throughout the game while you're using the rest of your resources to make military. Lots of crates. Capitalism's a pretty good card for Ottomans as well. 2 Falks, called Foot Artillery, Spahis. Pretty balanced deck. So they really shouldn't see too many issues. As for... Oh yeah, and by the way, Ottomans love to take trading posts, you know. They're very trading post-centric civ. Not that he has it, but usually they like to get Silk Road just to make the trade route more effective. And bring in more resources as well as buff up the crates. Too bad he doesn't have that. As for Haiti though, we do see the chicken card already out. This one right over here. This is a popular starting card. You can also send it as a secondary card. Gives you lots and lots of chickens. Lots and lots of chickens. You know, and really it denies you from ever getting raided because of lack of hunts. Because you never have to go out for hunts once you get a lot of these chickens out, since in many ways they replace the need for hunts. Or at least the priority for them. And we also see Haiti chopping a lot of wood right now. Haiti, as you know, they're mostly a trash unit civ, right? Except for things like generic units like conscriptos, units, those types of things. The Haitian roster is mostly food and wood units, you know. If they were an AoE 2, they would be like one of the strongest trash unit civs in the game, pretty much. Yeah. You can only imagine, right? Yeah, definitely. Some Explorer Wars up here. Ottomans are gonna try to... Well, is he gonna leave? Is he gonna try to get out of there? Yeah, I would get out of there if I was Ottomans. I don't think you can take on that Native American warrior up there at all. What immigrant are they going with, by the way? So the Germans, the first German wave? Oh yeah, they're pretty good, you know. Still, I would say Arab immigrants are better. Gallegos are the way to go. And also, they would come with the free trade rickshaw that you could deny Ottomans a TP with, which would also be good. But it's really up to you. I mean, Germans also have a pretty good start since they come with the frontier wagon that you can put down an outpost with, which in Wol is called a redoubt. Ah, so Alucard's going right for the throat here, going with the central map barracks. Very popular for this map, right? Right at the center of the X, right? Because think of this as like an X type structure of the map because of these cliffs. It's often popular to put the base right near the gold mine here so you can capture these resources and have a midway point to start attacking. It looks like Escopeteros are coming in now from the home city. These are quite a good early skirmisher unit since they deal splash damage. They deal about 1 splash damage to start, and then with an arsenal technology they can get later, they can gain up to 2 splash. Basically make them like almost semi-artillery, if used in proper numbers. But we do see Janissaries walking past the redoubt and taking some bullets to the head there. Must not feel nice. Escopeteros are going to try to deter him and make him return. I'm an explorer walking into peril here. Yeah, that not the smartest move, man. You should have probably just ran away, you know, gone back to the base here. At the moment, it looks like Haiti does have the advantage since they got the Escopeteros out. They also trained some from the barracks, which is even better. But as you know from my match 2 weeks ago, this does not mean that Haiti is out of the woods just yet. They do need to play this very carefully, since Ottomans can always put up an artillery foundry and start making Abyss Gunners, which totally changes the dynamic of the battle. Since, as you know, Abyss Gunners are really the superior skirmisher unit, since they deal a lot of crush damage and would probably rip their way through these Escos pretty easily. Minutemen are forced to be called out here from the Ottomans just so they can buy themselves some time, as these Minutemen, you know, they don't have the heavy infantry tag, so they won't go down as hard as, say, the Jans will. Oh, pickets! A picket fence. Nice black picket fence. See that every day. Basically, pikemen, you know. Good siege, about like 48 siege, Yep, and then they get about 14 hand attack. The reason why these Haitian units seem a bit stronger right now, of course, is because they're away from the town center. Haiti gets a neat little bonus where the further away they move from the town center, they get a nice attack bonus to make them a little bit stronger than if they were fighting defensively at their base. Basically, Haiti is built to go on attack dog mode all the time. Yeah, and with that increased siege from being away from the TC, the pickets can picket these trading posts down pretty much. Oh, delis. Not good. The delis are here. The delis are here. These are stronger HP-wise than hussars, so Escopeteros really don't want to be dealing with that right now. Thankfully, the pickets were able to come back and protect them. Yeah, at this point, it's looking like pike and shot for Haiti. You know, Escopeteros skirmishers and picket pikes at this point. I don't know what armaments can do to defend against this. I'm gonna have to check the resource count to see, I mean, yeah, it looks like they're gonna burn through their coin pretty quickly making Abyss Gunners. But at this point, what else do you make, you know? I mean, you can keep up with the Janissaries, which he's gonna do, because they do actually defend pretty well against the pickets with their hand armor. But at the same time, you really need a large group of Abyss Gunners to punch through the holes of the Escopeteros with their crush damage, you know? These Abyss Gunners can make the Escopeteros melt like butter pretty much if they can shoot them properly. They're also going to be shipping in some coin, ideally to get some more Abyss Gunners, since they do cost 100 coin a whack pretty much, so not a cheap unit by any means. Let's see how the Ottomans can handle this skirmish though. Unfortunately, the barracks is on the front lines and might end up going down, which could set back Ottoman's production a little bit, but at least they got the foundry in the back to keep the Abyss Gunner production up. Until we see Zinglins or Macheteros, Ottomans do not have to worry about having an anti-shock unit yet. You know, no worries about cavalry coming through. Even though, as you know, Haiti doesn't really have normal cavalry in Age 2. They just have people that run really fast with different types of machetes, pretty much, you know. Foot cavalry, if you will, like the Coyote Runner. Abyss Gunners trying to get the best possible shot here. It looks like they did kill one Savite. You see this here, the revived Savite. Basically, Haiti has the ability to revive killed villagers. They get a window of about, like, I don't know, like 5 seconds to do it. You pay about 10 faith, which is a religious resource, and it brings him back to life. He ends up becoming, under this voodoo magic, he moves a lot slower, but otherwise is just a normal villager. It can help you preserve your economy from significant raids, assuming you can clear the area to revive them. You know, if you can, and they're just going to die anyways, it's better to just save the faith and let them die. Yeah, definitely. Oh, Macheteros. This is a wild card unit here. They might look like a foot infantry unit, but they're actually a cavalry unit. They got the shock tag, they're also considered assault, which means they're in the same class as cuirassiers, Spanish lancers, that type of thing. You know, they basically have hand armor instead of ranged armor, and they're more situated to deal with heavy infantry units than lighter forms of shock units called scout. Yeah, Wars of Liberty created its own tag system. These Escopeteros, for instance, would be considered skirmish. They get a skirmish tag. Pickets are heavy infantry. They get the heavy infantry tag. And then the Macheteros are shock and assault. So they're considered like a heavy cavalry. Good against heavy infantry, like the Janissaries. They can be used against the Abyss Guards too, but well, actually, in this case, I think the Macheteros might actually be better than Zinglins. Just because the Abyss are dealing a lot of crush damage anyways, so yeah, definitely. Definitely the case. Yep, Ottomans continuing to pump out Abyss Gunners. They're also getting a mosque upgrade here to their spawn rate. Yeah, Ottomans still use these technologies from vanilla that lets their training rate from the town centers, the free settlers, go up, so you get settlers in shorter amounts of time now, going forward after that set. This is going to be interesting, though, to see if these Abascars can hold on. Because it looks like the Haitians are going for a bit of a sneak attack, you know, coming up from this side. Ottomans are going to have to turn around, up here, yeah. Go back home, clean up that mess you got over here before it gets serious. Abbas gunners need to be positioned carefully, it looks like. You do not want the Macheteros going right for the Abascars, because that would kill you. That would be the end of this game. If you can keep the Abbas gunners alive, keep them well, make a successful skirmish, and kill the Escopeteros and the pickets, then you could probably push out from here and force the Haitians back, just like MCMR did to me, you know. This Abbas Gunner Janissary comp is really good against Haiti if you can manage it well. Oh, that's not good. You're losing Macheteros. That's not good. You don't want to do that. You know, the Macheteros is the only thing right now that's a serious threat to the Ottoman army right now. If you lose the Macheteros way too quickly, that would basically be your death at this point. So you have to keep these Macheteros alive and well. You know, you can afford to lose a few pickets or Escos here, but the Macheteros, that's the unit that's keeping the Abascars from going all in on you. Because statistically, Abasgunner beats pike and shot as Haiti. Guaranteed. Guaranteed it beats that, so you need to keep Macheteros alive and healthy. Also, Ottomans still have quite a few crate cards to send. They're going to be doing their 700 wood and their 600 coin right now, just to keep that queue of stuff going, and also get some houses to put the soldiers in, keep their pop-up. How about Alcard? What's he doing? So he's queuing up Escopeteros right now. Let's see how he manages this, because we see the Janissaries, they siege one of the buildings down. Abbas gunners trying to micro their way out of here and get as many Esco casualties as possible. See, the thing is, Abbas gunners actually have far more range than the Escopeteros do, since they're considered like a later game type of skirmisher unit. And as such, the Abbas gunners, when microed properly like this, can actually take a lot of free kills from the Escopeteros, which is great, you know? And boy, did they do a good job, yeah. They did a really good job there. Notice, too, how no one's trying to go up to capital age 3 at all. They're just sticking it out in age 2 to see who can kill who. Yeah, see, this is not good because Ottomans can technically afford like 2 more batches of Abbas gunners off of this coin. You know, certainly enough to pull off a win here if they can micro it properly. Let's see, we're going to see another sort of skirmish here with the Abbas in stagger mode. Is that stagger mode? Yeah, I think it is, but oh, wait a second, that's not good, yeah. You're going to want to back up with the Janissaries and just let the Abascars do the work, and if you see the Macheteros charge, then you can bring the Jans back a little bit. Oh, now we see Zinglins. Yeah, Zinglins. These are basically just coyote runners, you know. A form of cavalry. They've got the scout tag, so they're more effective against raiding. They're better at raiding, they're better against skirmishers and also artillery. They're more like your traditional hussar cavalry. Whereas Macheteros, they're more like heavy cavalry. That's really the way you should view the two. And one more thing about the Zinglins that really makes a difference is they actually have a multiplier against villagers. So really, they're actually dealing about 36 damage against villagers when they attack them. That is actually really insane, because that's actually stronger than Hussar is in Age 2 without any sort of like card upgrades. I think even with like a attack card researched, Hussars would still deal less damage than these Zinglins do. So yeah, you have to definitely consider that. And notice here how the Zinglins' attack went down slightly as it moved closer towards the base. You know, that's why you have to make sure you're away from the town center when you're using these Zinglins. You know, if you're not far away enough from the TC, the Haitian units won't gain as much attack. It's important to be very aggressive. Now, this could change a lot of things here. Ottomans are actually attempting a capital age up. Right? This could be pretty big, you know? But he does need to manage his army effectively here. You cannot afford to throw units if you're going for an age up, because you decided to go with an age up, you lost out on the chance to train more units to build up your army now. So Ottomans at this point really needs to make sure they manage their units well, right? Because otherwise that was just a waste and you're basically costing yourself the game. I don't know who's winning here though, because it looks like Haiti still has a fairly good army. Yeah, they still have a fairly good army here. And now we see Machetros coming out, which is making me think, hey, maybe they're going to push through here and crush this force up here. Okay, so firstly, you need the Janissaries to block off the Zinglins. That's step 1. Step 2, deal with the Machetros, okay? Alright, so now your next step is Ottomans. Try to get away from the Machetros as best as you can. Do you have any units left though? Nah, I can't tell. I mean, it looks like he's... Oh no, yeah, that's so sad. Well, yeah, that's really sad. Really sad. You had so much potential to win here, and you just, I don't know. That was bad. Very bad. So this is how Moonlight resigns, I guess, because he lost his Abyss Gunner force because he had it totally unprotected against the walls of the TC. And that's what happened, you know? Scary thing about Machetros, they actually have splash attack. They have about 1 splash. 1 area damage. So they actually damage multiple units at once when they're attacking. You know, which makes them a pretty effective attacking unit against any sort of light infantry or heavy infantry, you know. Think of them like Samurai almost, or Doppelsolners from Vanilla, just with a little bit less splash. Yeah, this is how the cookie crumbles for Ottomans, it looks like, unfortunately. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate because I thought Ottomans still had like a chance against Alucard, and they could have maybe did a decent... See, if this is how you knew it was going to go down, I would have suggested that Ottomans would have stayed in Age 2 and just made 2 more batches of Abyss Gunners and start queuing up more Janissaries. There's really not even much of an incentive to go Age 3 as the Ottomans, besides for Falconet shipments and Spahi shipments, since you can't get veteran upgrades on any of your units. You can't get guard upgrades, so what's the point? You know, just a suggestion, you know. I think he wanted to send shipments of foot artillery just to do damage against the infantry, which, yeah, that's what everybody thinks, right? But this game, it probably wasn't appropriate, you know. Like, resource-wise, yeah, Haiti just was doing better, especially double the comida, you know, all that pollo frito, just put them ahead of you. And as a result, they had like double the units, which effectively, well, that wasn't actually a lot of kills, but as Ottomans, since your units are so expensive, that's actually pretty significant. Anyways, that was a good game, though. I definitely liked that one quite a bit, you know. GG. Oh, hi. So, hi, Fading Span. Just finished the match. Also, Gady, interesting how the orange player occupies the trees to defend himself. Yeah, see, that's the thing. You can use forests and AoE 3 as a choke point, you know, so the units can't touch you that much. Alucard is very good at tactics like that, so he knew it would be really hard for the Ottomans to actually go with any sort of hand cavalry or any sort of melee style attack just by using the trees to make targeting on hand harder. And for Fading Span, I'm chanted this post. I don't think we're going to do any paid promotion right now. I mean, I would like to actually get paid first before we do any paid promotion, honestly, you know. See, the way I like to do investment is with stuff, I like to see a little bit of profit before I invest something into that industry, pretty much. So I'm not going to start throwing money into something, and I haven't even made any money back on it yet. You know what I mean? I would love to get my YouTube channel and my Twitch monetized first before I even think of starting doing any sort of paid advertising or promotion. And I definitely have to make sure that the people I do it with are legit and they have my best interests at heart. Again, the channel expanded. So, things will come in due time. Yeah. But thanks anyways, though. I always like to see if people are willing to help the channel out or not. So, definitely fine with the offer, but I'm going to have to decline now until I start seeing some money coming out of the Twitch and the YouTube. Let's see match number 2 now of Alucard versus Moonlight. This should be a promising match, by the way, I'm definitely looking forward to it. Yep, alright. Okay, so we got India, Moonlight, versus, who's the other guy? The other one will be, Ethiopia. Alucard's going with the Ethiopia build. Very nasty stuff, yeah. This should be kind of interesting, See, Ethiopia in Wars of Liberty is quite different than Definitive Edition, so don't try to confuse the two in any sort of way. Ethiopia in Wars of Liberty is a very economical and defensive civilization. They also have strong military units as well. They're just a little bit more pricey, I would say, than most. They actually have one of the more, of the 3 African civs, one of the more modernized military rosters. They have a lot of gunpowder stuff. They have their own cannons, so quite a few things to look forward to when playing Ethiopia. Also, they got some special hand units too, which are pretty brutal, that you'll see maybe. Africans don't age up from their town centers. They use the library, They basically read a lot of books, and they're probably the most literate civs in Wol to begin with because of that. Basically, you got 3 different types of technologies at the library. You got the blue techs, which are the quickest to research, and they're called civil, since they mostly deal with building-related stuff. You got the yellows, which are, they're a little bit more expensive than the blues, but they research a little bit quicker, and they deal with economic stuff like markets, mills, plantations, estates, all that sort of stuff. And then you got the red techs, which are the most expensive. They research the quickest, and they deal with military, so like your ability to train newer units and also upgrade those units. Ethiopia's going to start out with the yellow technology. For Ethiopia, the yellow technologies are quite good because they give you free food crates, which actually you can put back into gaining additional library technologies right after you've just researched that one. We also see the grain economy card. This is a food trickle card similar to Colbertism for Ethiopia in terms of deck. This, I'm just looking to see. So this is not a Goa migration deck. Alright. I just wanted to see if that was going to be it or not. Because, see, there's this nasty card that Ethiopia has called the Goa migration. It's more Indian themed that basically turns your Ethiopian TCs into Ottoman TCs that produce villagers for free over time. I don't see that here, so this is going to be more standard Ethiopia play. Perhaps we're going to see a Degradados rush, which basically sends a group of pistoleros with improved stats of about 35%, and you can use those to rush real effectively. So it's looking more like a pistolero rush out of Ethiopia today. Here we see library blue tech number 1. Basically, to age up as an African, you need to research a mix of blue, yellow, and red techs, or a certain number of one color. Like, you can go to age 2 by getting 1 blue, 1 yellow, 1 red, or you can get 2 reds, 2 yellows, or 2 blues. So there's 4 possible paths. And that's sort of mathematically how it works out for the rest of the age ups too, with some exceptions. As you go deeper in, the logic gets a little bit more deep, since obviously there's more text to consider as you get later in the game. Alright, so we're going to see Urban Crowd now. One thing to keep in mind with the blue text for Ethiopia too is it actually improves the population space that these houses provide. These Ethiopian apartments only provide about 5 population at the start of the game, but having 2 blue technologies from the library will allow them to house about 15 population, which is a lot better. Really is. On the other side, though, we got India going up with the Karnamata age up. The Karnamata age up is the economic option that India can go for. And as we can see here, to perform the Karnamata age up, you typically only go up with about 10 villagers. That's true on both DE and in Wars of Liberty. And the benefit of going with the Karnamata is your villagers will obviously gather a lot quicker, and it's a nice boomy way of competing against Ethiopia, since Ethiopia can get really economical very quickly, even without Goa migration, since they get so many cards to buff up their mining, their hunting, their farming. You really need to be careful when dealing with an economic civ like Ethiopia. Especially when they got these wonderful things called porters. See this right here? It's called a porter. It's basically just a wagon that makes buildings. See, the one just came out right now and it produced the tower. Essentially, the porter can become any sort of building that you want. I think except maybe a town center or a trading post. I think there's even cards that lets you turn them into those later on. So, porters can be pretty interesting, and for Ethiopia, they receive them for free over time from the town center. So Ethiopia ends up becoming a very defensive civilization that can always build towers on the map for free. Since, you know, the African towers cost about 250 wood and 100 coins. They're actually pricier than standard, you know, standard defensive buildings. And just because this looks like an Asian castle, that does not mean that it can make artillery, just so you're aware of that. You know, it's just a big bulky looking tower that shoots arrows, and later on changes to cannonballs, so yeah, just think of it as like a regular outpost, but stronger, and more expensive. Ah, we see electrical cords. This is the, trying to remember, is this blue number 3 or blue number 4? If this is blue number 4, that would actually mean that our card would already be going to the 3rd age, right? Because getting 4 of one color means that you go to age 3, and then again I think of like 6 of one color guarantees you industrial age, right? Yeah. Of course, not considering the other colors, by the way, just that color. So. Can't remember if electrical cords is. I think it's yeah, I think it is blue number 4. So we are going to see an age 3 Ethiopia now, which is going to cause all sorts of problems for India. From what it looks like, at least, India is not thinking about military expansion at all right now. They're actually going for the age 3 with the Charminar Gate, right? Yeah, this is really the popular go-to for India, since it does offer them a free Mahout. And from there they can synergize in a ship into Mahouts like one of these ones, giving them a large mass of elephant units. You know, once the elephant gets in the room as India, it's very hard to deal with, especially when you're making a lot of skirmisher units and cannons, which are really vulnerable to them. What's interesting is India went for the wood trickle as the 3rd card. Usually when I play India, I go with the distributivism, followed by the foreign logging, and then I go to the coin crate. But it seems like they felt more comfortable with the Karnamata going for the coin first to get them up quicker. And that's totally fine. One teeny weeny note to notice about India in Wars of Liberty is that the cards will send a number of villagers related to what age they're in. So this card here would actually send, what is it, 4 villagers instead of 1, pretty much. So yeah, it's kind of interesting, you know. You gotta keep in mind of that stuff. Like this one sends 4 villies, this one sends 3 villies, this one sends 2, and this one only sends 1. So having a lot of later game cards in your deck means that you can actually boom quite effectively as India, since you'll have lots of villagers coming out the normal. Yeah, something to keep in mind though. Yeah, definitely. it's a little detail most people won't notice until you look at the home city and you start playing the Civ in Wars of Liberty, since it's such a minuscule detail compared to other things some of the other Civs got. Yeah, pretty much. We do see some sepoys coming out from India, though. Also, the free Mahout from the Age Up is here. And for the Ethiopians, we see... a mining upgrade. Yeah, this is a mining upgrade card, so this actually improves their mining. Something you should keep in mind, though, Africans do not get agricultural buildings for coin. They actually get this thing called the quarry that looks sort of like an arsenal, but with African textures, and basically what it does is it produces rocks. And the rocks produced by the quarry are little mines that you can use your villagers to mine from. So actually, Africans have one of the best coin economies in the game because they use mining instead of standard agricultural buildings, and mining is a lot more efficient than plantations and the like. So Africans actually end up with really insane economies, especially considering all these mining cards actually benefits their late game economy as a result of that. Because normally Silversmith would be dependent on if you're going to go aggressive or not, but Silversmith style cards here, they benefit the early game and the late game, making Africa kind of unique in that sense. And one thing to keep in mind too is Ethiopia, since their apartments do end up housing more population as the game goes on with more blue techs, you don't really need that much houses actually on the field as Ethiopia. As you see right here, yep, look at that. Like 25 additional population per house now because he has so many blue techs. This is actually like refrigeration. This benefits all food economy stuff. So hunting, berries, herdables, and farming. Just so you're aware, open fields. Same as refrigeration. Now our card's actually going to be starting to look at military. Because this is actually red number 1, important muskets. You need one red library tech to actually train military units of any kind. So, up until this point, it doesn't seem like Alucard actually had the means to even train any military units, since he didn't have red level 1 yet. Now he's going to get that, probably, since he knows India's probably going to be thinking of aggression at this point. This is sort of the phase in which India, as you know, in TAD or DE loves to attack in, since they get siege elephants, they get the Mahouts. This is when they really start to ramp their game up. In fact, we do see the siege elephants right now. These are going to be used in heavy effect against these towers here. Let's see how effective they are, though. Yeah, they're going to start out on the TC first, it looks like. Which, you know, it's going to be easier said than done, since the blue technologies from the library also buff up building hit points. So these town centers have close to like 10k hit points at this rate. They normally have like 6.5k hit points, as you know. But thanks to being Ethiopia with all those blue techs, they're close to the 10k, which is going to take forever to get this building down. And that gives Ethiopia so much time to react to that. They can build more towers like this. They're actually going to max out their tower build limit, I would assume. They can already produce about 9 of them. Right? Because a third effect of the blue techs is it gives build limit improvement to towers. Yeah, so blue technologies for Ethiopia, they do a lot of stuff. You know, they're improving HP, they're improving the build limit of towers, they're making your houses more efficient. Blue technologies is the place to be when you're Ethiopia. But now we see more of the red ones. Russophilia, this is the second one. So you're aware for the red technology, since we've gone over the yellow and the blues, the red ones will improve building attacks, so these towers will dish out more damage, and they'll improve the attack of gunpowder units. So basically any of its like musketeer or skirmisher style units will see more damage. Like these Askaris, which are African skirmishers. And the Ascaris, unlike standard skirmishers, actually have slightly better anti-heavy infantry multipliers, making them a bit hard to deal with by non-African nations. Oh, and now we see library red number 3, death penalty. This will actually improve the stats of both the towers, the town centers when garrisoned, and the Ascaris range attack. Really efficient stuff, you know. Ethiopia is really an efficient civ if you can get lots and lots of techs early. And technically, the only threat right now is these Mahouts. But since these towers are gaining more damage, they could hypothetically deal with the Mahouts on their own if they hang out too long underneath the TC here. Look at that! Look at these towers. They're actually killing the elephants all on their own. You know, he doesn't even need any sort of like spearman or musketeer. The towers alone are dishing out necessary damage to take out the Mahouts with, which is... If you're India right now, what are you doing? You know, you just wasted a whole 1K food shipment like that. That is not good. Not good at all. You should have just made more siege elephants and stuck to blowing up these towers. You know, you gotta play carefully here. You gotta manage things. You know. Also, it's kind of annoying knowing that the Ascaris actually deal multipliers against the siege elephants, since they do have a maneuver tag, which is basically the same as a light cavalry tag in the Asian dynasties. So normally dragoons get that tag, but for some reason the siege elephants still do. I don't know why. They really should just be considered like an artillery shock unit, you know. Definitely shouldn't have the maneuver tag anymore, since they don't do dragoony stuff. Oh, more Ascaris coming in for Ethiopia. Yeah. It's quite a good skirmisher unit, mind you. So they do a lot of damage. If you want to just make these guys go right ahead. Ethiopia also gets an anti-skirmisher as well later on that actually counters other civ skirmishers and counters artillery. So Ethiopia really has a probably the widest variety of strong military units in Africa, I would say. You know, they seem to be good at just about everything. You know, they're good defensively, they got a good economy, and they got a good military. Only thing holding them back, though, is the startup, right? They start out really, really slow and humble, and then as the game goes on, Ethiopia starts to dominate and become easier and easier to use. You know, the army just becomes harder to manage by your enemies. The towers become impossible to deal with. Ethiopia is like the true imperial, like, industrial complex civ of the game, you know? Even more than some of the Europeans. Here comes Oromo Stallions. This is library number 4 for the red. So these Ascari and these towers are going to gain even more damage from these, which is going to allow them to deal with this mass out here real easily. Wait a second, we might actually see a snipe of these siege elephants. Yeah, snipe. You just got sniped. Oh boy, that was bad. Yeah, you gotta be aware of these things, you know? You gotta be aware of the tags. This maneuver tag is killing you right now. You know, if it weren't for this maneuver tag, that probably would not have happened at all, but yeah, definitely. Devs really need to get rid of that maneuver tag and replace it with shock, because I'd rather things like pikemen and stuff be able to kill them in hand than having skirmishers snipe them at range. It's just really weird to watch, you know? It's really weird to watch, for sure. Oh, and here we see library number 4 for the yellow. Postal Service. This will grant them, I think, the level 3 market technologies, as well as improvements for the quarry and the granary. Granaries, they basically build farms for you called lots that are a depletable farm resource. See, Africans, you know, they're similar to Age of Empires 2, where they have these little farms that, like, only 1 or 2 villas can gather from. And they basically deplete over time, and you have to build more of them and more of them. And instead of your villagers building the farms, the granary does it for you. You know, the granary, you select the farm, and then the granary builds it in place wherever you want it, pretty much. which saves your villages a lot of time. And then you see the quarry here, which I was talking about. They produce rocks that can be mined for coin. The upgrades do work a bit differently, though, because basically the quarries, all the techs will do is make the mines contain more coin in them. The granary will do the same and make the farms have more food, but it will also let your villagers gather more food from them, since they're more of the traditional economic building. Sort of, you know. And the Africans also get 3 sets of market technologies, too, which most people don't know about. You know, most people only get like two cards, 2 techs for hunting and mining and stuff. Africa actually gets 3, so they really do good with mining in the end. And their coin economy really flourishes. Which, as a civ like Ethiopia that has a lot of gunpowder units, that coin really does come in handy, though. It really does. I'm just impressed the small group of Askari here of like, I don't know, like 13 of them have been able to deter this Indian army the whole game. You know, Alucard has not had to put down any serious military at all. Just 2 card shipments has basically kept his base protected this whole time. And he's been able to do the rest of the defense by just keeping towers up, you know. Good stuff. Espiguero. Villagers gather faster from lots and herdables. Herdables found quickly from the granary. Yeah. They get a lot of economic cards, Ethiopia. Some with different effects, you know. This one benefits the farming and the herdables if you wanted to make some of those. Certainly could put his sheepy onto these granary here to gather from it. Now we're seeing some upgrades. The Machaic gun and the light armor. This will benefit the Demofter, which is a Ethiopian musketeer unit. We haven't seen them yet, but you'll probably see them very soon. They're pretty good as Ethiopia since they get a special... Well, they don't... I don't see that card here, so they're going to be pretty standard musketeers, I would say, with just a lot of upgrades, you know. Demofters can get pretty strong pretty quickly if you send a lot of cards for them, like this one. Arm sale, which improves all gunpowder units. I'm actually really surprised I don't see a lot more military upgrades here for Alucard. You know, I only see this one. I see the Squires, which benefits hand cavalry HP, but really nothing else, you know, in that department. Yeah, I'm pretty surprised actually of that. Here comes mountain guns. These are basically the same thing as heavy cannons, just for Africa. Yeah, you can tell they're African because the stand that they mount the cannon on has leopard skin on it, so you know it has to be African. Yeah, very creative. Honored Gurkhas. So these are guard level Gurkhas already. Also honored siege elephants, so these are like basically howitzers at this point, or culverins royale. I wonder if these siege elephants will be useful against these mountain guns at all, since they will dish a lot of multiplier damage against them. Or will the Askaris snipe them before they can be used? Yeah, you gotta be careful here. You gotta make sure you can use these Gurkhas to kill the Askaris, like right now. Because if you don't kill the Askaris, your siege elephants will not be able to deal with the mountain guns. This is good, though. We do see the siege elephants denying a tower. Maybe they can deny this tower, too, over here, if they can get these Askaris out. I think at this point we're going to see Ethiopia starting to invest more in military and start training more army. Right? I also want to teach you a little bit about the African military structure. So the garrison trains your early game units. The cantonment, your mid-game units, and then the palace trains late-game artillery as well as your ultimate unit, like your very, very special unit. Pretty much, it's similar to like castle units in AoE 2, where they're like your elite unit you usually try to get, just so you're aware. And every culture has ultimate units. It just happens to be the case that Ethiopia trains them from a castle-like structure, just like in AoE 2. This is good, though. This is good for India. They're able to deny the line of towers here using the siege elephants. You know, and then they can try to shoot some of these buildings here. It's really annoying, though, since Ethiopia has 3 TCs at this point, which means they can basically keep making these free porters that can keep building more things on the front lines for free. They don't even have to invest any wood into this forward growth on the map. They're like a big giant cancer that's always growing. You know what I mean? Constantly plopping down buildings, towers, garrisons, cantonments, whatever they need. They can just keep going forward. But oh no, yeah, retreat. Beep, beep, beep. You're getting hit by mountain guns. Get out of there. Warning, warning. Don't want that. You know, that's not something you want to deal with. Oh, Ascaris. Funny thing, these Ascaris haven't even been formally upgraded yet, you know? These are just generic Ascaris, with the only buff-ups they've gone from is the red library cards. Which we're going to see now, this is red number 5. So these Ascaris are going to gain even more damage. And I think this also grants them the guard level upgrades, too, from the cantonment. So you'll see them to be able to upgrade both the rifles and the uniforms of the Ascari as well as the swords of them. Apparently Ascaris and the African Dragoon, the Escort, get 3 different technologies that pertain to them. They get like sword technologies that benefits their hand attack, uniform ones that benefits their HP, and then they get the rifle ones to benefit their ranged weapon. Upgrades for Africa work a lot differently than other civs in the game. Theirs are more similar to like the Age of Empires 2 Blacksmith, where you have a variety of different like blacksmith style upgrades that benefits different unit properties. Right, so one might benefit the unit's ranged attack, one might benefit the unit's HP, one might benefit its hand attack or its movement speed. Really depends, you know, it depends on the civ, it depends on what they got. So we're seeing the uniform and the gun. This will benefit the Ascari's attack, this will benefit its HP. I also saw some coming in for the armored units, too. The steel helmet and the steel spear, the Shotel sword, I think. Yep, see this one here, Garade sword and iron helmet. This will benefit 2 of their hand units from the cantonment, the Oromo and the Tigre. Let's see if they actually make any of those before I go into them. Yeah, see, these are the level 3 market technologies, so Ethiopia is really doing well economically right now. Doing really well. Very well. And should I add, too, that these market technologies benefits 2 gather rates instead of 1. Like this one will benefit mining and trees. This one will benefit berry gathering and wood. And then the first one, Safari, will benefit mining and hunting. So African market technologies are also really efficient as well, and being good in a variety of different economic needs, you know what I mean? They don't just benefit one thing. They help you with 2 different things, which makes them technically better than the European techs. Oh, here we see the palaces coming down. These are basically like castles in AoE 2, you know, they provide a really strong ranged attack in an area. They train your special unit, and they also train your special siege weapons. Just like in AoE 2, the castle gives you the trebs, right? Here it just gives you mountain guns, and for Africa, 1 additional can, the Sebastopol, which is basically like an Ethiopian Great Bombard, you know? Works quite similar to that. Ethiopia really has an answer for just about everything, pretty much under the sun, so yeah, keep that in mind when you're dealing with the Ethiopians, you know, they really can deal with just about anything you can put your mind to, really. Yep, here comes the Ascaris with their improvements. Keep in mind the gun upgrades for the Ascaris actually improves their range a little bit as well, so they actually gain they have about 21 range now instead of standard 20. So they actually outrange the Gurkhas, which is kind of surprising, you know. They technically kind of did already, but it just improves that gap even more. So they can actually kite the skirmishers, actually, and gain free kills. Which, to you it might be, wow, skirmishers blaming skirmishers, but that's the way Ethiopia is. You know, their army is just brutal to deal with. You know, and you can't really give them a chance to plop down like this. Lucky for Ethiopia, India went for the Karnamata build, so they were not thinking about pressure at all. If they went for the Agra Ford and did a set-point-based semi-FF, maybe we would have seen different results here, but you gave Ethiopia all the time they needed to do exactly what they needed to do, and now you're paying the consequences for it. Good job. Good job, son. Good job. You did well when that happened. Alright, so this is library number red number 6. This is the last one that they can get. This has the most drastic improvement on the gunpowder units attack and towers attack. And now they can actually go up to Imperial Age to get the Imperial level upgrades from the cantonment. You know? He can get the final gun upgrade for the Ascaris as well as the final uniform upgrade. He's also starting to get the level 1 upgrades for the artillery as well. Artillery, they get 3 different upgrades as Africans. They get one that benefits their attack, one that benefits their HP, and one that benefits their movement speed. So yeah, that's why you have to pay attention to the text for Africa, because some do one thing, some do another thing in terms of how they upgrade the units. Alright, so here we see bolt action rifle as well as western clothing. This will fully upgrade the Ascaris from the building. We also see the same Shotel sword and steel helmet for the hand units at the cantonment. So really it's looking like a fully upgraded cantonment for Alucard right now. He can just about train any of the units here and they'll be fully upgraded at this point. This is library yellow number 5, so lots of food. At this rate, it gives you like, how much is that? Like, wow, 1.1k comida in crates from the TC. That's pretty good, you know? Pretty good, actually. And at this point now, we see the Gurks going up against the Ascari here. I think they're going to lose now at this point, because let's look at the resources of Moon real quick. Yeah, Moon is not in any real shape to deal with this at this point, you know. He's going to have to hope that the Mahouts can get in there real quick and deal with the Ascaris, because right now, if this is going to be a skirmisher on skirmisher fight, Ascaris win hand over fist, because they just have more range, they have more damage. You don't even need the multiplier since there's no heavy infantry there or anything. The only multiplier maybe makes a difference is the maneuver unit one, just because of the siege elephants here. But yeah, 40 damage, 22 range, unreal. That's like a godlike skirmisher unit, you know. Particularly in this case when you're an age behind as India, you know, it's just really hard to bounce back from that. It is really hard to bounce back from that, you know? Oh, it is. I mean, really, it's... What do you expect to do here? It's... Yeah. Yeah, it's just crazy. Crazy stuff, you know? Wait a second. Now we see the Mahouts doing their job, finally. Yeah, this is why we love Mahouts, people. This is what they do. They just... It doesn't matter that you're an age ahead of me, man. I'm just gonna eat through your army. Look at that. Look at the Mahouts. Look at the Mekalungas going in for it. But now we see the Tigray Lancers. These guys, these are insane units. Notice here you see 2 different types of hand attacks on the UI. Tigray Lancers, these are basically the same thing as Cam Yorks and AoE 2. They get a very long spear that actually they have range for. The first attack here represents the range of the long spear, and this one that of the sword when they're fighting in close combat. So if these Tigrays can keep units at a distance, they can actually deal really brutal hand damage at range similar to a meteor hammer, giving them a lot of damage, you know. These guys really are as bad as the nasty as the Kamyuks and AoE 2 though, because they just do a lot of damage. And it doesn't even have to be cavalry. These Tigres can actually do hard damage against infantry as well, as you can see. Yeah, see that? See that right there? They can do a lot of damage just with their long spear against the infantry. It doesn't even have to be cav, right? At this rate, India does not know what to do. They're actually making mahouts to deal with the Tigray lances, and I'm scratching my head thinking, man, what are you doing? You know that's not going to work, right? Your best shot is actually to keep making the Gurks, you know? Keep making the Gurks. If you're going to make a range unit, make the Howdah instead, because the Howdah at least can deal with these things at range. Mahouts, they're just going to get eaten up by the Tigres, you know? It doesn't even matter if they can pressure the Askaris or not, you know? Just doesn't... Oh, but now we see a British brigade coming in. Nice. So we see Royal Marine skirmishers and rockets. This should give them a bit of a better shot to push back here. Can the rockets make contact with the mountain guns? Yes, they can. They're going to make one shot here. Just one or two more shots to go and this mountain gun will be down. Yep. Good, good, good. Now you got to get this one, though. Can you get this one? Yeah. Yes. Great. Perfect. But the Tigres, though, they're going to come in and they're going to sweep those under the rug. Tigres, literal artillery counters. Luckily, he still has some skirmishers left here as India to clean up these Tigres for now. But now you got another army coming in. What's this? What are you going to do about this one? You know? At this rate, Alucard has so much resources, even the export, which you get from these little spice stalls here. You actually gather export with your villagers. They got so many resources that it doesn't even matter. They can just keep a constant queue of mountain guns coming out from the palace. Also note the late game artillery as Africans does cost export, so that's at least a little bit assuring, since it keeps you from really spamming these too early, you know. Gives India a little bit of time to prepare, but not a lot, as it seems like Alucard already has enough export for like 7 more mountain guns at this point, so it's just a matter of coin at this point. But now we see the Sevastopol. The Sevastopol, this is basically like a great bombard, you know. Heavy artillery brought from Crimea causes massive amounts of damage and inspires fear on the enemies. It will put fear in anyone, really, that sees this thing. It's very big, and it does a lot of damage, you know. Here it is right here. Yeah, this thing's going to do a lot of damage once it gets onto the field over here. I think at this point, India's basically done for. You know, actually done for. The Sebastopol has the damage potential of wiping out this entire army by itself. Never mind with the aid of the other units. Okay, now we're gonna see, yep, the Tigres actually countering the Arumis, which you rarely ever see, right? Yeah, since the Arumis are like a hand skirmisher, but with the Tigres, they can actually deal with those units, you know? At this rate, it's coming down to the cannons doing the most damage here, the mountain guns and the Sebastopol. Now they have effectively fought their way through the Indian infantry, and they're going to move toward... Yep, they took out the siege elephant. Great. And now they're basically going to have to deploy onto the victory tower. Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, at this rate, it's like, wow, very insane stuff, you know? Very insane stuff. Oh wow, look at that, look at the Mahouts. That's actually a good connection for the Mahouts, but just too late because the Tigray Lancers defending them. But otherwise, a good attempt from India. So know what you can do right now once Ethiopia gets at this stage in the game, honestly. You know, they just had too many resources, their upgrades are numerous. That card Ethiopia just sent will grant him 1 Mahal Safari for every minute or two in the game, pretty much. These are the anti-skirmisher I was talking about. So they actually dish multiplier damage against friendly enemy skirmisher units. They also have an anti-artillery multiplier. They also deal multiplier damage against maneuver units. So they're a very versatile special unit that you can only make at the palaces, you know, which is kind of fortunate since the palace build limit is a lot smaller than, say, the towers or other buildings, you know. You can only have like 3 of these naturally. And then they get like 1 card that isn't here that improves the build limit of them to like 4. So thankfully you don't have to worry about palaces being spammed all over the map, which is great. But now we see this card here called Monolithic Church. It buffs up the building hit points by about half. But for the temple, the church, it does it full on doubles the HP of it. Full on double HP upgrade. Now we see cannons targeting the rice paddies one-on-one. Also, they're going to start to target the Karnamata. At that point, the Indian economy is basically just really behind at that point. It already was behind at this point since they're an age behind, but losing that useful wonder from the start is definitely going to hurt quite a bit. Especially considering that wonder probably cost India the game, honestly, you know. That whole Karnamata build probably wasn't the play here. They should have just went full Sepoy Agra Fort. GG. GG. Yeah, not even any investment on the water on part of India really could have helped them out here. These fishing boats were kind of probably a last-ditch attempt to get the resources you needed. Just looking at the post-game here, you can tell. Look at that score. This score is a lot bigger. Resources, Ethiopia had double the resources. Economy, military, not a lot more units, but they did do more damage. They also raised a bit there. So it came down to more efficient military units versus less efficient military units. And unfortunately for India, since they were behind economically, that of the Ethiopians, they just couldn't make up the necessary mass to deal with these. And I'll be honest with you, dealing with an Imperial Age Ethiopia is one of the hardest things you'll ever do, honestly. You know, in any game. 1 versus 1, TR, 4v4. You definitely don't want to see an enemy with Ethiopia that knows how to use them, because it's really a pain. And I've delivered that pain too myself before playing Ethiopia, so I can totally understand that 100%. 100%. Alright, we're going to be moving on to the next one now. I just got to close this game. Okay. Let's see. Any new messages from the community? Nope, nothing new yet from anyone, you know. Just checking chat here. Nobody new? Okay, that's fine. We can move right on to the next one then. Match number 3. Here we go. Here we go. We're doing a new encounter now. So this encounter will be Ivanj versus Cerbero. Wow. Ivanj inflicted a defeat onto Cerbero. At least one. Is that true? If that's true, Ivanj is definitely coming along as a better player, I would say, since, you know, Cerbero is definitely a tricky opponent to deal with, so if Ivanj did decimate him in one game, that's definitely exciting to see, and we're going to definitely enjoy seeing this one. Alright, so Cerbero's actually going with the Tupi. Interesting choice. I can't remember if I've ever seen Cerbero go with the Tupi before. You know, the Tupi, they're pretty interesting, to say the least, you know. They're all about food and wood since that's the only thing they actually know. You know, they're the least materialist civ in the world since they don't know what coin is. They can't gather coin. Nothing costs coin. It's a coin-free society, the Tupi. You know, other than that, their military, once they get to about veteran level upgrades from their war hut, all can become stealthy, so they could sneak around the map and do all sorts of raiding tactics. On the other side, though, we got Ivanj with the Canadians. It's one of his preferred civs. Now, the Canadians are a pretty interesting civ. Basically, every building they construct, whether it's this log cabin or anything else, will drop by some maple trees next to them when they're built. See here the special description, trees spawned by a Canadian building. And what these log cabins will do is they'll actually trickle wood. You know, so they're basically like wood banks. It's about 0.2. So really you need about 5 log cabins to get 1 wood per second. And then if you get the full build limit of the log cabins down, then you gain about 4 wood per second. Makes a big difference since Canada ages up with wood instead of food. So all the food-related age-up costs for the civ are replaced with wood. One more thing to distinguish for Canada, which is an Anglophony civ, is you get 2 villagers as Anglophonies. You get the Pioneer, which is sort of like the regular villager that does all regular villager stuff, and then you get a second villager called the Fur Trader. He's more of like a semi-explorer, since he's got strong attack against treasure guardians. He can pick up treasures. He can also build TCs and trading posts. And he can also hunt. You know, that's the one resource that they can do is hunting. And at least for this version, where religion is still a part of the game, they can actually pray at the church as well, which is kind of interesting. So yeah, Anglophonies are a pretty fun culture, you know. They have a factional system where instead of having like regular politicians, half their politicians belong to one group and another to another group. The group you go with decides, you know, what units you get in each age. Canada Dry. He must love ginger ale. Wow. Yeah, I guess Ivan's is our ginger ale enjoyer, I guess. In terms of deck, I literally see Ivans go with this deck every single game, just about. Never gets old, you know. Unit shipments, he does have Fright and Manifesto. Dominion, this actually makes the log cabins and the TCs cheaper. It's also a team card. Canada is essentially a team card heavy civ. They're meant to be played in teams, since most of their cards end up affecting the whole entire team in some sort of way. Yeah, Canada should be aging up pretty soon though, since they got almost enough wood to reach the age up. Requires about 800 wood for the first Canadian age up. Whether they go with New England or British Canada or French Canada or Quebec will decide sort of what sort of units they get in age 2, since for an Anglophone civ like Canada, they get one new unit on each age up. One special unique unit, depending on the faction, all the way up until Imperial Age. The rest of the units that an Anglophone civ gets are generic, so that would be the Spontooner, which is a spearman, the Militia, which is an early skirmisher, the Rifleman, which is like a special sort of musketeer unit that acts almost like a dragoon in some cases, but not really, just because of its range multipliers. Then you get the Light Cavalry, which is like a hussar, and then of course cannons. So other than those generic units, the only way you get unique units as Anglophones is by aging up and picking a certain faction to get a certain unit. So he decided to go with Pierre-François de Rugard. He belongs to New France, so Canada will get the Troupes de l'Allemagne, which is a marine infantry, which means that it's an infantry that is a skirmish unit that deals crush damage. So the same sort of damage that things like falconets and grenadiers do with their attack, meaning that he can puncture both pierce armor and hack armor, making it a really strong unit against all forms of infantry, but really any unit, when used in certain numbers. Let's see what the Tupi does though, because Tupi, they can do some pretty nasty aggressive tricks here. Looks like they already got a bit of a semi-army going, since the Tupi War Chief converted a lot of the Treasure Guardians with the Nature Friendship ability. Keep in mind, if you're DE only players, that this is the older Nature Friendship ability that converts both Animal Guardians and Human Guardians. Interesting. So we see ship Mariticores. This unit over here, it's a clubman. You know, it's like a coyote runner. It's good against like skirmishers. It's good against vills. It's good against artillery. We also see trained Tupi archers, the Oibisi archers, coming out of this war hut. Also see the Big Bun technology. The Tupi Big Bun technology at the town center is very special in that it's an immortal ability, meaning it's always present. You can always send the Big Bun technology for the Tupi, but it gets more expensive in food over time. And basically what it does is it just sends a group of like 5 or 6 archers each time you send it. So to keep it balanced and prevent you from like creating 500 archers beyond the population space, basically, you know, it gets more expensive over time in the food costs by a little bit, you know. Initially, the food costs are pretty cheap and you can get out like maybe 4 or 5 batches of archers very quickly with it, but as the game goes on, it becomes more limited. Unless, of course, you can keep up with the food costs somehow, which, you know, it's going to take a lot of bills to do. We see the Oibisi archers going all in right now. Thankfully, these marines up here have the skirmish tag and not the heavy infantry tag, so they will not actually have to deal with any sort of multiplier damage from these archers at all, which is great, you know. That's the one thing these marines are really good at, is avoiding a lot of damage from skirmisher style units. We see a Tupi raiding party coming in from this longhouse. Essentially, it's like a combined army. You know, it's pretty expensive in food and wood, but what it does is it sends about 2 archers, about 2 of the Mariticores clubmen. It also sends 2 Yibiraharas, which are a Tupi axeman that uses axes like the tomahawk does, but only in hand. And it's essentially like a pikeman. You know, at 5x against cavalry shock units. So it's really a combined arms army of cavalry, heavy infantry, and skirmisher, all wrapped into one little bundle. It's going to be seen if Canada can actually defend against this heavy Tupi pressure, though, since it does appear we're seeing a wide variety of different units. These are the Yibiraharas right here. See that? 5x against cavalry, 10 damage. Pretty good unit overall, I mean. And as you see right here, nope, never mind, I don't see the card there, but they do actually get a support card from the home city that actually gives them 1 more multiplier to about 6x against cavalry, which, you know, that's pretty big. That's actually better than a standard pikeman. Also, their siege is pretty good too. What's Canada going to do at this point? They have put out some readouts just to provide a bit of range support. All we see right now are these 5 troopas right here trying to provide the defense. Yeah, I mean, at this rate, what are you going to do as Canada? Like, you're getting swarmed right now. I mean, you got some troopas de marines, but they have to deal with the Mariticores first, since that's the cavalry unit that you have to deal with. They have to kite these properly. And then hope that these readouts are going to be enough to eat up this weak Tupi army, you know? Tupi units, you can spam them pretty easily, but they are very low in HP, so if you have enough towers, you can usually clean them up pretty quickly. Assuming the Yibiras don't siege them down first. Yeah, I mean, these 2 readouts here are doing a lot of justice for the Canadians, you know. They are killing a lot of these Tupi units. It's pretty possible. Well, what's this card here? This is called Ibrapima Silex. That actually makes the Yibiras cheaper to train. So normally they cost about like 48 food and something wood. Now they cost only 40 food and 44 wood. So they become even closer to a cost of standard pikemen, which is really great since they technically dish out so much more damage than a standard pike does. Now, so if you can make these guys even cheaper, that really does benefit you pretty well. Canada trying to recover at this point. You know, they got their 2 readouts there, thankfully. which is going to provide some range support from any pressure that the Tupi might try to pose on him. Huh. What are these? So these are more archers. We do, yep, more archers. Some. This is probably from a raiding party, since I see 2 by 2 by 2 in terms of the 3 unit types. Where's Canada economically right now? So Canada is kind of starving in food, which is fine since they do luckily have a lot of meat still to eat. They did decide to send a group of redoubt wagons though through frontier defenses, which is an infinite card, so even if they run out of their other cards, at least Canada can still send these cards to defend with constantly. You know, if only towers had more than 7 build limit though. Yeah, definitely. Make it like Age of the World where towers have like 99 build limit or something. Then you're gonna see some success. More Troopers de la Marine. How many right now? Only about 11. Meh. Not the best. Not the best, I would say. At this point, Canada's really just forced the turtle out, you know? You're just supposed to play like a turtle at this point and keep your head in your shell of redoubts just to stay away from certain death. What's this? Another log cabin? Yeah. Cool thing about Canada is for this age, if they did want to go up to age 3, they actually don't need any food. They just need the wood from the log cabins and also the coin from the mines. So even if they run out of hunts, Canada can still age up and get later game cards, which is something that's going to be pretty good advantage for them. Oh, the Manticora is going after the fur traders. Don't let that happen, you know. The fur traders, they cost both food and wood to train, so if you can kill those things, that usually means the end of the Anglophony food economy pretty quickly. You know, pioneers can certainly hunt, but not as good as the pioneers, not as good as the fur traders can, since their gather rate from the animals is a lot better. Yeah, that was a good defense from Canada, though. They did pretty good there. You know, they were able to stop this attack pretty quickly. It's just making me wonder a bit, can Canada actually beat the Tupi right now? Because I feel like, the Tupi here might actually be in serious trouble now, because if Canada can produce enough Tropas de la Marines, they usually can just beat the Tupi outright, because that crush damage from the guns of these guys can usually overpower the low HP of the Tupi units. We do see the first hunting dogs coming out for Anglophonies. A bit of something to understand is the Anglophony hunting dogs tech costs 100 wood instead of 50 wood and 50 coin. Just a little detail for you to keep in mind. So with Canada, it's actually a pretty cheap technology to get since you don't need any coin at all for it. And let's look at the resources of Tupi right now. Like a little bit of wood here, this is the food. I mean, they got enough food really to do well, but wood-wise they're kind of falling a bit behind. Oh, we see cords of wood right here, so that's definitely going to help out. What's the next step for Tupi at this point? Like, what do you do as Tupi right now? Do you try to, go up to the next age and get Pomberos? You try to fight it out in age 2 at this point? Well, they're going to have to think fast since Canada is striking out at this point. At a pretty good time too, since there's not a lot of army on the field. You know, these Troopers de la Marines and these Spontooners. The Spontooners are going to disrupt the wood gathering here by the villagers. Will they? Nah, they're not. Well, the Spontooners can do the siege since they're pikemen, right? They should be sieging. Whereas the Troopers can do the shooting of the villagers. And essentially, Tupi were denied about, what is that? Like 160 wood from that shipment because of that. Because the crates are sitting there ungathered from. Now, if Canada really wanted to be a nasty player, they could actually move a Pioneer down here to grab up this wood. Even a fur trader can gather crates as well, so that's another option. Or just leave them there. I mean, it's not a lot of wood. You know, as long as Tupi aren't gathering it, that is a setback for them. Now, this is annoying. It looks like the Tupi just invested on a stagecoach on this trade route, and they just lost the only trading post they had on that trade route. That must not feel too good. They still have this stagecoach route over here bringing in resources. But, I don't know. So, Tupi is going to go for the Shaman age up, so they are going to be looking to go to age 3. I don't know if this is a good play or not at this point, because, well, seem to be having some issues here. What's this, feather dress? 20% cheaper food villagers. I don't know if that's really what you need right now. You probably need to focus on, like, military options. This is rainforest logging. I think this is the... Oh, he canceled it. Never mind. That's basically the second wood chopping upgrade for the Tupi. Apparently, the some of the technologies Tupi gets from their market are different than that of the other South American native civs, right? Because in Wars of Liberty, at least for right now, you have like a North American native culture and a South American native culture sort of at the same time. They do sort of different things in certain areas, but in general they work almost the same way. Tupi belong to Brazil, so, you know, they're going to have the South American native features. Whereas somebody like the Lakota, they're going to retain their old identity as well as the Huds. Yeah, see, here comes the Pioneers to grab up that wood real quick, you know. Keep the Tupi from regaining that wood. Yeah, Canada at this point can just stick it out in age 2 and just make units, you know. They don't really even need to age up anymore. All you really need is large groups of Tropas de Marines and you should be good to go. No need for cannons or anything fancy, schmancy like that. And then, of course, you got the massive Spontours in the front, which provide a bit of protection, a bit of a distraction for the Yibras. Not that I would be making Yibras right now, because they're totally a waste of a unit right now. Here comes Floret. I should mention, too, that each politician you get gives you a unique technology at your town center. You know, it's almost like the stuff we see in DE with the United States giving you extra cards for each age-up option, you know? It's almost like DE took it from Wol, practically. Yeah. Just maybe a little bit, but, essentially this technology will improve the hand attack of all ranged infantry, so it'll go from like 12 hand attack, I think, to like 14 or something. Not that it matters anyways, since, you know, it seems like Canada's in really good shape right now without any upgrades. Yeah, they're just getting like free kills here underneath the TC. Where are the rest of the villages? Up here on the wood? So what's Tupi gonna do at this point? They're just training Maritacoras unupgraded. Are they unupgraded Maritacoras, or are they the veteran level ones? Where are they too? Ah, they're up here, so they're not even down here to save its base. Yeah, I don't know at this point. Like, Tupi, you're really in big trouble right now. You're probably not going to see the end of this match at this point, because you just don't have what you need to survive with. You know, you did this investment in the capital age, but what did you gain from that? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Maybe like 1k wood, like, so what? You know, what you needed was this. Ship these and the Kapor support. The Pomberos with their infantry multipliers would have been perfect here. It would have been the only thing you possibly could have done here to save yourself, but now that you don't have them, I can't tell you how you're going to get out of this mess. You might have basically just died here, you know? Oh, here we go again. Here we go again with shipping the wood at the location that the enemy has taken over. Yeah, that's always good, right? Yeah. Absolutely, you know? Canada must love this right now. Oh, but can you do me a favor and just kill these villagers for me, please? You know, I see you got an advantage here and you're not exploring it. I don't like to see that, you know? You know you can deny him that wood, right? And then grab it yourself. Yeah, just put the troopers to Baleens to shoot the village. Or maybe he's simping. Maybe he's being nice. I don't know. Maybe he's being a Juanito Simpatico today, you know? Peasants are like, you know what? Just take your wood. I'll give you a chance to rebuild because I know you're really struggling hard right now on the map. So why don't you just take that wood and become a stronger opponent? Yeah. This is another cool little thing for the Tupi. When you burn down their like buildings, they leave behind like 3 Tupi archers from them. So yeah, that's another neat little bonus of the Tupi Civ. Then they're gonna train archers, which at this point, what are you even doing in the game at this point, Tupi? You know you can't come back from this. You really can't. Just do me a favor and ship the Pombero card, the Gapora support from the home city. Please. Do something good. Do something useful. Might not even ship, but at least show the initiative to the people of what to do. Is Canada even going up to age 3 at this point? Like, they could afford age 3 pretty soon once they get about, I think, like 300 wood. Since it's actually 1200 coin to go up to age 3 as Canada, believe it or not. So really the coin for Canada becomes like the food cost, right? And it's the wood that's actually the cheaper cost, you know. Usually it's food's more expensive and coin is cheaper when you're aging up. For Canada, it's the coin that's more expensive and it's sort of that wood cost that's going to be cheaper. Yeah, something you don't expect, but that's just the way Canada works. Yep, definitely. Definitely. And, UBC archers attacking the villies there. Not doing a whole lot of stuff, you know? Yeah, I mean... Yeah, just don't think that's gonna work, honestly, you know? Like, seriously, like... Alright, well... Okay. What do you expect? I just don't know, like... Yeah, I mean... Just resign, man. Like, I want to see match number 2 next. Like, yeah, I want to see how you come back from this. Because this is not good. Like, I feel like you were really outplayed by the unit classes here. Because, you know, I think in a sense, Canada, when played properly, hard counters Tupi really well. Just because of their Marine unit. You know, nothing else really. And that's probably why Marine Infantry was changed for the Great War patch, you know. To not have the crush damage anymore, just to simply have multipliers against, like, siege units. Something a little bit shrimpier than that. So, yeah, I guess that's sort of why they were changed in the end. Had to be done, I guess. Because you really can't have units outclassing a whole entire civ like this. This is sometimes kind of dangerous. It does degrade the competitive play slightly. But not too much, you know. I think if you're Tupi, you could have just massed like a lot of clubmen to go against the Marines, and then you could have made some archers to deal with the spontooners. It's just, you just have to finagle it in a way that you really shouldn't have to a lot of the time. And you should definitely have it a lot easier for yourself. Yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, I mean, GG Canada. Canada definitely held their own here and defended. That was really nice to see, you know. We don't see usually a lot of wins for Ivan, so the fact that he pulled one off against such a good player like Cerbero was actually really neat to see. And Cerbero actually did make the Pomberos nice. These are basically just arrow knights, but they actually have multipliers against infantry as well, which makes them like god units, just about. Post-game, I'm sure Ivan's is going to look a lot better here. Actually, Tupi still had more resources, which is a little bit shocking, you know. In terms of military count, yeah, they have like double the units, but only 42 kills. Wow, that's unreal. You know, you have that many units and they barely even did a dent to anything here. It's because of the unit classes, because the Marines, these units, just are really tanky against most things, which makes them a pain to deal with. Just like any other civ that can train a Marine infantry from their barracks, you know, that's what makes them kind of a pain to deal with. You know, it's nobody's fault, it's just the unit you're dealing with. It's really designed to be a pain. Yep, just checking the chat real quick. Any new info from the users? Nothing. No new Juanito talk anywhere. So I guess we can move on to the next one now. Match number 2 of this encounter. Let's do that right now. Alright, so we're loading in. How are you liking this so far? Is this a good stream? You know, I'm certainly enjoying myself, you know. Lots of fun games. Lots of fun games to see. And now we're going to go on to match number 2. On Hudson Bay. It's neat that we're already seeing like a tiebreaker series this early in the stream. That's going to be nice. You get to see Jebel Musa and how those games go. Aw, man. Oh, no. That's too bad. I wanted to see Sabero how he comes back. Oh, my God. That happens every now and then unfortunately there's nothing we can do to fix that. I think it may be because a player paused, or maybe it was an internet issue. Sometimes the recordings get corrupted and they don't work. So we're going to have to move on to match 3 then, unfortunately. You know, you guess gotta roll with it. You know, I'd never, ever since we went on to like one solid version of the mod, I haven't been checking these like files at all for that stuff. So I apologize for the duds like that come in. You know, we just move on to the next one from there and just roll with it. So we're gonna see Jebel Musa right now. This is like the tiebreaker. So assume that this is gonna be on yep, this is the tiebreaker map. All right, so Sabero, Sabero, are you really gonna be that cowardly on this map? Portuguese on Jebel Musa? Are you kidding me? You know how lame that is? You know how Portuguese are, right? They get a covered wagon every age up. They're a pain on this map, you know? That's basically like going with the safety option. You could do better than that, man. Go with, I don't know, Russians or something. I don't know, Dutch. Don't go Portuguese on this map. You're basically making it really hard for Ivan to even win on this map if you go Portuguese, because you have to siege down so many town centers. And on top of that, you're already gathering 50 coin from the treasure. Wow. I hope Ivans beats this laming Portuguese on Jebel Musa. Please defeat this man right here, right now. This hombre muy malo right now. Nobody deserves to win on this map if they go Portuguese. That's my rule. You know, I'm always going to root against the Portuguese on this map because they're sort of like the boring boomer option to play as, and I just don't want to see that. Ivans, on the other hand, is going with France. You know, they are actually a very fun civ to play as. They're very exciting in Wars of Liberty because, well, they got a very different roster, you know. For one thing, you got the Sanchuits, the Sansculotte, or however you say it in France. I don't speak frog or snail, so I don't know how you pronounce this unit. They're basically the same thing as the Courier de Bois, though. You know, a little bit more expensive. They gather better. They're good at range attacks. Nothing really much to say there. Funny how they use the DE icon, though, in Portrait. And essentially, the biggest thing to notice with France is like 2 things in this mod. Actually, maybe 3 things. Number 1, they get a hot air balloon instead of a native scout, so you can actually take this balloon and fly over the water with it, which is really nice. Number 2, all their units get Royal Guard upgrades, no matter what they are, whether they're pikemen, you know, their crossbow equivalent, their line infantry, skirmisher. They don't get skirmishers, actually, they get a mounted skirmisher, which brings me to the second point, yeah. So the units they have access to is slightly different. So essentially what they get is now they get the Chasseur à Cheval, which is a mounted skirmisher instead of a foot skirmisher now. They get Grenadiers in their base roster now instead of getting them through the church, royal decrees, which is kind of nice. They also can ship in Zwebs as well, which are basically ranged assault units. So a ranged assault unit compared to a hand one, how do I explain this? Basically they're like a ranged version of heavy cavalry, like an armored cav archer or something like that. Basically it deals anti-infantry multipliers and has hand armor, but it's an assault tag, so that means the dragoons have a multiplier against them, which is kind of interesting, you know. They're actually counted by dragoons, even though they act more like skirmishers. Yeah, that's something you need to keep in mind. By the way, so we know this early on in the game, dragoons do not deal range multipliers against hussars, only the heavy cavalry. They do, however, deal hand multipliers against hussars, about 4x usually. Just so you're aware of that, it really does show a difference between scout and assault tags. We'll see if it really makes a difference in this game in particular, because we're dealing with Portuguese who use a lot of dragoons. And maybe if we see Zwebs out of France, they'll be used against them. It's totally possible. So what politician? The artisan. Don't be fooled by this name. This is the same thing as the quartermaster, so you get about 400 wood from it. France is going to be doing a market in their transition, which, you know, we usually see France do in vanilla. So the push to get hunting dogs, followed by place mines usually, right? And then steel traps to get the hunting and the mining up. As well as Portugal on the other hand. They actually already send economic theory, which is, you know, it's an option. I actually send economic theory as Portugal. You know, I don't wait till another age to send cards. Portuguese obviously don't have any villager cards in this mod either, so yeah, you can decide to either send something now or wait till age 2 usually. Now this card could be used to an annoying effect. The Capateias de Mato. These are basically a native cavalry that deals multipliers against villagers at range. Yeah. Otherwise, they're just basic native dragoons like the Apache or the Conquistadors, which this map actually has, by the way, over here. But the only thing that really sets them apart from like those type units is the fact they actually have multipliers against villagers and not anti-multipliers. So they actually act a lot like, you know, AoE 2 cav archers and raiding villagers across the map. Now we see coin being shipped in by the Portuguese, just in a sort of way to get them up to the 3rd age quicker, so now they can have 3 town centers in their base instead of 2, because 3 is always better than 2 and 2 is always better than 1, and therefore 3 must always be better than 1. Portuguese logic for you in terms of defense and economy. At this point it becomes really hard for you as France, because, you know, you got this enemy who's so far away and has natural defenses in the forms of these cliff sides here that can easily be walled up. You need to have a real plan to assault this side of the map and be able to siege all these TCs down. Whereas France, you're basically stuck with 1 TC until you decide to build more usually. Also, one more thing to know about Portuguese in Wars of Liberty. Each age up, they get a free fishing boat. Neat little bonus, you know? Not that their Ville booming was enough from their town sirs, they also get free fishing ships, where they don't even need to commit a dock to get, so... Yeah. Gotta love dealing with Portuguese, right? It's gotta be fun. It's gotta be real fun. What's France gonna do? So they're actually gonna go for an attack. I mean, I don't blame you for wanting to deal with those Portuguese now, but maybe you wait to go to age 3 and get some artillery perhaps or something, because, you know, they're Portuguese are looking at age 3 here, so you might end up putting yourself behind if you commit to an army that you lose. Just saying, you know, I'm not the boss, you know, I'm not the jefe. You are your own Juanito Bonito, and you do whatever you have to do. I think I probably would have went to capital age, maybe even industrial age, you know, because you're dealing with a TC spamming opponent here who's gonna camp out in this base. You really need something powerful to shell your way into here. If you don't have that, it's just not gonna work. Just saying. Just saying. Yeah. You see, I was victimized by Portuguese on this side of the map before in the form of Kazan before, so I really have no respect for seeing the Civ on this map at all. I actually go out of my way to ban it every time when we're doing our Civ bans. When we go to Jebel Musa, I say, you cannot use Portuguese. You can use anything but that. You can use United States, you can use Bulgaria, you can use Germany, Haiti, whatever you want, but don't use Portuguese. I have no respect for that Civ on this map. It's just so tiresome and pathetic to deal with. Ah, see, this is the problem. You know, looks like Portugal went up with the Gunsmith, which is basically the same thing as the Marksman in vanilla. Grants you about 6 caçadores, now called cacadores, or however that letter works in Portuguese. Essentially, they rip through your heavy infantry, you know? They work the same way they do in vanilla, except they actually have more armor in this game, you know, 50% armor. And I think they actually have slightly more damage, too, if I recall. I might be wrong about that, I don't know. They do have more armor, though, which does make them really painful to deal with. Also, they did trade some line infantry of their own as well. France has decided, you know what? I'm not going to win this in age 2. I better go to age 3. I'm going to get the Cornet. The Cornet will grant France free hussars, which can be really good against these cacadores here. Perfect counter to them, actually. Steel traps coming in as well. That'll help with the food economy. Yeah, I mean, at this rate, man, you're better off just keeping the line infantry at home, because you're kind of just losing them for free at this point. Just wait till you get to age 3 and come up with a game plan, because according to the deck, he does have the ability to ship endless webs if he wants to, which would probably be the way to go. I'd mostly guarantee that you'd want to ship endless webs, because its webs can deal with both of these units effectively. But then you see the stable coming up, which means dragoons. Dragoons counters webs. So you have to play this really carefully here and time it out. One thing you could do is technically volunteers and Zwevs, or you could go Chaucer or Cheval and Zwevs, since the Chaucers are skirmishers and deal great damage against the dragoons, since they're maneuver. Are we going to see Zwevs coming out first, it looks like? Yep, Zwevs called it. Really, it's your best option to deal with the infantry, until the dragoons become a problem. looks like Portuguese decided to ship some helms and some halberdiers, you know. That's certainly not going to help out against the Zwevs that much. But they are, in general, a very strong unit, you know. Yeah, halberdiers, they do quite a bit of damage, you know. That is true. Do quite a bit of damage. It'd be kind of bad to see halberdiers going away in the Great War patch, though, you know. Devs decide, you know, we need more gunpowder stuff. We don't want hand units in Europe anymore, being like a late gamey thing, besides like militia style stuff like the partisans. So, yeah. Say goodbye to your halberdiers for now, I guess. You know, unless you're playing Italy or Austria-Hungary. They'll still have halberd units, though. So that's good. That's good. It's actually Austro-Hungarians against the good halberdier units, you know, with the splash attacks similar to the Doppelsoldaten. So, you know, if they're the only civ that has like halb units still, I guess it's pretty good. And then Italy with their, obviously, their pontifical guards, the Swiss guards pretty much, which actually have the same stats as the Swiss pikemen in vanilla, even though they're halberdiers. So that's kind of weird, by the way, when you think about it. You'd think that they'd be more close to the halberdiers, but they actually are closer to the pikes. Yeah, what can I say about this match right now? It's Portuguese domination right now. So we see Zwevs making a real move here. I don't see where this is going to go good. Alright, so we're going to see a second batch of the Zwevs coming out. As I mentioned before, notice the multipliers. They got about 2x against infantry. Quite good, actually, you know. They deal quite a bit of damage. Like 36 damage per shot. Pretty good. It's good. Sarah does that to all the units. Yeah, you know, if Portugal isn't careful here, these Zwevs could really mess them up really hard. Yeah, just position them right, though, you know. Don't have to do anything crazy, you just gotta make sure that they don't get beaten on by the halbs that much. Because they do have the shock tag. So halberdiers would actually deal multiplier damage against them. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, the Zwevs can chase after them a bit, which is nice. They're gonna get a lot of free shots in. They're gonna kill a Cacador for free, maybe a line infantry too. Do we see any dragoons yet from the Portuguese, though? Yes, we do. We see them in the queue right now at the stable. I feel like that's going to be a major turning point. It might be the end of the French at this point if we can't manage those. Yeah, that's definitely going to be a concern for France if the dragoons get involved. Oh, now they're running from the halberdier, though. They're going to have to retreat as soon as those dragoons come out onto the field, though. Do they know about them? I don't think they know about them quite yet. I don't think so. Doesn't even know that there's a stable down. He doesn't even know that a stable is on the Portuguese base. So it's going to be a total shell shock to him when these dragoons come out. Yeah, just go, I don't know if you can go home or not, or what. Just don't get killed by the dragoons, I guess. Yeah, that's probably the best advice I could give. Don't die to the dragoons. Get some sort of, like, skirmish unit, like volunteers or chasseurs chevals. Yeah, that's definitely want to do that. You can even ship some in. That's always an option. Ship in some chasseurs, so at least you're ready to deal with dragoons, and they do help against the line infantry as well, so and the help, so they're pretty versatile in this case. Oh, two foot artilleries, 2 Falcons. Good choice, you know. They will help against the infantry, though, but I'm a little bit concerned about the dragoons. You know, I'm worried if you got enough stuff to deal with the dragoons at this point. And it's always possible the Zwevs could also overpower your army a bit because of their numbers and just swarm their way in. Ah, yes, the Dragoons. Yeah, now he knows, oh, I better get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Can you get out? You need to separate the line infantry and the Zwevs and just run to the base. Do it. What are you doing? Oh, he's going to try and fight it back a little bit. I mean, at this point, I guess so, because you're just getting... This is so bad, man. Why did you have to pick Portuguese on this map? Really? You couldn't have picked anything else? I don't know. Like, see, even if he was... it doesn't matter what Ivan does at this point, he automatically loses because his opponent is Portuguese. Because the Dragoons and the Cacadore combo just kills everything that he does. The Dragoons go into hand attack against the cannons. And then when they go into hand against the Zwevs, they kill them too. Like, now we can make volunteers, but way too late. Way too late for these volunteers to come out, you know. Basically, these are just crossbowmen, so they're really not that good at that stage of the game. Especially not without upgrades, so GG. GG for Ivans, you know. No GG for Portugal. Portugal is bad. Don't pick them on this map, please. Be more courteous to your opponent and don't pick them on this map. Really. Show some restraint, man. Alright, so resource-wise, France actually kept up pretty good at this stage, you know. It's usually not until a little bit later that we see the Portuguese really soar off in resources. In terms of military, though, this was appalling to me. The Zwevs did so little damage. Normally, Zwevs are usually MVP-style units that kill many things, but because of the mass of Dragoons and Halberds, they just didn't get a time to shine. Not even having 2 cans on the field got the kill count up, which is kind of disheartening, honestly, you know. I would have liked to see something better than that. Absolutely, you know. Alright, so I'm checking the chat right now. Nobody's saying much, so I'm assuming we're all good, right? So move on to the next one. Yeah, I'm also looking at OBS to make sure that we're not losing any frames either. You know, that's important. It's definitely important. We gotta make sure we don't lose any frames. There's no stuttering in the stream, you know. Viewing quality is up. Yeah. Very important stuff. Alright, so, let's go on to the next one here. Alright, so let's go to LAN. No, not LAN, record games, yeah. I think we were doing multiplayer for a second. Alright, so now it's going to be Jeff versus Rommel. I think we all know that Jeff's going to win this, but, yeah, I have faith in you, Rommel. You might be able to do this, I don't know. If Rommel pulled off a 2-0 against Jeff, I'd be shell-shocked. I really would. Alright, so Jeff with the Mapuche, he's good at the Civ, you know. Mapuche, they're a very fun Civ to play as. Not the strongest Civ, I would say, anymore, but that's just my opinion, you know. I guess it all depends on how you use them, I guess. On the other hand, Haiti, though, this is one of the strongest Civs in the game. So, Rommel knows he needs to use really serious stuff here if he wants to win. Can't be playing around too much. Has to draw some blood here, and Haiti is the way to do that. We saw Alucard do it today. Hopefully, Rommel can do the same. A bit of an intro to the Mapuche for newcomers. Basically, they, you know, their villagers actually trickle experience while they work. See that little +5/+5? That's actually experience that they're gathering as a bounty while they're working on these animals here. Also, Mapuche, believe it or not, actually don't have a home city. They don't have decks. Chupame El Chor. How did he even make a deck? So he made an empty deck? Mapuche actually get their cards from their war chiefs. Each one of these war chiefs here has a different set of cards. This one, the villager and the crate cards and the hero cards. This one, the military, infantry, and artillery. This one, all the civil stuff like trading posts, churches, natives, all that type of stuff. This one, all the economic stuff. And this one, all the ships and mercenaries and, support cards. Also, they get a sex sport sheet they can send later that deals with cavalry upgrades and shipments. So really, Mapuche can ship every card they have access to in any game at any time. Mapuche just have every card available known to their civ, Literally anything. They can literally send any villager card, any crate, any military shipment, any upgrade, anything. In any game, because they're not limited by decks at all. The Civ literally is the deck that is used. As for Haiti, though, pretty standard deck, I would say. I mean, Sailors is an interesting addition. They're pretty good, They do have the crush damage, just like the Tropas de la Marines we saw earlier today, so they're quite a solid choice to put in your deck. Also, you got pickets to make a nice picket fence. You got Zinglins. This is always a neat card because it's an infinite one in Age 2, which you rarely see. But overall, I mean, I would put my cards on Haiti at this point, just from a purely factual standpoint, because Haiti does have the better option in terms of units, I would say. Because, for instance, if you're going to compare assault units, what does Mapuche have? They have the Trangolaf, which is a clubman that basically has multipliers against infantry, but doesn't have any sort of splash at all. The Machetra, though... Alright, so, let me just see right here. What? Okay. 1 second, please. I gotta do something real quick. I'll plug the mic back in when I get back. Don't worry, I came back. For those that are new, just be aware, you know, sometimes I have to pause to complete something, so... Yeah, it makes sense though, right? Since I usually do pretty long streams, usually. Let's get back into it, shall we? Alright, so, Haiti, what immigrant did they go with? Germans? German immigrants? Why does everybody go German immigrants? Why don't they go Arab immigrants, you know? Arab immigrants is the way to go, man. You literally get a free trading post on this route from them. Why not take it? Also, Gallegos, a much stronger heavy infantry than the German units. It's like people are afraid to go full immigrant rushes with Haiti, and it's like, that's the way to play them, man. At least for this patch, you know. Next patch, I don't know, because they no longer give you build bounties when you make the immigrant battalions anymore, so that's kind of a thing to deter that, so. I don't know how Haiti's going to work in the Great War patch competitively. They should be still pretty solid though, since, you know, the revived Savite costs will be changed from faith to food since religion is being removed. That's good. That's certainly good. As for Mapuche though, they're actually starting to get their level 1 market techs. I just saw stone washing for the mining, which is actually the same sort of mining tech that the Latin American civs get. So they share a little bit more in common with them economically, at least on the mining side. In terms of other stuff, we see a corral going down. Now this is interesting. So, Mapuche actually going to go for a Winatufe rush, it looks like. The Winatufe is actually a dragoon. An early dragoon that throws bolas instead of shooting a gun. And overall, I would say the Winatufes actually do quite a bit of damage. You know, they're quite a strong light cav unit. They can sometimes even be used against certain types of infantry because of their damage output. Of course, they're always going to be good against assault, scout, or artillery. Alright, well, we see about 3 of these Winatufes. They're gonna be coming over here. And now we see shipped in Wakalievs. The Wakalievs are basically just a spearman unit. So now... whoa! Machetros! This is the wrong play here, because the Winatufes actually deal multiplier damage against the Machetros because they have the assault tag, which... as you see right here, the Winatufe has being a dragoon. Yeah, wow. It's almost like Jeff knew that this Haiti was going to go with the Macheteros. Now, if it was my Haiti, you would see Gallegos and Escopeteros. You know, this Winatufe training would have actually fell right and flat on his face at this point. But since Rommel started with Machetros, he actually shot himself in the foot, like, really badly. And that's why I don't usually recommend you start out with Macheteros at all. If you want to go with raiding from a barracks, go with the Zinglin. At least the Zinglin has the scout tag and won't face ranged multipliers from the Winatufe. Only in hand will those multipliers work. What, now we see pickets? What are you doing? Rommel, what are you doing? What is this? What are you doing? What is this heresy here? What are you doing? What do you... Now he's making Escopeteros, but is that enough time? I don't know. I mean, I don't think he's really looking too good right now. I mean, he's going to ship in the sailors, mind you, which will help a little bit here. Also, Escopeteros is the way to go, unit-wise. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're going to have to at least hope that these Escos and the sailors deals with it. But then you get the Mawadanches. The Mawadanches, these are like an emergency unit, but they're actually really strong. You know, they essentially deal like a hack attack at range. You know, so they do quite a bit of damage with their bolas that they throw. And their range attack is that of a skirmisher, and their melee attack is that of a line infantry, so anti-shock. Yeah, see, the sailors, they're not even really doing much because they got caught right over here against these units. Yeah, the sailors did not last long at all, actually. They didn't do a thing that they were supposed to. What they're really supposed to do would have been to shoot at these Maladantes because of their crush armor, which penetrates their 40% pierce. But, yeah. I don't know. Like, I do not know at all. Alright, and now we see pickets being trained by Haiti up here. I still don't know if this is the unit you want, honestly. I mean, it's really hard to tell since technically Mapuche don't get a skirmisher until age 3. So, yeah, I guess it sort of makes sense, but at the same time, what? Because, you know, the Maladantes kind of changes the whole game, really, until they get taken out. Alright, so what do you do with this? Like, do you put the pickets onto the... Well, that's good, you snared them a little bit, but can you catch them now? I don't think so, because now they're just going to speed up again.
Bonjour.
Yeah, there's no point reviving them at that point, since they're right under the enemy's thumb. And that's why you start with 20 faith, by the way, so you can revive about 2 of the civilians right from the start of the game. You know, so you don't have to get in church that early to start reviving stuff. Yeah, I just don't know though how this is going because the Mapuche have one of the more macabre starting rosters, I would say. They get like a dragoon, they get a spearman, they get like a foot lancer basically, and then they get like a scout cavalry that actually doubles as like a spy, sacrificing a lot of its HP and damage to have spy multipliers, you know, against mercenaries, heroes, natives, that sort of thing. Here comes the 1-2 phase though. They're probably going to do some raiding work here. See how much damage they do though? Like 30 damage at this stage in the game. That's pretty good actually, you know? That's actually a lot of damage dished out. And then, basically now these 1-2 phase need to retreat to this area here because the Escovs have arrived. And now we're gonna see a bit of a, well, here's the thing. I think at this stage Mapuche could probably go to Capital Age. Maybe. Because they do have... Well, they need some coin for that, though. That's the thing. They need a little bit of coin. Just about 100 more coin, maybe. A little bit more than that. They should be good to go. As for the Haiti up here, their best bet is just to keep pressuring on at this point, you know, since they hold the military advantage, I think, in terms of units that they can produce. You'd actually have to force the Mapuche onto his Trangolafs, which is a food and coin unit, to even deal with the large mass of these things. So if you could keep these rolling in, great. Now we see the Brummers. The Brummers, they have a really good siege attack, 36 siege. Nothing to be trifled with. One time you want to see the Brummers, I guess, is when you want to siege something. They basically have the same stats as like German Landwehren before they became the emergency unit, pretty much. So less range damage output, but higher range. You know, they can actually kite with stuff pretty easily. Well. Pickets going after Maladante is not the best use of the unit, honestly. You really want the Escos to do the work since they at least have a multiplier against them. But here comes the Brummers again. Ah, that's... Did he do that on purpose? Did he walk by the coyotes just the wolves just that's kind of interesting because, you know, when the Escopeteros use their shotgun attack, there's always a chance a bullet is going to fly off and hit one of the animals. And then the animals get angry and they start biting your ankles, you know? So that's actually a viable strategy against splash units of any kind. Get near the wildlife, and hopefully they'll get hit, so then the wildlife will start attacking those units and start helping you out. Well, there's one Maladanchi down. But unfortunately, the Mapuche are going to H3 now. This is going to grant them access to a lot more powerful card options. Which cards they go with, I don't know. He could send Matreros, he could send cannons, he could send really anything. Oh, more of the Maladanches. So he's going to ship in about 5 of them? Is that right? 5 Maladanches. Yeah, this is starting to look like a Haitian loss at this point because, yeah, the score's just falling apart here for Rommel. The score's just falling apart here. And Mapuche at this point, how many vills? 34. Quite good. How about Haiti? 21 vills. Man, that is bad. That's real bad. Just too bad. Like, what are you going to do if he starts making artillery pieces from the artillery foundry? You're basically gone at that point. Yep, exactly. Here comes the artillery pieces. These are really called artillery pieces. They're basically like a light form of the falconet. So they deal damage against infantry really well. When the Tufe is actually winning here because of their ranged attack against the pickets. You know, the picket fence is not strong enough to fence off these units. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know at this point. And then, of course, the Maladanches, they're like literal cannons themselves because of their hack attack here, just cutting through units' pierce armor. And in the case of the heavy infantry, even though they have the hand armor, they just don't have the survivability against the 2x multipliers. So we see 3 artillery pieces right now, and then 2 more are going to get shipped in. Are these artillery pieces even going to see any action here, or is Rommel just going to get out of here and just resign? Oh, here's the big bun tech, Lumo Kogwai tactics. This simply just increases the line of sight and range of all artillery units in the Mapuche roster, so these artillery pieces end up becoming an even more long-range unit after that big bun is sent. And here are the Triangulaps, by the way. They're basically like Spanish Lancers on foot, being an assault with hand armor, multipliers, same thing. You really want to use Dragoons to kill these usually, which, of course, Haiti would have to be an H3 to get you nuts to even think of doing. So that's a GG there against Rommel and Jeff. Good job. Let's check the post game. You know, I'm curious to see what the numbers were. Yeah, Mapuche clearly better in resources here. What? Not a coin. No dinero. No dinero from Rommel. 0 coin. 0 coin. No attempted hunting dogs or steel traps or... steel trap as it's called in Latin America. No attempt at any... Wow. Maybe that's to blame. Who knows? And look at the difference here. 69 kills versus only 18 for the number of units. That's really inefficient military use, typically. Like, you're either building the wrong units or you're not managing them well. Because this kill number is really, really small. And that should not be the case ever. If you're doing things the right way. Yeah, that's true. I mean, you gotta make sure you're killing things the right way, man. If you're not, things can go really badly. Alright. Alright, so let's open up again and go to their match number 2. It's good to see 0 drop frames so far, so we're not stuttering at all. Totally awesome. Feels good since I can actually check the chat now while I'm in between the coverages, so that feels good. I just wish there was more talking here, you know? Because finally I get the thing working and then nobody's silent, you know? I guess it's alright because we're going to be able to see this VOD anyways on both YouTube and Twitch. Yeah, that's pretty cool, right? You don't have to go to YouTube anymore, though I do recommend everyone here, tell everyone you know to come subscribe to Unstoppable Select's YouTube channel. We need you. We need your views, we need your likes, we need your attention there. Because I'm always doing lots of AoE 3 stuff there, and we really need the whole AoE 3 community to come together and watch that stuff. Because, you know, I really like the game, you know, and I really want to be one of the best, if not the best AoE 3 YouTuber there ever was, you know. Just want to put good stuff out for everyone. Modded stuff, unmodded stuff, you name it. Let's get on the match 2 and continue this thing, shall we? Well. Alright, so we got Prostegma, Antimos, Glacia. Very nice. I like the civ on this map, you know, the Greeks. Because you can always take your landowner's investment and plop it right down here to make it dock. Yeah. For those that don't know what a landowner's investment is it's basically a starting wagon you get that builds like one building. Think of it like a travois for the HUDs. And the reason why that's given to you is because nation-state civs like Greece or Bulgaria or Serbia or Romania, they actually age up from buildings, so they can either age up at the dock, if you're Greeks only, or you can age up at the barracks, stable, artillery foundry, market, or hunting lodge, which is basically a nation-state livestock pen that has hunting upgrades at it. That's it, really. So, pretty interesting stuff. And in particular for the Greeks, getting a dock is very important since Greeks get free fishing boats over time from their docks. So, think of them as Ottomans on water, pretty much. Pretty much. How about for the opposing team? Wow, this is a Prostegma Malesta mirror. Greeks on both sides, so we're going to see a lot of Kalos and Tisbelievs on both sides. Very nice. Yeah, they also use the Age of Mythology voice lines too, so lots of Prostegma and Antimos on both sides, and Malestas. Yeah, that's always fun. You know, I like Greeks and Age of Mythology too, so, you know, that was always a nice little bonus to see in this civ. How about the decks, though? The decks going to be sort of the same, or they're going to be a bit different? How about for Rommel? Rommel, Crates, Marauders, Scythemen, Frontier Defenses, also some Troophylax Legion cards. Alright, I mean, that's a good deck. I mean, don't have any complaints with it at all. I mean, it gets the job done pretty well, you know? Lots of late game stuff for artillery here. These all benefit artillery actually, which is kind of funny. This benefits all units HP. One thing to keep in mind though for Greek cards is, see this little border here with like the little bit of white and blue, sort of. It looks red right now, but it's going to look blue and gray later. It basically means there's one politician that you can age up as once you age up as them. It adds a booster to the card to make the card more potent than if you didn't have that politician active. So pay attention to what you're aging up as the Greeks, because if you do, sometimes you can get an extra bonus from a card. Like this one, it says here, if you get Kitsos Teveleus, it improves the siege attack of Kleps even further than what the card normally does. Or this one, for instance, it also improves the Scythemen and Klep by 50% stats even more than the card normally does. So pay attention to that stuff when you're playing, you know. Sometimes the effects are even radically different than what the card normally does too. So You have to pay attention to that stuff and make sure that you're aging up with politicians that benefit certain cards in your deck whenever possible. Only for the Greeks, you know. Serbia, Bulgaria, Romania, they don't have that bonus, so you can really just use whatever cards you feel like whenever you want, you know. They got their own set of bonuses and makes them pretty good. So, Greeks over here. Jeff, the Lascanina Bobalina, so this will grant them 2 fishing ships from their gather point here, which will help boom up the water a bit. It's interesting to see Jeff going for 3 docks. I do need to explain a little bit of a tweak to the Greek Civ to make them a little bit more balanced. So basically, the build limit of fishing ships for Greeks is a lot less. At this stage, it's only 10. It goes up a little bit with each... there's 2 ways to improve build limit of ships for Greeks, the fishing boats. Number 1 is aging up with dock politicians. So, Lascarina Bobalina will actually improve the build limit of the fishing ships. Another way to improve the build limit of fishing ships is fishing upgrades, which Greeks get about 3 of. So, every time they upgrade their gather rate for fishing and whaling, they're also improving their build limit of the fishing ships further. So Jeff is definitely going to have to make sure he gets a lot of those technologies from the dock and possibly even 2 or 3 dock politicians to really make a 3 dock boom justifiable here. It's also kind of spicy because, of course, you're dealing with the opposing side who's also engaging in a dock boom as well from his free fishing ships. And that makes me wonder, like, how much does fish booming actually do when both players are Greek? Because they're obviously both pumping out fishing ships in both areas, right? I guess the big difference being that Jeff is going to get those fishing ships out a lot sooner, and therefore he's going to get the most fish off of the map. One thing to know about Greek fishing ships, though, is they can make fishing traps, which is an agricultural building. It's like a mill on water. So basically it's like a big giant station that has a big net with fish in it. The fishing ships can actually gather food from it even after all the fish is gone. And then, of course, whales are always an infinite resource on water. So Greeks are actually get the most value out of their fishing ships even into the late game, since it cuts down the number of peasants that they need to actually farm, because they can get a lot of that done from just fish from the traps. Rommel initiating a bit of a raid over here, it looks like. Rommel is looking to keep his barracks down here. Now, does Jeff know about this barracks? He does not know about this barracks, so until the Explorer... the Explorer might find it, though, so we have to keep note of that. Really? Will he find the barracks? He knows about the Kleps, so he probably knows that something's going on. Ah, yes, he was going to go for a native site on the Wendats here to get some mantlets, but then he found out that, no, it looks like your opponent has decided to put their forward base here. So, let's go start out with Kleps, which is an early skirmisher unit for the Greeks. Pretty good unit, I would say, since they have a little bit more range to start out with. Also, sending in some Marauders. Marauders are simply just Uans, you know, they're low HP, high attack. Same stats as Uans. And also Serbs can make them as well, so they're considered like the common scout unit of the nation-state culture for now. Also, here comes Scythemen. Scythemen are basically just pikemen, but they have some splash behind them, you know? And they actually have really good multipliers. 6x against shock units and 1 splash. So they're like little baby pikemen samurai hybrids, really. As a result, they're a little bit more expensive, but that's okay since they usually do a lot of damage when they get into a melee. Ah, Klep versus Klep. Klep foot versus Klep flip. Yeah, I know that's not how it's spelled, but we're gonna throw that little pun in there. Yeah, Marauders though, these are gonna really, yeah, that's not good. Like, you know, but they're really eating into those units. Yeah, but now Jeff is forced to back up with the Scythemen. The Scythemen are going to be the defense at this point. Let's see if the Kleps can... well, if they can't reach the Scythemen, at least they can shoot the peasants. Or not. Are they gonna... Rommel! What are you doing? Kill something. Don't go after the barracks. Silly dog. Kill something. Raid something. There you go. Nice. You killed one peasant. That's good. That's good. But what are we going to see now? Are you going to see Cree trackers up here now? Oh yeah, that's totally possible at this point. Now the Cree trackers is interesting because the Cree trackers are full-on skirmishers with high HP. So if he could get like a stack of Cree trackers here, these clubs would actually be in serious trouble since they wouldn't be able to keep up with them in stats. Yeah, right now it seems like Rommel has the bigger initial army, but he's just not doing enough. Well, I give you credit for taking the barracks out. That's good. I mean, that's going to help deal with forward production, and that'll give you a chance to target maybe these clips a bit better. At the same time, though, you do need to keep in mind that raised buildings turn into ancient ruins, and these structures will trickle experience points for the player. So you really should try to siege these ruins down as quick as possible, because you are granting your enemy experience points by letting them keep their ancient ruins up, pretty much. And only Greeks have this feature, by the way. Serbs don't, Romanians don't. This is another Greek civ bonus, having their destroyed buildings turn into ancient ruins. Helps them maintain their choke points and defense on the map by walling stuff off, and then it gives them some XP, as you see right here. Now, this Greek is going to ship in the Chorophylaxi Battalion. This is basically just regular line infantry with extra range. Like, I think it's like 14 or 16 extra range. A little bit better stats than the standard line infantry or muskets that the Civ gets. Yeah, I mean, at this rate, it's like just defend and push out if you're red Greeks. If you're blue Greeks, you need to really think of a way to getting in and beating them. Oh, so Rommel's maybe thinking like Capital Age. Maybe. You know, what could work here is if they went up to the Capital Age first and got some honor guards from the stable, which is the nation-state assault unit. Instead of like fancy splash attack or anti-infantry multipliers, what the honor guard does is it basically has double armor values. It has pierce armor and hack armor of 30% each, making it like a knight almost. Yeah. Oh wow, we see Greek Native American canoes burning up the blue fishing ships. What a cheap way to destroy somebody's fish boom, you know. These canoes, they only cost like 100 wood. Same price as a fishing ship. So for the price of 3 fishing ships, you literally burn up the enemy's entire fishing fleet. Talk about some insane value by going with the native site. You know, Jeff is no stranger to natives. You know, if he can take advantage of the native settlements to either use canoes or send a native warrior out to benefit his army, he will not hesitate. He will show no mercy in terms of using natives. Not at all. Not at all, really. Not at all. So, Ron, are you going up to age 3 or what? Like, and which building is he going to do it with? Is he going to do it with the hunting lodge? Is he going to do it with the barracks? Where is he going to do the age 3 from? He could do it from the dock as well. Oh, the Picopyrons. Oh, yeah, those are pretty nice. Picopyrons are pretty nice. Basically, what the Picopyricos are is basically a Greek fire ship. Greeks have the option of turning their fishing ships into fire ships for like 100 wood, I think. And basically it turns them into like kamikazes. You know, they can ram themselves into these canoes or fishing ships and dish out damage to them. Yeah, that's what you can do with the Piker Pyros. Oh, no. Don't put Scytheman in there. You know they're not going to do good against these things. Go back over here. You know, you're going up with an age up now with Ionis Corletis. Once you do that, you can ship in some, well, you can ship in some of these, send some Argards in, and maybe clean this up. Do we have a stable at all from Rommel? Yes, he's building a stable, so he's doing that part, right? Let's see if he trains the right thing, though. Let's see if he trains the right thing. Yeah, that would make a big difference if he trained the right thing here. So, what are you going to do at this point? Ship in Kleps, probably? Just a nice spammable skirmish unit. And save your training for the honor guards. Oh, wood. Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense, too, since honor guards can cost him. Yep, he knows to make honor guards great. You know, he knows what unit to go with. Honor guard's going to have a lot of armor against both the skirmisher units here and the hand units, you know. Yep, he'll actually be able to tank against really all of these attacks. With these, he just needs a good number of them, though. And to do that, you're going to need another stable. You're going to need some more mining to take place. And I think if you use your cords of wood properly, you can have most of the villas here on the mines to be able to afford more honor guards. And then you can just use the one vill on the wood to get the stable up in the houses. Yep, so about 4 of them, 4 by 5 honor guards. Alright, so will these honor guards be able to, yeah, let's see. Let's see. Well, yeah, I mean, at this rate, I feel like the honor guards are probably your best bet, but you need a lot more of them. A lot more of them, though. Like, really. See how long they last, though? That this is what makes honor guards like a really strong unit. They just can deal with a lot of abuse, but when you're in this situation, when you don't have a lot of them, they're just taking too much abuse, then they will start to falter. And that's why Rommel really should have had like 5 or have like 20 or 30 of these going, because then he could have probably have dealt with this a lot easier, I would say. Yeah, certainly. It's unfortunate, you know. Rommel Jeff just played a little bit better using the Kree natives to his advantage, going triple dock. Just little choices like that made a big difference, you know, in this mirror matchup. Yeah, you can see the economic difference in food, especially by having triple docks. In terms of military, yeah, that equated to, well, this was unit choice mainly, because Jeff knew that really the best thing in a Greek mirror, if you don't see marauders, is to go with Kleps, because they are good at killing other Kleps in bigger numbers, and they kill Scythemen. So really, that is the way to go. The fact that Rommel had more Scythemen, but didn't have to deal with any shock units, basically was a wasted unit that didn't see any use at all. You know? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I don't know, like, definitely. Oh, nice. Got a message from one of my viewers who's looks at my DE3 casting. He says he likes what he sees. Yeah. Grr. Grr. Why, is that because Arankar's up next, Foofy? Yeah, I think ours is next. Is it? No, I don't know. I'm gonna have to look at the UI. I think it's actually Arankara next now. Let's see. Let's see if me and Foofy are going to fight yet. No, we got to get through Chorizo, Muy Largo, and Kazan first. Let's see if the Chorizo Muy Largo can take on Kazan today. Chorizo Muy Largo. United States of America. Wow, I was expecting Zulu. What's up with this? What's up with this? And what's Kazango? Peru? Okay. Okay, that's totally fine with me. These are definitely civs I was not expecting. Like, when you think of Kazan, you think of like civs like the Russians usually, or the Spanish, or Gran Colombia, something like that, but not Peru. And then same thing with Chori. Well, I did know that Chori does know how to play the United States, so yeah, that was definitely foreseeable somewhat. But I definitely would expect him to go with the Zulu Rush for his first game, like he usually does. You know, when I think in this matchup, Zulu probably could have done pretty well. Yeah, as long as you don't let the grenades become a problem with the Legion Peruana. Yeah. For new people, United States, a lot of that stuff about Anglophonies that I mentioned about Canada holds here pretty much. Of course, no log cabins, just regular houses. You know, more American accents. Really, well, the thing that makes the United States different is the fact that they have extra technologies, right? So most civs get like 3 wood chopping technologies. United States get 4 wood chopping technology. Well, wait a second. Well, here's a better example. So normally you get like 4. Well, I think the best way to explain is probably through the military and arsenal. Like normally you get like 1 set of arsenal upgrades that you use for a civ, or 1 set of like a total of 3 upgrades for a military unit. For United States, they actually have like, I think like 5 unit upgrades per military unit. 5 ranks militarily. And then as far as arsenal is concerned, they actually have 2 duplicate arsenal technologies. Like they have a level 1 and a level 2. So the United States overall gets extra technologies in all areas, economically and militarily. And another neat little thing they get too is something called Great Companies. Something you can get from the general store market later in the game in the Industrial Age. Basically, it's a company, a famous iconic brand that you know from the US, that brings you additional techs from these buildings called the Great Stands that somebody called an entrepreneur makes. Right? These guys with big trench coats and top hats, basically. Basically capitalists, you know? And there's about 8 companies total. You got General Electric, you got Coca-Cola, because many people don't know that Coca-Cola was created in the time of Wars of Liberty. It was a very different product back then, but it still existed. You got Tiffany's, Diamonds, you got Levi Jeans, Texaco Oil, Ford, the Ford company as well, and Colt Rifle Firearms. And they each basically emphasize around a particular thing. Like Colt's obviously good for gunpowder units. Texaco is good for cavalry since you don't get cars until the Great War Age. Oh yeah, and then you get John Deere as well. That's good for agriculture. You can even get tractors, believe it or not, in this game. You know, John Deere can actually send you actual red tractors that you can put onto the mills or plantations to gather at a great rate from them, which is pretty cool, you know, tractors. And they're one of the few motorized vehicles you've always been able to make in Wars of Liberty before the Great War Age was ready. So there's that. What are they going to be aging up with, though? George Washington, the Union. So they're going to be coming out with some leathernecks, as they're called. Well, they don't call them leathernecks yet. They're basically just Marines, Marine infantry. Basically, you know, again, similar to the Tropas de la Marine, they get pierce armor, they're considered skirmish tag, and then they get crush damage in their range attack. So, basically, they're like an Abyss gunner almost, really, just without the multipliers, really. They actually don't get any malice, though. That's the big thing that makes them good. You know, they actually deal the same damage to cav units as they do to infantry, which makes them really brutal to deal with. As for Peru, they're going up with the first Japanese wave. A pretty good option for Peru, usually. It's a little bit weaker on non-water maps since really going heavy into Japan. Well, here's the thing with Japan. Their second age up later on gives you like banks of fish, so you actually don't get any real benefit in your capital age up by going Japan. Grades 2 you do a little bit because you get a cherry orchard and you can obviously get access to Japanese stuff really, but beyond that point it's not that great. I guess I should sort of explain to newcomers how immigrants work pretty much. So really, immigrants are basically like secondary civs within your main civ. Each time you age up as them, for a given age up, they give you 2 new technologies. But other than that, they have a special villager that the settlement will make. Has a special property that they're good at. Other than that, they gather weaker than other villagers and everything else. Also, those immigrant villagers can either rebuild their immigrant colony if it's destroyed. So if you lose all your immigrant workers when the colony is destroyed, then you don't get those immigrants anymore. They're basically gone for good. So better manage them. And then they can build a special immigrant house that has a special property. For Japan, which is pretty obvious, their houses work like shrines. So essentially, their immigrant houses can lure in the herdables and the huntables and improve the trickle of your choice of the building, just like the standard Japan civ does. So yeah, pretty much. And then of course you get special units from the immigrant colony. Like 2 matches ago we saw Rommel make some Brummers from the German colony. Japan gets their own units. They also get a line infantry unit, and they also get a cavalry unit called a cavalry medic that can heal stuff too. So yeah, you gotta try and mix and match the stuff that you like, and you can actually mix and match immigrants too. You don't have to stick with one immigrant the whole game. You can have like 3 different colonies by the end, if that's what you want, pretty much, right? Certainly. Yeah. Well, something I should also explain too, because we're seeing a little bit of it here. I should explain how grenadiers work. So grenadiers have a charged grenade attack now. See this here? They throw the grenade and then they start shooting. Essentially, once they throw their grenade, they don't get another grenade till 45 seconds later. And up until they're ready to get their next grenade, they have to shoot with their musket. They still have the heavy infantry tag as well as being a siege trooper, but they do have pierce armor, which makes them different than musketeers and line infantry and the such. The thing you're supposed to do with grenadiers is try to plan their grenade throws carefully like that. See that? How it was able to kill that unit there? Yeah, that's how you're supposed to use grenadiers most of the time. Right? And you're supposed to bank up those grenade throws so when you really need them. Because if you use it too quickly, then you have to wait another 45 seconds to use it again. The sort of thing that works out for Peru's advantages when you kill a Peruvian unit. The rest of the units nearby gain improved movement speed. Right, they run faster, so they can actually retreat, run back to the base, let their grenades recharge, and come back and throw them at you again. And so you're aware of the grenade throws that these grenadiers get. Does have a bit of a 1.25 anti-infantry multiplier to them. Also, there's no malice on their grenade throws. Because, you know, in DE, grenadiers have a malice to cavalry. They deal less damage to cav units. That's not the case in Wars of Liberty. These grenadiers that you can see the grenade throw is recharged, no malice. Just the 0.25 against infantry. That's it. That's it, really. United States kind of forced at this point to do mostly infantry. We could see him go for some sort of light cavalry, maybe. Do they have a stable? They don't have any wood for a stable, which is a bit of a problem. And then they're making spontooners, which I don't really know why you're doing that. Lost the barracks anyways, but still, I mean. Why was the United States making spontooners anyways? We don't even see any lanceros or macheteros to justify that. Seriously. Really. I just don't know. Like, chorizo Chorizo Muy Largo, what were you planning with that unit? Like, seriously. Ah, now we see the macheteros up here. Maybe that's why Chorizo went for that. Maybe. Maybe. But are you going to be able to deal from now with these units? We'll see. Well, one down. Now you're going to have to sort of kite off these other ones and hope the grenade throws don't rip you apart. Yeah, these ones have the grenade toss, so you got to be careful. I mean, they're going to do some hardcore damage if you're not... Right now, it seems like Chorizo's doing good at kiting, though. I will say that. You know, he's being very careful not to take any casualties here, and he's getting the maximum... Ah, but then the grenade... Oh, yeah, see... You gotta be careful with these grenade tosses. And now that these ones are here, that's gonna probably be lethal at this point, so most of that army. Yeah, these infantry are done for if they let the grenades get too close. Yeah, this is the other backfiring thing of Peru, because they run fast and when a unit dies, they can actually chase you down and flag down your army just to throw the grenades in the right spot. Ah, yeah, look at that. These units are barely hanging on at this point. They're barely hanging on now. Still has some grenade throws too, I believe. Yeah. So if they wanted to, he could aim them onto here. Aim the ones he has onto here. And, you know, finish them off. Oh, yep. Well, that grenade was used. Yeah, he's got to let these recharge a bit, because I'm just seeing like sort of one grenade toss now at this point and not an organized one. Like an organized grenade toss by all of these would be enough to wipe out. Ah, yeah, see that? That's why those grenade tosses do such a significant thing. But then we see more of them over here. More of them over here. It's just, I don't know, like, dealing with Grenadiers in Wars of Liberty is always an interesting situation, because you got that phase of worrying of when the grenade throw is going to come and preparing for it, and then after that it's sort of like, oh, I'm fine. And then you realize, how long do I have till it recharges again, then I have to deal with it again. You know? And the fact it can deal some serious damage against my shock units too isn't always assuring. It can obviously deal full damage against artillery. Really, between marine infantry and grenade throwing infantry, like, these are really very different unit classes from what you're used to in vanilla gameplay. Oh wow, that grenade toss basically killed the spontooners, exposing the infantry again. Yeah, I mean, at this point it's like, yeah, not looking too good. Looking too good at all. Yeah, I think Peru won this one, honestly. Pretty sure of that. Yeah, that grenade toss is gonna do some serious stuff. Yep. Oh, wow, we see the Shuar Bodoquieros. These are basically like native, like they're blow gunners, but they actually have multipliers against cavalry instead of infantry, so don't be confused by them. Don't think that they're like the Carib blow gunners. They're actually an anti-cav unit at range. Yep. I had to make that clear since they technically look the same, they have the same icon. Don't get confused between the Shuar and the Caribs. You know, the Caribs are like skirmishers, the Shuar are like dragoons. Well, sort of. They don't do anti-artillery. Anyways, that match is over with since it out-synced prematurely, but not by much, you know. The match is basically over anyways. It's basically over at that point. Alright, so let's move on to the next one. I hope our stuff doesn't now sync, because if it does, I might just use my recordings, because I have a copy of the recordings as well. So this is Chorizo versus Kazan Part 2. Let's see if the chorizo muy largo can come back. Chorizo muy largo with... Jesus. This is happening way too much today. This is going to affect the length of the stream. Like, really? Like, why? Why is this happening? Why? Why is this happening? Why? Why? We're losing lots of potentially good gameplay footage today because of these corrupted recording files. You know? Maybe Fufi did this to us from Juanito Land, so maybe our encounter would play sooner. Maybe. Maybe somebody's playing stuff behind the scenes here just to get favorable games up sooner. Maybe. Yeah, because now I'm playing now. Now you can see what I do. How I do things. Alright? Mine was a tiebreaker one here. Very long series, so this one, hopefully we don't have any problems, because if it is, I'm really going to be tempted to use one of my recordings to show it. Alright. I don't think we should have any problems here, because I didn't pause, I didn't do any wacky stuff at all, so we should be good. Alright, so we got Fufi with the Dutch. He's a very solid Dutch player, so he knows what he's doing with them. He knows the whole bank build order with them. Just like I do indeed, so I don't have any doubts at all that Fufi doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know what he's doing. As for me, though, I go with the Zulu. Yeah. And you know what's real shocking is, after this whole entire set of, games for this many weeks, how many weeks has it been? 17 weeks? Almost many, many months. And I actually haven't used Zulu at all in this whole tournament until now. And you would be thinking, wait a minute, the Gringo Muy Guapo did not go with Zulu for this long? It's one of his signature civs, and I just didn't want to use them because I was just too concerned because of the tag rework that Zulu might have lost their touch, But I decide just because, I want to change things up and go back to some other civs, maybe Zulu do have a potential in the tag rework. And we'll find out, are Zulu still viable in a 1 versus 1 at a higher level? So I always start out with the Akanda, I play very basic with the Zulu, I don't have any special sort of builds with the Zulu. Pretty much I just try to keep a constant queue of villagers going at all times because I know if I can reach a constant queue of villagers and always have hunts available, that's when Zulu really shine. Because if I run out of food, if I run out of hunts of Zulu, I'm almost dead at that point. So, and I know on this map, I got deer sources, I got sources of elk here. There are plenty of sources of food on the map that I can rely on, so this is actually one of the more favorable maps to go with the Zulu attack on, Also, Hudson Bay is also a decent map. I don't know about Jebel Musa. I'd have to try that sometime, maybe. I've seen GP go Zulu on Jebel Musa before with some success, so probably. This is my deck. I'm just gonna go over it real quick. So it's called Dutch because a main part of this deck is the Zwart Hollander shipment, right? It sends about 9 Zwart Hollanders, which are basically just line infantry, same stats as musketeers, and 100 coin, since African cards have a special property based on the nation that they origin from. So Dutch cards will send a bit of coin to you. German cards will typically... I don't know what these cards do. I think they arrive faster if they're from South Africa. German cards will send free clubmen, the Umpakades, and British cards will, if we have any here, will basically improve your unit stats by 1%, like an upgrade. That's pretty much it, really. Yeah, see this right here? Improves attack and hit points by 1%. So, little nice little bonuses for African cards that come from foreign powers. The way I do Zulu from the library standpoint is I go 1 red, 1 yellow, 1 blue. I don't go across the board with multiple colors, because what Chorizo More Largo does is he goes for blue 1 and blue 2, so he can save red for later, because the blue techs are the cheapest in food to get. I just do a mix match, so that way I can get 1 blue out of the way, 1 yellow out of the way, and 1 red out of the way. To explain the library for Zulu, basically, blue techs will send you porter wagons. This is the only way you can get porters as a civ. The yellow technologies will send you free villagers. They'll also improve the build limit of your youths, which is your little black kids that you can turn into big tough soldiers when they grow up. Yeah, and then before we get onto that, the red basically sends groups of Impy, and will also, which is their heavy infantry unit that's ranged, and improves the movement speed of infantry. So these red techs will make your units move faster. This is the first one, King's Weaponry. This one will just send you some youths, since it's the first one, and basically unlocks you to train military units upon age 2. So what I decided here, based on my knowledge of using Zulu against Dutch in the past, the way to mess with Dutch as Zulu is to do a mass of firebrands. Use the firebrands to siege your nearest bank. And if you can siege the bank of Dutch, you basically put them out of commission like really hard. Because the bank costs about 350 food, 350 wood. If you can siege that down, that source of coin trickle for the Dutch, who by the way their villagers cost coin, as you know from vanilla, that's a very serious fatal situation for you to deal with. And that's exactly what I went with here. I figured, let's get a large group of firebrands out. Let's try to mix some other stuff in, using the 3 firebrand card from the home city as a starting point for that. And let's go right for this bank here, which Fufi thankfully has for us to use, because sometimes Dutch will hold off on getting banks, but he did not. He's sticking to the standard Dutch build order for banks, sending in the 700 wood to get the wood that he needs to get another bank, and then he would naturally go for the... He doesn't have the bank wagon, which is a little bit shocking, because usually in standard Dutch bank build orders, they have a bank wagon too. So yeah, this is kind of interesting here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to take these firebrands, if I can, and try to move on to this bank. Thankfully for me, Fufi has really no army here. He has no pikemen, no skirmishers, no grenadiers, which Dutch can make out of the barracks now. Really has no defense here at all, which lets me plop down these firebrands right here and start getting to work. Right, and look at how much damage they do. Quite a lot, right? More Impy coming in from behind. I can slowly add units in to help out the attack here. Let's see if this bank goes down, because if it does, that means that I've done my job here. And yes, spoilers, I do take down this bank, And this is where the successes really starts to come in. But what's interesting is Fufi actually decides to go for a dance hall style build, which basically means he's going to go for outlaws, because that card basically reduces the population cost of outlaws. So these renegados go from a very pop heavy unit to a very less pop heavy unit to I think 2 population after that. Before sending dance halls, let's look at the unit when it comes out. It's 6 population, yeah, but after you send dance halls it goes down to 4, which not a whole lot, but it does make a big difference and certainly affects the number that you can push out. And the point of him going renegados is because he knows I'm going with a lot of heavy infantry units like the firebrand, the MP, the spearmen. So to him, if he can get large groups of renegados out, that is a real useful play for him. and shipping in his coin. 2 is going to let him train even more of these Renegados. He's also going to have to put up some houses to be able to keep up their numbers. But me, as a Zulu, my main concern is getting large masses of units out onto the field. And if we can find any more banks, like this one, burn that one too. Because every bank you burn of the Dutch, it's another kick to the ribs for them, you know? Their economy gets completely shafted out of existence if you can take out every bank of theirs. Because not only do they lose their coin income, they basically wither away the resources that went into the bank building itself. Now with this raid, I realize that he's got Renegados, and now I have to play a little bit more carefully, especially considering Minutemen are also coming out. The Minutemen do have multipliers against my Firebrands, so I have to deal with those quickly. Right? I do need to target those. I do need to... For one, I have to make sure my clubmen are on the Renegados, because they're the shock unit, that's what they counter, and everything else is to target the Minutemen. Right? And thankfully, one of my Firebrands does, well... Yeah, one of my Firebrands does survive just by the fact that he was away from the Minutemen. And I do manage to get out with them, and I end up making some more later, I think. Yeah, see, I am able to deal with the Minutemen for now, so that's good. That potential threat is taken care of, and I can just retreat out of here and make more units. Because I'm relying solely on constant villager economy. I am able to keep the advantage here at all times. I don't even need to mark it because I'm keeping my Vil queue up at all times. And so people are aware of how Zulu work militarily. They don't train from military buildings. They basically turn these little kids into soldiers. They mature them into a unit of your choice. Right? They actually work exactly like the Zergs in StarCraft, if you've played StarCraft before. And that ends up making Zulu a more micro-intensive civ than normal, but very rewarding if you can get used to the Zerg-style military build-up easier. Yeah, definitely. For me, it's pretty easy. It makes them an easier civ to play as, since you don't have to worry about having military buildings. You just need to turn the little kids into what you want whenever you want them, whenever you need them. Yeah, definitely. Also, it's common for Zulu to have lots of unit shipments as well to keep up that Zerg-style aggression. You use the clubmen to rush their skirmishers, the Umpakides they're called. You use the Impi to act as like your musketeer. They throw spears instead of using guns. You get a spearman unit, you get a bowman, which is an archer, good against heavy infantry and maneuver units. Then you get the Firebrand, which is a siege unit. It has a big stick that's, you know, ignite on fire and sieges stuff. And all of these units, by the way, besides the Impi and the Umpakity Clubmen, are standard African units, by the way. They would come out of the garrison typically, but for Zulu, since they don't use a garrison, they just get matured in the same process as everything else, pretty much. That's exactly how they work. It looks like Fufi sends some of the Undaunted natives. These are basically like native musketeers. They have really weak stats, but they ship in very large numbers. You know, like the first shipment is like 13 units. At this stage, because Fufi is in such bad shape, he's really just forced to queue up whatever coin he can out of that tavern, pretty much, and just keep pumping out Renegados. But I'm kind of ignore them a little bit for now just to take out the bank. Well, I decide at that point, yeah, at least use the clubmen to go after the Renegados, and maybe then we can do a little bit more sieging afterwards. I just decide just to go for the attack at this point. Yeah, I mean, I basically have already won the match at this point. You can tell from a mathematical stage because I have double the score. I have a constant stream of stuff coming in, and this group of Renegados from Fufi is just not going to cut it anymore. Because I have a wide smorgasbord of different units in there, so it's not dedicated heavy infantry. Though I do have spearmen coming, also I sent the Zwart Hollanders at this stage, so these will act as a musketeer unit to supplement even further. And then I decide, you know what, let's try to focus on this tea house next. Let's try to. But then I realize, you know, I still got the TC firing at me, so let's not get too greedy here, you know. I still have the advantage, so let's not lose that advantage. Let's keep our army numbers up overall. I can keep this explorer distracted a little bit here with the renegados. Regroup, wait for my shipments to come in. Yep, this one, some of the clubmen that I have. Looks like at this point Fufi now has a barracks and is going to try to make some skirmishers to defend. But as you can tell, their resources have basically been depleted by the loss of 2 banks. It's not easy to lose 2 banks as Dutch and still win, you know. I don't know about the placer mines though, honestly, because at this stage you really do need that food and wood to make more skirmishers, so I don't know why you sent placer mines at this stage. Maybe because their coin economy is that desperately deteriorated. How many settlers do they have? Only 16 settlers, you know. That's a really bad economy with just 1 bank at this stage in the game. When compared to me, numbers-wise, 37 villagers. That's a fully fledged economy with the beginning acquisition of market technologies too, so it's not baseline stats by anything in terms of gathering. Now I go in for the larger push, the larger mass. I'm going to go all the way in and take this force of Firebrands, Umpakity, Impy, Spearmen, and the Zwart Hollanders, and I'm going to go right towards the Dutch base here. I'm also starting to acquire my level 2 library technologies, because at this stage I've done so much damage, did so much pressure, that I can actually focus on going to later ages, upgrading stuff, doing all those wonderful little add-ons. And yep, still maintain double score here. You know that Fufi did not have a breakthrough that he needed to do anything about that. And at this rate, I already have like 100 pop on the field between Vills and Mill, you know. Here comes my Bowman shipment. Now I'm out of unit shipments, and now I can really start to think about age 3. You know, going to age 3, getting Ascaris, getting bigger numbered unit shipments, and that type of thing. Yeah, looky right here. The Firebrands are actually doing just as good against the skirmish units as the Umpakity. This is because Firebrands actually deal splash damage, and they have 50% pierce armor. So they're actually not bad as hand units against infantry when used in larger numbers. The fact that they have fire at the end of their big giant logs should scare you, you know. It does burn to be hit with fire, right? You don't want to be hit with a big burning stick. I don't think anyone does. And at this stage, the TC is down. Fufi really has only the option of queuing in skirmishers from barracks and renegado from the tea house. As the base is slowly getting burned down through the houses here, the redoubt, this is looking like a defeat. Yes, very bad indeed. Now we see skirmishers here, not a lot, really no coin left. The only reason you even got a coin really is the surviving settlers mining here and the bank. But you know, that's not going to last, and that's why Fufi just closes it off and resigns here. He knows, you know what, we're just wasting time here. Let's get on to match 2 and make up for it, you know. Let's see what we can do in match 2. And see if he can come back and make it a tiebreaker match. Right. Yep, Firebrand here. Doing some serious splash work here. GG. Let's look at the post game just so you're aware of how the math looks. Yeah, I had better resources. Like this one in particular should be a wake-up call too. I had triple the food, triple the comida and carne in the bank at this point, in the market, because I was hunting so much. The wood was slightly more. The only thing the Dutch did really good here was the coin, because they are the Dutch, they are the coin sieve. If Dutch was down on coin, then that would have been a performance issue, but it just came down to civs, I think. Zulu pressure can really mess up Dutch if they're not ready to deal with it. 97 units, slightly more kills, lots of more raises. It all came down to unit massing, unit choices to include in that mass, and it, even at the graph here, look at the graph. Zulu maintaining constant unit numbers all the time, and this just stagnated due to the lack of banks. That's all it takes sometimes, That's all it takes. Hey, what's up? Hey, Diggs, how you doing? They just finished the match, I always check chat between matches, because unfortunately I haven't figured out yet how to read chat while doing the casting. If I could, I would be able to, keep up with the talking a little bit more, but at least now I've figured out a decent low resource browser that I can use, that I can check in between matches with. I guess it's Microsoft Edge that has the least resource usage. So, hey, what's up, man? How you doing? Say it right back. Let's get started for the next match, though. I want to keep these rolling in along so we get through the stream. If we can keep the stream going quicker, that means a lot less time uploading, which means a higher chance that it'll actually be uploaded on the day that it should. How many more matches do we have, by the way? We're already through 1 column, 2 column, and then 3 columns. So we're actually almost at the end here. I think the reason is because we had so many out of syncs today that the stream is just naturally smaller. That's kind of sad because I want to see a bigger stream with lots of more games, and yeah, unfortunately. That's unfortunate. Alright, so we got Foofy with the Australians, the Outback Civ, and I go with the Peruvians, This is because of something I was thinking of the week before. When I was supposed to go against Fiero, I was thinking, I had this really wacky idea for an encounter. I do match 1 is Zulu and match 2 is Peru. For some reason that just popped into my brain, Zulu followed by Peru would be a magical idea. Yeah, I don't know, it's just something that came across my mind maybe, so, I have my weird way of thinking of stuff. Peru is certainly a good civ for this map since, Legion Peruanos are nothing to be trifled with. Because our civ picking process is not biased, we don't know what civ they're going to go with when we're picking our civ. I just figured Peru would be good across the board because they got a lot of good units. In particular, in this case, Zulu can do, or Peru I should say, can do pretty cool things against the Australians. And to understand that, you have to understand how the Australians work. So let me get into that, because you've already seen Peru play a little bit, sort of know what they do. They're just like Lamb Civ. But Australia, this is the third Anglophony Civ. Australia has a couple of key bonuses. First one being these convict laborers. They're a slightly different villager than your normal pioneer. Basically, they're like outlaw villagers. They cost a little bit of food and a little bit of coin, It's a little bit offset because they do cost a little bit more coin than food. So they're actually pricier than a standard vill. And this means that you have to keep a stream of villagers on the mining and a stream of villagers on the hunting at all times to keep that queue going. And to make aging up more acquirable, Australia's first age up costs 400 food and 400 coin. And you have to balance those resources out perfectly to get your age up on time. It's not easy. It's really not. So you gotta keep that in mind when you're playing Australia. You have to time everything out perfectly with your macro. In terms of their deck, pretty standard fish boomy style deck here. We do see Coral Sea, which is technically a coin trickle card, but it also improves whales. We see Fish Market, we see Whale Oil, we see Barbarina Fish Traps, as well as rendering plant, every fishing card you could think of for Australia here. That's how Australia is going to try to, at least from the deck you see, how they're going to try to get ahead economically. In terms of military, their deck is actually more centered towards colonial units like the Bush Ranger and the Rum Corps, because you see rebellious combat here. So kind of an interesting choice, you know. I was expecting more native play here, which we actually will see, by the way, which completely shocks me, is the fact that Fufi decided to go with boomerangs on the native faction, even though he doesn't have the combat cards for him. But I guess he can do that. As for me, though, this is like my 1 versus 1 Peru deck. A lot of early pressure here with unit cards, crates, and a big finishing piece towards the mid to late game is infinite shipments of Vivendelas, the Juanitas Muy Bonitas, the Lancelos, as well as the Legion Peruanas. And then in Age 4, I have the bigger mass of Legion Peruanas, as well as the Gardamarinas. These are basically just sailors, but stronger, basically. They have like double the stats of the standard naval infantry does, so they can still make sailors, by the way, but the Guardia Marinas are just that much better. So if you can get those, get them. Unfortunately, they can't be trained the normal way, which is usually from a light ship like an Aviso or something. You actually have to get their ultimate ship to train them from them, so yeah. And to get that, you need this card here, Guanera ship. See, Latin Americans get a special building called an ultimate building. It's a unique building that trains their ultimate unit from it, and it has a special property. For Peru, the Guanera, which this ship makes, is basically like a factory on water. And that factory on water can not only can be configured to make food, wood, or coin, it also produces their special ship, the turret ship. It's basically an extra siege ship that you can gain access to that can also train the Guardia Marinas, or however you say it. Whoever rolls out the Juanito Benito tongue. So, for me, I actually go with the Tri-Ming Trufa Hauda immigrants, the Chinese. You know, because I want to make some of their coolies, which is actually a sapper unit. Essentially, this immigrant unit that the Chinese can make at this stage has shovels, and they're good at sieging buildings down. So, I have a very specific idea in mind. My idea is macheteros and coolies. Coolies to siege, macheteros to deal with the boomerangs, because macheteros are actually the only unit that has hack armor against the boomerangs that does not face any multiplier damage from the boomerangs. So I'm thinking if I mass up a lot of macheteros here, I can overpower his boomerangs. I didn't even check his deck. I just assumed he was going native faction. And I was right, he does go with the boomerangs against the grain of the deck. Probably because he knew the boomerangs are really the most effective unit to go with right now in this version. See, the Bush Rangers and the Rum Corps received a significant rework in the Great War patch, so they will work a lot differently. And maybe we'll see him more, who knows. Since Bush Rangers are technically now a skirmisher unit, and the Rum Corps would now be like a musketeer unit, so they did have their stats swapped somewhat. But anyways, back to this world here where they're still pretty weak and pop heavy. Alright, so it looks like Fufi's going for double wood crates, just so he can afford enough boomerangs to defend himself with. Here I go with the starting macheteros. Then also my coolies should be coming out as soon as my shipment becomes available. Doing the barracks as well, just so I can train more of the macheteros. Yeah, I mean, macheteros, they're kind of like a wild card unit because they're assault on foot. Because really, sometimes they do really good. Like they can rip apart a formation of infantry or artillery. Sometimes the dragoons in there and they just get obliterated. You really have to be careful with these things. I thought in this case, since Australia does not get access to a maneuver unit till Age 4, H5 actually in the form of the Whaler Horse if they go with the Colonial faction. I figured they'd suffice fine here. But the thing I kind of did not think about, or thing I kind of underestimated here, is the fact that the Rifleman does get a multiplier range against assault units. So yeah, it's like a semi-dragoon, but also having the bayonet attack of a musketeer. So that I did not consider 100% when I went in with Peru. And maybe I could have went with a civ like Paraguay instead, which masked up on the assault units even more maybe. But who knows? Yeah, definitely. Alright, so here comes my coolies here. These are my sappers. And they're going to go in there and try to break down his walls pretty much. Here they go. Here they go. Yep, here comes the coolie boys here, the shovelers. Ah, nice. Pardos too. Very nice. Very, very nice. So at this rate I'm going to try to attack the train post first, because that's an easy soft target for me since it's away from the base. And then Australia obviously is going to have a bit of warning time to try to attack me at this point with the boomerangs, which I'm pretty confident, hey, I think these machetros are going to be enough here. But unfortunately he was smart enough to make some spontooners, which is going to be a bit of a setback here, you know, because these are actually anti-assault because of my shock tag. I just go in full in thinking, oh, just go in with the splash, you'll be fine. Which is sort of right here, because you do see the machetros doing pretty well here. And now I sort of chased down the boomerangs a bit. Yeah, took a lot of damage though, that's for sure. But other than that though, quite good. And now they know, hey, now I can queue up more spontours because I know he's going with an assault unit. It's going with the assault unit, so now I can make more of these spontours, and it would make total sense to do so. Yeah, at this rate, I mean, I don't want to go in too soon, because I know if I go in too soon and I take too much damage, that could be really bad, so I have to play this really, really carefully here, for the most part. Absolutely, you have to really make sure you're doing the right thing in general. Well, what's going on Australia's side? Because I really want to pay attention to how Australia played this game, because I wasn't too aware they were actually going for a fish boom here. And that certainly affected a lot of things for me, I think. Yeah, because I feel like if Australia went with the standard non-fish booming deck on Hudson Bay, then I probably would have had a little bit more success here, I think. Yeah, definitely. Oh, yep, I did some Legion Piranhas here as well, because I was worried that the Spontours would become too numerous, and I had to pepper them down somehow with some sort of damage. And since you don't get Escopeteros as Peru, you have to use the grenades of the Legion Piranhas to get that done. Fortunately, see this right here, I just spent way too much time dealing with the hand units, and then you just don't have enough left to deal with the boomerangs anymore. It's basically a serious setback. Yep, pretty much. I mean, let me look resource-wise. Like, for me, I was keeping up a constant... My macro was mostly focused on making sure I could keep a constant queue of macheteros going, for the most part. That was sort of my goal in the end. as you can see here. And then after that, pretty much I try to switch more to Grenadiers later on as I find the missile turrets are becoming less and less valuable. At the same time, you see the fishing ships up here. This is the big game changer for Fufi. This is what's going to give him the resources he needs to grow over time. Over me. Yep, and now I start switching over to the Legion Piranhas now. Got some more coolies here. They really don't ever get used at all, unfortunately, and that's another serious issue. Like, I could have technically gone with Japan and the cavalry medics, technically, and that might have been a little bit better here, because at least they would have been more anti-skirmisher focused and could have kept the boomerangs a bit busier. But then again, the boomerangs just deal full damage to the cavalry, because for one, they deal hack damage, which negates their pierce armor. Number two, they basically have no malice against shock units. So the boomerangs are actually dealing full-on damage as if they're like a sailor to the cavalry. So they're almost like semi-sailors, really. That's what makes boomerangs so potent. And then they get the multipliers, which they can even get more of with another card. Yeah, definitely an interesting plot, that's for sure. How's the resources of Australia at this phase? I mean, they're still pretty small at this point and still pretty manageable. I kind of want to see when it really ramps up here. So now they're getting hunting dogs. Oh, now he's getting Marine. Yeah, I never actually get this technology. I always get the boomerang technology, which actually improves the range of boomerangs. You know, the boomerang's range goes up by like 4 with the boomerang tech, so I don't know why he went with this one. Can't quite remember what Payamare does, actually. I think in the old days it used to actually give multipliers to the headhunters when that was a unit for Australia. And that's why I remember using that tech a lot. Here comes a Brewarina fish traps. This is another fishing card. So these fishing boats are going to get even more boomy than they already are. And for me is Peru, I'm just focused on numbers at this point. Like, I'm just looking for the magic 1-2 punch to break through his army and start using these sappers to a greater extent. That's what I'm trying to do here. I'm just trying to starve him out here and kill his army. But unknowns to me, the fishing ships are going to prevent him from ever being starved. So I really need to crush his army on top of making dents into his base. Because he's not going to run out of resources, you know. I did not think of doing counter water at all here, and I probably should have put in 2 corvettes just to shoot up his base up here in terms of his docks. And maybe if I had 2 corvettes in the warrior, maybe I could have dealt with those fishing ships a little bit nicer, you know. I feel like now going forward, you always have to sort of assume somebody's going to go fishing boom, and you need to start putting in 2 light ships in your deck, just to deny them the water economy and force them to make their own ships to beat it. Because they either have to accept the loss of their navy, the loss of their fishing ships, or they have to train their own ships to deal with you. Which, you know, depending on how you micro that, you can actually beat their ships and force them to train even more ships. Which, you know, is definitely the ideal way to go. I just didn't understand here why those units fell so fast. I would have thought with that group of like Machetras and Coolies they would have went in a lot sooner, but for some reason they just didn't really survive the push into this, and that basically caused everything to fall apart pretty much. At this point I'm trying to take advantage of the Peruvian speed bonus to try to run away and kite down the spearmen at least, Because I figure, hey, if we could kill some more of the spearmen now, maybe we can deal with this opponent. But yeah, look at Fufi. Look at how much food he's getting out of these pescados here. His pescar activities here are really getting him high on his rate of food. Actually has enough food for industrial age. Almost. Almost. Well, just about. It's 2k food to go industrial, right? So that's definitely going to be a problem for me, concerned that I haven't been able to break him that hard at all. And his reliance on trash units too, between the boomerang, the spontooner, and the militia, which all only cost food and wood, means that he can age up with all the coin that he's acquiring. The only coin that he's having to spend is that for his villagers, since they're an outlawville that costs food and coin. And now he's going to be ready for capital age, which we're going to see any second. Well, he's going to make one more ville first, I think, and then he's going to go capital age. Yeah, that's what it looks like. So, what faction does he actually go with here? I'm not sure. William Bly. So, he actually goes with the Colonials. Ah, so if he can go Rum Corpsman. Ah, I see. Yeah. So, the Rum Corpsmen are basically like an outlaw skirmisher, closer to a Renegado in stats. They cost like 2 pop. You know, they're pretty good, and then the William Bly technology, Rum Rebellion, will actually give them a multiplier against heavy infantry, similar to counter infantry rifling. So they actually become a very strong mid to late game skirmisher. They really do. And at the same time, I went up to capital age myself and started to mix in escoltas, because I figured, you know what? If he's going to be doing spontooners, I should add in escoltas. They're another assault unit, so they have hand armor against the boomerangs, and they deal multipliers against the spontooners. So this is probably the killer unit that I need to do this. You know, instead of doing what I was doing before, which seemed kind of hopeless at that point. Add in some escoltas, these will be really good. You know, they do about 3x multipliers against all heavy infantry, so they're basically like Spanish Lancers, but really specialized against like musketeers and pikemen. That combined with some macheteros, possibly something else that I can ship now later in the game. And I got myself a decent mass, you know? Decent mass that you can go into attack with again. Yep, and I also had one more thing in too. I decided to go with the Irish immigrants for the second age up and go with the San Patricio Horse Artillery Legion. These are basically immigrant horse artilleries, you know. They have the same stats as horse artillery, and of course, since they're immigrant units, they shadow tech with each age up. And I figured, hey, that's probably going to do me some good, so let's go with that. And one more reason why I went with the Irish age up, I could research Catholicism from the church and pick my religion as Catholicism. And then I could use the books, religious books that you get from the Irish age up to actually afford the Counter-Reformation tech, which grants you another shipment. So you can afford even another batch of these Irish artillery pieces here. See, the idea I had, mine wasn't bad at all, you know, and then I started to add in some Pardos because I was thinking, what if we see light cavalry here? What are we going to do against that? What if he ships in, you know, the German immigrant shipment that they can get, the Diablo Legion? How do I deal with that? So I figured, you know, Pardos can deal with that, so let's do those. Yep, and then I get Catholicism now, so I can send Counter-Reformation technology, which grants me one shipment for about 300 food and 100 faith. Not a bad price at all, really. Yeah, and I'm thinking, you know, this whole mismatch of assault and spears and cannons, that's going to win me the game right now. That's going to be perfect. And boy, do I have a rude awakening when I start to fight. You know, you'll see how it is. I don't have to explain much more of it to you. You'll see how it goes. It's a good lesson to you too about unit choices as well as water usage, because for me, my inability to counter him on water basically gave him all the resources he needed to win. And to overcome me and score. Like, if I burned down this entire fishing fleet, he would not be at this score right now. He would be close to, what, 200 or something. You know, and his economy would have been ravaged as Australia. It just goes to show you that maybe I need to start putting light ships in my Hudson Bay decks, you know? Just so you're ready for that type of a thing. Yeah, certainly, because then they, again, like I said before, they either have the choice of defending it, in which they have to spend a lot of wood and coin for it, or they just have to let it burn down, and then they lose that advantage. And you actually gain a lot of XP, too, because you're killing so many ships. So you're actually going to get cards out a lot sooner, and as Latin America, that's great since you get a lot of infinite cards. Yeah, see, I actually went with like 3 battalions of these horse artillery. Australia, on the other hand, they have some of the Rums Corps, which are really tough units. They have, and then they started doing some riflemen as well to do some damage against my assault units. This is the deadliest unit, though, the Batallo di Diabo. These German cavalry. These are basically Chevalogers, pretty much. They are basically immigrant Uhlans, so they have very low HP and very high attack. And the way they're going to be used is they're going to be used to try to dish out a lot of damage to my cannons. It's almost as if he knew I was going with artillery, which I think he could tell just because he had a dead dog in my base, which is the reason why he left that there, so he could see my unit comp. And he was able to prepare a specific counter to my unit composition. So to me, the goal is use the cannons to the best extent that you can, and try to blast your way through the infantry numbers. Unfortunately for Fufi, with all those resources he had, he reached Industrial Age and actually got some pom-pom cannons. These are basically machine guns. They shoot rapid fire. And that's certainly a deadly thing against a lot of things. They're deadly against infantry. They're even deadly against artillery because of the rapid fire attack. And at this point, I'm just so depleted in Pardo numbers because of the initial onslaught of the pom-poms that I just don't have enough to deal with the immigrant cavalry here, and I'm basically forced to take a defeat here, you know? I can try to target the Patricio cannons as best as possible to attack the infantry, but it's just not enough. And now I'm down even more. Down even more at this point. He's also shipping in 3 Napoleon cannons, which are the Anglophone form of horse artillery. And also we see even more San Patricio horse artillery legions for me. I also shipped in about 7 Juanitas Muy Bonitas because I was figuring we need something against infantry, so why not go with Juanitas Muy Bonitas? They don't only shoot really well, they also can heal up as well, your units, so they double as like a priest almost. I decided let's do some more Escoltas because we need something that can deal with heavy infantry. And Escolta seems to be the way to go there. But first I'm going to have them fight with them first. And I think the Escoltas end up winning out just because of their hand armor and their higher HP values. Which you'll see right here. You'll see the Escoltas duking it out with the Diabos over here. And then I'm forced to engage because I just left my Cholos a little idle here. Forcing them to sort of go back towards this way. One option to do with Peru too, so you don't have to go back to the TC, is you can actually garrison them in any building of your choice. Whether it's a house or a barracks or a church. No, they can't garrison them in a church because the church is used for praying, but they can garrison them in the house, the barracks, the stable, and a variety of other buildings, and you normally can with units. That's one of the Civ bonuses of Peru for you. Yeah, at this rate I don't know what I'm going to do. I can only really afford like batches of Pardos, and then I trying to push my way towards getting more San Patricio guns, and it's not looking too hopeful for me at this point, you know? I figure, hey, let's get down to Artillery Foundry and make some artisanal cans as well, just so we have a little bit more anti-infantry here to outnumber them. But, yeah, I did a great job at targeting the Napoleons, though. That was one thing I did really well. Then I just try to shoot those doggos of his, keep them from hurting me too much. But then the Parats come, the Parats. The Parats are basically just Anglophony heavy cannons. They look like heavy cannons, they shoot like heavy cannons, they're in every way a heavy cannon. And at that rate, you're really done for, you know? And if I look at the... Does he have his factories yet? No, he does not, because when I was playing this match, I was very suspicious if he actually had his factories out producing these cannons or if they were shipped. So I wasn't quite sure what was going on, you know? I didn't know if these were shipped cans or these were from his factories, and I figured if they're coming from his factories, I am like done for at this point. There's nothing I can do if he's already shipping, he's already producing a queue of heavy cannons at all times. Lassism. Anglophonies can still get Lassism? What? How did he do that? Australia still has Lacism? I didn't know that. I didn't think they had Lassism still. Wow. I thought they got rid of that from the game. Wow. Lassism is basically like an atheist religion you can go with that does a bunch of wacky things like improving your food economy or coin economy, improving the range of your artillery units. So saves aren't actually supposed to get Lassism anymore, even in this patch. So the fact that Australia could still get Lassism, I just don't know how they even got that. Bogs my mind, actually, in those last moments. Let's look at the score. Double the well, not under double. Wasn't that big. Wasn't that big of a gap. Really came down to coin. Coin and wood. Food, I was pretty good on food. Militarily, bigger numbers means more kills. I had better units, so I was able to at least keep my kill rate above the number of units that I had. But suffice to say, Foofy really outplayed me here towards the late game. When you see the graph starting to go really up over here, amplified. GG on that one. Now it's time for the tiebreaker, folks. Let's see if I can do it or not. Oh, Juanitas. Yes, Juanitas muy bonitas. They're our favorite thing in the world, right? All Juanitos need Juanitas muy bonitas. Yes, we love our Juanitas muy bonitas. Me especially. I love Juanitas muy bonitas. Let's get on to our next game. The tiebreaker of Foofy versus the most unstoppable Stelezzi in the world. From the Gringo Guapo country. Alright, so now we're doing match 3. Alright, so believe it or not, this was actually a Paraguay mirror. I didn't even know he was going to go Paraguay this game, and I was like, oh, why do I go Paraguay? Because he's probably going to do something like the, I don't know. I banned Portuguese from him, because I'd always do that. I thought he was going to go with something like Maori, or, I don't know, French, or Germany, or something. I didn't think he was going to go Paraguay. So I was actually pretty shocked by this one. This match is going to be one to see whose Paraguay is the better Paraguay and whose build is slightly better than the others against each other. That's the way it's going to be here. That's the match we're going to get. Simple as that. I'm going to do my bakery build thing, and he's going to do his own thing, and we're going to see which one at the end wins. I'm mostly going to be focused on Foofy though, because I'm really used to my build of my bakery build. I just want to see how Foofy does it, because I really want to sort of learn his build, because I think I kind of want to gravitate more towards his at this point, because I feel like my build is just sort of losing favor. It started out really strong, mind you. Like in the early days of the league, I used to always see my build do so well, but it seems like there's people that know Paraguay better than I do at this point, and I need to evolve my ways somewhat. So yeah, starting out with the food works here. That's always the way to go for Paraguay. Unfortunately for me, I just had my macro messed up a little bit and I couldn't get mine out in time. So that's probably mistake number one for me, is not having the food works out in time. My cereal mills just weren't ready to go. And here's the Foofy deck. I want to look at this deck. I'm pretty sure it's pretty similar to mine, but I just want to see if... So he has the isolationism, he has the Hiramoteca, he does have the Alta Cocina, but he does not have the other works upgrades here. Interesting. He seems to have more military units. He does have the Guarani Cachuchumins, which are basically skirmishers that slow down enemy units with like a Duca suffering effect. He also has telegraphs. This is great for infinite cards, because in the late game it makes infinite cards like this come out a lot quicker. Everyone needs Fundiciones, since that's how you get your heavy works and start making Coheed rockets for free. So you definitely need that. Yeah, let me give an introduction to Paraguay for newcomers. Paraguay, they have two different ways to get resources. Actually, sort of three. For one, you got your explorer here called the Master Engineer. He can chop wood, and he can also he builds a majority of the buildings that you have access to. So really all the non-mill and plantation buildings, pretty much. So houses, barracks, stable, foundry, that's built by the Master Engineer. He also builds your works. The works is a factory that produces one resource constantly, but it does cost 3 population to build, since its trickle is significant. It's basically like a building villager almost, right? Otherwise, you can also make Hueguas, which is your regular villager that has a shotgun, so it has a really powerful range attack. And some pretty decent hand armor too. The problem with them is they might be cheaper in food, but they have a slow gather rate. If you want fast gathering, you go with the works. If you want a less pop heavy option, you go with the Coeguas. And you're supposed to do sort of a mixed match between the two. And then you get a second explorer here, this guy. Basically, he buffs the trickle rate of the works when he stands near the building. So normally the food works will put out like 180 something food a second. If you have the explorer near it, it goes up to like 198 per second. So you get food and wood or coin, depending on what works you get, slightly faster. Right now we just have one food work, since that's typically the way you play Paraguay. Some people will put a woodworks up as well. As you can see from sort of my deck, I have infinite work shipments here. Where are they? These ones. And you can constantly send them. So you can keep resupplying your base with additional works if you have spare shipments to get them. And one thing I did which was pretty interesting is I actually went for a trading post before I sent the isolationism, because while it does improve your work's trickle rate by 30%, it does prevent you from building trading posts for the rest of the game. So I figured, why not get a trading post out now to be a bit greedy with my experience and have a good economy. See, the problem is Foofy was already in second age, in half the time. Like, he was already in the age, and I was only about at the half. Actually, not even the halfway mark. I'm just going with the French wave now, and he's already at the French wave. Yeah. Quite bad, too, you know. What can you do? What can you do at this point? All you can do is really try your best in these combat situations and try to catch up a bit. See, I had this magical idea in my mind of we're going to do a bakery build to get 4 food works in age 2, all boosted by isolationism, which I already researched on my side. And basically we'll use that to put out 2 barracks and spam a lot of Pardos so that we can kill off Fufi's shock units with them and try to force him back. But Fufi, being the 200 IQ player that he is, decides, you know what, I'm not going to fall for that. I'm going to go up to age 3 and get rockets and completely punish you for thinking that you're going to get away with Pardo spamming against me, Gringo muy loco. Yeah. Here comes my French colony right here. And now we are going to see me get Hemeroteca, this technology right here. It improves the works build limit by 1. So basically we can, now you see the build limit is only 3, but the bakery technology from the French colony at this stage gives you 2 food works. So in order to get 2 food works, you need to send Hemeroteca first. Right, and that will basically give you 2 solid food trickles of like 2.5 each. Basically 10 food per second to be able to make Pardos. And Paraguay is already going to start on this side, start attacking my trading posts because he knows I'm not going to get to there for a while since I'm so behind in age up time and stuff. I don't know honestly where I had a lot of issues here, if it was just my timing, like my lack of food works timing or my age up timing. What put me to the point that this bakery build fell so short of its potential? And see, I'm already starting to queue up the Pardos like right now too, even before the bakery's technology comes into effect. Because once these bakeries arrive, I can add in 2 more food works over here. And then I'm going to basically build a second barracks over here. Here comes the food works. I actually reached this train post in time to save it, which is kind of funny because you would have thought at this rate Fufi had this much time to try a siege on the thing. And yeah, I definitely have enough time to get there. Interesting, so Fufi actually employed some of the French workers early, it looks like. Yeah, I see 1, 2, 3 on them. Basically these French workers are, you know, they work a bit. Instead of being like extra good at gathering like the Courrier du Bois are, basically the French workers basically gather at a normal rate as actual villagers. So they're the only villagers that gather at a normal rate. That's what sets them apart. Pretty much it. The range attack isn't that great. They get about 50% pierce armor though, which is pretty good against range units. It means that they can survive a lot of abuse at range pretty easily. And for some reason, Fufi had this idea to keep attacking me from the side with these Yabutais here, these trash cavalry. If you've noticed constantly as a newcomer, you'll notice that this barracks as well as the stable are constantly producing a free hand unit. The Primero de Linea, which is an assault unit on foot, basically a weaker version of the Machetero, as well as the Aka Yabotai, which is basically a trashy Lancero. Same stats as a Lancero, just, well, not same stats, but same concept in the terms of its lance having a multiplier against skirmishers. Yeah, pretty much. And the key to playing Paraguay is maximizing these free units as much as possible, with the free resources coming from your works buildings. He's actually getting lunch break right now to cheapen the cost of his works, which I find kind of interesting, you know? Kind of interesting that he's actually going that far. He's going to get the second French wave now, which is going to grant him some contra-guerrillas, I think. Well, wait a minute, no, I think it's actually going to give him like 4 French workers. It's going to benefit his economy even more. Let's look at my eco. Yeah, like, I wasn't doing really good economically at this stage. Like, I only had enough to keep like 1 queue of Pardos coming out at this point. I decided to ship in a woodworks to add a bit of wood economy to me so I could build some houses up. Yeah, that was sort of my idea at this point. Yeah, my job at this point was basically just to defend the train posts on the trade route. Which, because of the fact that I was keeping a constant queue at Pardos at the time, I was able to do pretty effectively. I just wasn't aware the Fufi was already aging up at this point. Like, I didn't know what was going to come for me next, because, trust me, when I figured out that Fufi was in capital age, which is going to really be any second at this point, I'm like, no, that's not good. Like, I need to get up to capital age now. Like, great. Very great. And there's a real reason for that. Because once you send Fundiciones here, you're basically 20 steps behind. Because he's going to have rockets firing from behind. Not only spraying them into my army, but actually sieging my buildings from long range. And that is fatal if you don't deal with it. That is fatal. That is absolutely fatal. That is absolutely fatal. Absolutely fatal, man. You actually got large cauldron as well. This is yet another technology you get from the food works that makes all the works cheaper to build. So maybe this is the key to the Fufi build, is just investing in not only more works, but cheaper works, so that you can maximize their full build limit easier. Maybe, either that or I gave him way too much time to get large cauldron and lunch break. It's really up for you to decide. Yeah, he's already getting the Fundiciones now, so we're going to see a heavy works building going up. It produces the Coheed rockets for free. It also has a large variety of unique Paraguayan technologies, mostly permeant to artillery. So it has like cold cannonballs, which adds multipliers to the artisanal cannons. It has a card that improves the range of volantes. I think it's called thin guns or something like that. Thin cannons. It has a variety of other technologies related to, I think, the gather rate of works. So definitely the heavy works is like a signature building for Paraguay to utilize. It gives them a lot of advantages. Yeah, look at poor me at this point trying to defend with unupgraded Pardos. Just barely squeezing them out. And I even tried to put a wall in there too, and it just didn't hold in the end. Yeah, unfortunately. Fortunately not. Fortunately not. And by the way, since I did win one of the matches for this encounter, I will put the individual gameplay up too in the playlist. I have this golden rule with gameplays of the Liga. I will only upload series individually, like the gameplay with no commentary, if I win one of the matches. And the reason for that is I only want to put encounters up where I actually am able to win a match, so I can show you informative data on how to play. Because I feel like if I can't win in an encounter, then the strategy I did was very bad. And therefore I don't want to mix up my viewer base thinking, oh, I can use this strategy, and then they go and do it like, oh, I just lost. I shouldn't do this anymore. This strategy doesn't work. So yeah, I need to at least confirm that I can win at least one match in an encounter to prove that my strategies for that encounter were actually worthwhile to watch to begin with individually and not through the castle. Simple as that. Yeah, I mean, at this point when you have the Coheed rockets like showing you from underneath the cliffside here, this is when the map starts to punish you. Because I can't just run my shock units across to attack these rockets, by the way. I actually have to either come up around here on this side of the cliff face or down here. And I was just way too late to the... Yeah, I wasn't even in capital age yet at this point. Wasn't even in capital age yet, which is really unfortunate since, you know, should have really been ahead at this point, honestly. And now the Coheed rockets are going to take a shelling up until the stable there. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, now I finally reach the capital age, and I actually do get my Fundiciones out as well, so don't worry about that. I did actually get to make some rockets myself here. Just way too late. This timing is just really atrocious. One thing I do, though, that stalls out a bit of time here is I actually garrison my French workers in the colony here. Just so I have, like, the Portuguese-style defense of, like, 2 town centers. Right, I got the French workers garrisoned in the French colony, providing a range attack, and then I got my some Quiguas in the town center over here, providing its range attack. So really, range support in 2 areas instead of 1. Yeah, quite good. Quite good. Here comes the Contragria Legion. I'm going to try and make some of these because the Contragrias are pretty good against Escopeteros. They're basically immigrant Lanceros, so they actually have beefier stats than my trash cavalry from the stables. And since I've lost my stables to the rockets, it's really the only source of like scout unit I got at this point. So why not go with it? Since I can send them infinitely. Yeah, see how well they do here, generally? Yeah, they do pretty well, stats-wise. I think they called them the Red Devils in the Great War patch. Yeah, I think so. That was supposed to be like the original name for them, and they changed it for some reason. Guess they're gonna bring it back. Yeah, Rocket's just not working here because he's got his trash cavalry right on top of him. You know, I was trying to use my rockets to attack his, which unfortunately didn't work. Also, we see a fort wagon rolling in here. This is the other piece that Fufi did really nice to keep me down, was bringing in a fort. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, this is how my economy also crashed, is the fact that those Coheed rockets were also sniping down my works buildings as well. I really should have put them like way in the back over here maybe, because at least then I would have been able to keep bigger queues of Pardos coming out, and maybe could have forced them back and shoved them back a bit. But because I've always can like afford weenie numbers of Pardos at this point,
not a lot to really force him out of my base at all. You can really just keep his rockets there with his laser and blast his way in. Which is not good. Not good at all. Yeah, I'm trying to use that Coheed rocket as best as I can to try to target his stuff. I did technically get a good melee in there because he was distracted on the French colony long enough for me to beat into his infantry pretty well. Yeah, again, some free shots from the rocket into his stuff. Then I gotta try to target that one, yep. Yeah, I mean, I did pretty well for defense-wise over there. Yeah, and then the contra-guerrillas spawned right on top of the Escos, right up against the colony, so then they start to take their sabers and slice their way through the skirmish units with their multiplier. Just enough to cut their way through. So yeah, in general, these contra-guerrillas are pretty good in this situation, but unfortunately for me, I just don't have any resources. That's the funky thing about Paraguay, is you might be starting out with resources, but you can still technically make units. Just not enough to actually win anymore. You can stall it out, you can try to fight it out just for fun. You know, you're not technically out of the game yet, since I can't afford to build my stables back. I just ran out of food at this point, and I don't have any more to make the pardos. You know, I have some wood here because I have one woodworks left. So I can try to chop a little bit to get my stables back. And then obviously I can take the Queguas onto the berries and put my French workers onto the coin a bit. But, as you know, really not enough resources to train more of the rockets. Which I really need. I need like 10 rockets here if I'm going to do any sort of work at all. Yeah, and this is the other thing, because Fufi was far ahead here. He was actually able to afford the upgrades of the works too, which I was not able to do. He was able to, this is, I think, the level 2 upgrade for the woodworks, which will bring the trickle up even more of this building. Yeah, because this is the defined measures card. Yeah, I mean, look at this right here, just not doing it. Now we can start to get Desperate Combat, which will improve the stats of the Primero de Linea. And the Akayabotai as well, which are the 2 trash units. Yeah, just not enough rockets. Like, yeah, just barely did some damage. Didn't take out any of the ones that were supposed to be targeted. GG. GG for me. Well, this was good because it was a 1-2 encounter. Like, it could have been a 2-0 and I could have just completely flopped, but I did so well in the Zulu game that I was able to get one win in here. So yeah, I did some good there, definitely. Let's look at the scoring though. Yeah, see, with all those upgrades to the wood and the coin works, this really set me up really behind. Right, I had more food because of my bakery build strategy, so that part of it worked. Just didn't have the rest of this stuff I needed to keep up in the other areas. In terms of military, he just had more units because he was ahead economically. But I actually did more kills, which is kind of cool, you know. And funny enough, because Fufi was so engaged with me, he actually didn't even upgrade his Primeros, by the way. He was fully kept his trash units unupgraded except for the cards. Just thought I'd point that out to you. Yeah, and now I'm gonna X out of this one and go into the next match. Alrighty then, let's see what chat had to say. Please, we want to see some Africans. Want to. 100 Campbells to drop a stable. GG. Bruno, you just missed it, man. We had an Ethiopia today and we had a Zulu. So we did have 2 African gameplays today. Luckily, now that I figured out how to add past broadcasts to Twitch, now you'll be able to watch it on Twitch, hopefully, as well as YouTube. So check out the Unstoppable Stiletts YouTube to see it there. You can also see the stream here wherever you want to view it. You can see the Zulu match that I did today against Fufi, and you can see the Ethiopia match that Alucard did against his opponent. Yep, definitely. Absolutely. So let's move on to the next one now. Let me just write a quick... just letting somebody know I'm Twitch streaming now. Alright, so yeah, let's move on to the next encounter. It's always good to see chat doing some action, you know. I always check the chat between the encounters, right? No, well, not between the encounters, because that would be like an hour apiece, but between matches, right? And matches are usually, what, like 8-10 minutes, sometimes 20, sometimes we get matches that are an hour long occasionally, so hopefully the matches stay pretty short so I can check the chat more often. Maybe there can be some sort of a way that I can pause in between long matches to see how chat's doing, I don't know. We don't see a lot of foot traffic just yet, hopefully that'll change so we can see a lot more stuff. Wait a second. Did I skip over Darkest and Eternity? Wow. Yeah, it looks like we skipped over Darkest and Eternity. Ouch. Alright, so let's do them next. You know, and then we can do Kaiser and Delian and then Sog and Jinpei. Alright, so let's do Darkest and Eternity right now. Looks like I skipped over that one somehow. Oopsie daisy. At least I found it, you know. At least I found it. I mean, our Juanita Bonita Muy Boliviana would have been very upset if we missed her matches, you know. She can be a very feisty little Juanita from Bolivia, you know. Eternity. So, Eternity, our Juanita Boliviana's going with the Russians. Whereas Darkest is going with the Uruguayans. Uruguayans are considered like the immigration civ. You know, they love their immigration. They love all kinds of immigrants. They're not limited really in their immigrant options. See, the thing that makes the Uruguayans a bit different is if you don't pick an immigrant when it first appears in your age up options, that immigrant becomes no longer available. Right, so basically, like if I got Scandinavian immigrants available for my age 2 age up and I didn't go with them, they'd be swapped out with something different going forward, like maybe Polish or French or something. Yeah, that's the way they work. So really you can get large combinations of immigrant units with Uruguay that you couldn't with other civs, as long as you know how the system works really. And that system is being slightly changed for the Great War patch too. I think they moved Polish and Arabs down, just so you would have stronger age 2 options for units. Because the other thing that Uruguay does is, instead of sending immigrant battalions for one shipment, they train them with actual resources, so they were actually like a trainable roster unit for them. They train them individually for their normal resource cost for the unit that they represent, like, I guess since I'm trying to think of a good example. Like the Palatine Guard of the French immigrants is supposed to be like a Trabant or a Doppelsolner, so the cost is similar to that of a Doppel. The cost of the Diablo Legion would be like 50 food and 100 coins, since it's like a Yuan, and so forth and so forth. I think the Coolie for China would cost the same as the Sapper for the Anglophonies. So, yeah, that's the way it works. So we see Darkest going for Caudizimo. Caudizimo basically makes the Caudillo free to train from the Town Hall when you build your Town Hall in Age 2. It also acts as like a hero upgrade, right? Given about 50% HP in attack, since Caudillos are a hero unit. Also, we see military government Caudillo combat increase, you get a free Caudillo and increases its limit by 1. So we're looking at like a Caudillo-based attack strategy here. And then you get the 5 brothers in the mid-game, which allows the outlaws to be trained instantly. This is actually an interesting one, since the Uruguayans actually get access to a decent selection of outlaws. In particular, they get the Matrero, which is like a lassodor. It's like a cowboy with the lasso. Basically, the Matrero has a lasso attack that deals splash, but has 1.25 multipliers against heavy infantry. So it's like a sort of a mix between a skirmisher and an artillery unit. It's kind of interesting. You know, they used to be available to the Argentine Civ in their barracks in the form of the lassodor, but they kind of got removed and reduced to like an outlaw unit that only the Caudillo can make now. Yeah, I don't really need to say much about the Russians though. I mean, you know them from vanilla, right? I mean, I can look at the deck anyways and tell you if anything stands out. Well, really nothing besides this, the Plastuni. Yeah, this is a bit different, isn't it? Yeah. So, yeah, basically, Russians got a new unit in their blockhouse called the Plastuni, which is sort of like a Ukrainian Cossack on foot that fights with the sword. He's basically an assault unit, so he works similar to the Machetero, but he only gets the splash attack in it as part of a charged attack. His regular attack is a lot weaker, since the Plastuni is, supposed to be like a trash unit. Russia's supposed to have trash infantry. They're not supposed to be good. They can have little bits of remnants of that of bear units, but they can't be strong across the board, right? Also, Russians gain access to pikemen instead of halberdiers in the form of partisans, which they can upgrade to Royal Guard into Opolshenets in Age 4. Or the Opolshenaya, whatever roll of the Russian tongue it's called in Age 4. What politician is going with? Corps Master Right Arzan, yeah, 400 wood. How about Uruguay? What immigrant? Scandies. There's actually a very particular reason for this. You know, the thing that happens with the Scandinavian immigrants is their first age up will grant you a hero upgrade, and will upgrade your hero's stats. So really, if he's going with the strategy around outlaws and the Caudillos, the Scandinavian immigrants would actually buff up the HP and attack of the Caudillos even more. And unfortunately, since he can't just bank it till age 3 or 4, since he would lose access to Scandies if he didn't get them now, he kind of has to go with it like right now and take the smaller reward. Right. But in the Great War patch, now that the Arabs and the Polish have moved down one, I think now when you go to Capital Age with the Caudillo build, then you'll have the Scandinavians in Age 3, which means that the hero buff is actually going to be stronger. Mind you, that's it. That was an indirect buff to also the Caudillo build. We already see military government coming in, so this means he's going to have 1 free Caudillo like right now. If he wants to make 2, he can, but he doesn't have to. Right? Unfortunately, he has to wait till age 3 to make any units here, since the Ski Trooper is a skirmisher unit, which you can only make in Capital Age and onwards. Yeah, unfortunately. So it's going to keep a constant queue of these coming out. Here's the Caudillo right here. Campanga Fructuoso. High Fructose Juanito. Mucho Azúcar. Yeah. Just figured I'd point that out because it sounds like Fructose is his last name, his surname. How about the Russians? What are the Russians going to do? So Russians were actually going for a bit of trading post play here, taking one of the trade routes over, then shipping in wood. They sent coin first, probably to get them up to the capital age next, right? And then they're probably going to do a lot of plastoonie shipping after they send these foot artilleries in. Right. Yep, the Patriot will grant Eternity or Juanita Muy Boliviana some partisans, actually. Which is kind of neat. It gives you about, I think, like 8 or 9 of those pikes. So it grants you a pretty strong bonus against cavalry as a result. Gives you some nice siege to work with. That combined with the wood means that Eternity could come out of this capital age blasting ahead. If you can get a large mass of, like, partisans with supporting artillery, that might be enough to beat out here because, you know, Uruguay, they're a pretty slow civ, you know. Ah, wow. He has the occultist here. Yeah, these are a treasure garden you only see on Europe usually. These guys are basically devil worshippers that can condemn your units to hell. And they do it at a faster rate than standard priests do. So yeah, you gotta be careful of these guys. I think Darkus didn't realize how quick they would have actually condemned him to hell, and yeah, he just didn't pay attention to that. An early copy of the King James Bible, yeah, 250 faith. No wonder they don't want you to have that. They don't like that. How about Darkus? Like, what's Darkus gonna do? I think right now what Darkus is going to do is he's going to try to build up some houses. Oh, he's going to get a town hall as well to be able to make another Caudillo. And once he does that, he's going to start spamming out lots of Matreros. Right now he can't make a since his current Caudillo is down, so he's going to have to add another one in. And then he'll have the ability to have 2 queues of outlaws coming out. Here comes the partisans I was talking about. They're probably going up just to cause some trouble up there. But then the Matreros, these lovely lasso-carrying outlaws, are coming out. Outlaw that snares enemies with its range attack. So, can these Matreros actually snare too? Just like the Bullhouse warriors do? If that's the case, it actually makes them even better since they'll be able to slow down the partisans enough to finish them off. Should they engage in some sort of range combat with them.
Dígame, señor.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know at this point, like, what are you doing? Why did you let your vills get that vulnerable? You're gonna lose that one too, unless you're real lucky. Oh yeah, lucky the Matreros were there just in time to stop that, you know. But you're gonna need a lot more houses to go for a Matrero attack. I mean, this is not going to be enough for you. You're going to need a lot more than that. You need like a really decent mass of these to really do a lot of damage.
Qual é a sua ordem?
Ah, so Eternity is actually going with the Industrial Age. Could we see a Grigory Rasputin build here in the works? Totally, we could totally see a Grigory Rasputin build here, where Eternity goes for the Rasputin politician. And yeah, that would be pretty neat, actually. Yeah, pretty neat. Basically, Grigory Rasputin is basically just a regular priest, but he has a lot of HP. He's like a stronger unit. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, but what's Darkus gonna do about it, though? Because he's not even in capital age yet. I mean, it looks like he's gonna go capital age soon, from what I see here. And he's probably gonna do that just to get the five brothers here, and really take advantage of that card. So yeah, I think he is gonna go up to capital age at this point. Also, he'll be able to train some immigrant units from his Scandinavian colony finally. Darkus has found a flock of geese. Yeah, that's right. When you build Scandinavian houses, they actually produce a number of treasures around them that you can gather from, and those treasures are not limited. They can be European treasures, African treasures, Polynesian treasures, really any treasure that you can imagine. So it's quite interesting. A lot of them tend to be European treasures, though, I find, in North American ones. So they're going to be going up with the Arab wave, which means that Darkus would gain about 2 trade rickshaws from that. And then the Arab colony, and he'd be able to make Legos, which right now is resource amount benefits, I would say. Like, if he went Matreros and Legos, that could actually be a viable strategy, I think. Definitely. Absolutely. Does he have any? Yeah, he has the combat cards here, so these actually benefit some Matreros as well. One thing that, you know, also you're going to see with Great War Age Uruguay is the option again, the Polish in Age 2, which means they'll actually help able to get the transnational organizations technology to buff up the stats of the Matreros further, since it's an upgrade for outlaw units. So maybe we'll see them improve in that way too. Yeah, definitely. I definitely think Great War Patch is going to see a bit of an improvement to Uruguay in terms of their outlaw capabilities. Oh, we see heavy fortifications. This is going to upgrade all the technologies at the blockhouses, you know, so they'll be fully upgraded blockhouses with all the cannonballs and defenses. They also actually improved the same for walls and forts. So yeah, so if Eternity, yep, he'll send a fort out, they'll basically be protected as well. But it looks like Eternity is mostly focusing just on the factories for now. Getting coin out of them, but he could totally change that over to steel guns at any point. Steel guns being basically just European heavy cannons, just with a different model. You know, different look. Same stats, same purpose. Just a different name and look. Yes, yeah, we're seeing Eternity taking the center map here with the 2 blockhouses, just like we saw at the beginning of the day today with Alucard. Oh, yeah, we see great reforms. This is the royal decree for the Russians. It works a little bit differently now. You know, their upgrade royal decree text is still present, but now they get some more units. Instead of the, you know, the Tatar loyalists and the, instead of the Kalmuks and the Bashkirponis, now they get Pavlovsky Guard Pavlovs. And then they get Chevalier Guard. Chevalier Guard. So basically the Chevalier Guard are basically Guard Cuirassiers. And then the Pavlovsky, as you know from Vanilla, are basically just Grenadiers. Russians no longer get Grenadiers since they do get Plastuni as sort of like an assault style unit now. So they don't really need the Grenadiers anymore. And they can just be part of the Royal Decree process. Great Emancipation. Wow, so this is basically going to upgrade all the units, it looks like. Yeah, it looks like it. Oh, Plastuni's just got killed over there. I just saw that. Plastuni's on the... Or were those partisans? I don't know. I think those might have been partisans.
Yeah, looks like Eternity's gonna go for Cantonus, basically unstoppable Strelitzes, but more Jewish with bigger noses, and also steel guns, you know? Steel guns in the back. Alright, so now we see 2 queues of steel guns, we see the Ryadovoys, the Cantonus, and the Strelitzes. The names of these units keep changing. Because I remember in a version before this, they were called Strelocks. You know, so the name of this unit has changed 4 times over the course of Wars of Liberty development, which, you know, hopefully they're on the final iteration. You know, because we definitely want to see what they're going to be called finally. Yeah, here comes some Volantes. These are basically just culverins, good against artillery. They'll definitely pay off when the steel guns come out, though, so it's lucky that Darkus has a couple of these now. He also decided to train some ski troopers. These are basically just Scandinavian skirmishers that move really fast. They're good at kiting things. As you remember in the Delian versus Alucard encounter, they were really great at kiting stuff, you know? They're really good at kiting Delian's units. So if he can manage these ski troopers really well, he might be able to kite off the infantry of the Russians pretty well. But yeah, just look at these Matreros get to work though. These Matreros, these are quite good units, you know? They do quite a bit of damage. Wow, look at this! He's punching the cannons with his settlers, bashing them with the butt of their blunderbusses. Look at that. Look at that, beating them with the butts of their guns. Look at that. Who knew that beating a cannon just took you to hit it with your gun? Wow. Quite some interesting stuff today. I mean, it wasn't really that important anyways, since, well, they're just culverins and weren't going to do a lot of damage, but, yeah. Now the blockhouses are actually going on the offensive, attacking this trading post here. Yeah, at this point, Darkus is just going to keep training more of the ski troopers. What was that other thing he was going to make? Oh, so what are these? Oh, the Malevos. Outlaw good against shock units. Alright. So these are basically like Comanchados, pretty much. Oh, so it looks like, yeah, Eterna used the second royal decree as well. Yeah, so basically that upgraded everything again to guard. So now the line infantry are now Frontovics. This is the new Royal Guard unit for Russia. They used to only, you know how the Ruskets work, right? They're basically like musketeers but weaker. Now for Wars of Liberty, they actually have an RG upgrade in the Frontovic, which makes them a little bit stronger than they were. Which is good. It does mean, unfortunately, they lose their Royal Guard light cavalry. Now they just have like generic dragoons in the stable now, which is totally fine since, you know, now you can do even harder spamming with these Frontovics than you could with just the regular line infantry. Shamanism coming in for a religion. That deals a lot with healing as well as food costs and native support, so maybe we're going to see a bit of native spamming here. Who knows? Ah, where did these, oh, those are Malevos. I thought those were Hakables. Yeah. Oh, so these are basically like an outlaw Infernale, right? Because I see the shock multiplier. It also... Why does it have a shock tag, though? Probably because of the hand attack. I don't know, though. I think maybe they should lose this assault tag because, well, we already decided that Infernales shouldn't be scout nor assault, nor maneuver, since they really don't have the properties of either, right?
And if we gave up too many tags, then they'd just be countered too easily. Shouldn't matter too much though, since I doubt this Russia's going to make any Dragoons. So yeah, this is probably going to work out for him, but yeah, just putting that out there. And then the Partisans, the pikemen also became Opolshenets as well, so that's another benefit of that RD tech. Training Gallegos now. These are basically the same stats as Ottoman Janissaries. They work just about the same way. Same cost, same stats. Quite good. Yeah, this is even better for Russia, the fact that they have 3 town centers working now at once to get their settlers up. Yeah, see, they have just about at least 50 settlers at this point, which puts them really ahead of the Uruguayans, who only have about 25 on the field. Wow, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Let's see the steel guns get to work here, though, for the Russians. Oh, yeah, look at that. That's a lot of damage, my friend. That's a lot of damage. You tell me about it. Look at that. Look at that just... Ugh. Wow. Steel guns for the win. Steel guns for the win. Oh, yeah. You think that your promised safety is going to promise you safety? No. The Caudillo will not promise you safety because he promises the safety only for himself. And the Caudillo is just going to leave because you did not win the match and he doesn't want to be here anymore. Yeah. Yeah, good luck making the Caudillo that upset with you. That's for sure. I mean, you had it in the bag with the Matreros and then, I don't know, this Russian mess happened. You do have to be careful of fast fortress as well as fast industrial of Russians in vanilla and in wool. I need to tell everyone that right now. Because I see so many people, whether it's Lars or Darkus or whatever name people are out there, basically, again, throwing their games because they fall for the Russian fast industrial trap. You think because they're Russia, you need to build an army to defend against Russia. And then Russia just goes to the industrial age, puts out factories, gets the royal decree text, and then beats you to a pulp with more upgraded units. Don't fall for that trap, because I actually caught that trap before against MCMR and D3, where I started to rush them with pikemen against their town center, and they fell to that and they died. Look at the deck, determine if it's a fast industrial or fortress will be used by Russia. I swear you need to do it. This thing will happen if you don't. Just telling you right now. Just warning you right now about that. I don't want it happening to you either in a competitive game. You gotta keep close tabs of that. Not falling for the Russian fast industrial or fortress. Yeah, Gallegos, so what? I mean, so what if they're veteran upgraded? Are they really going to do much now? Probably not. Oh, they actually do get veteran upgrade. Yeah, that's kind of cool because, remember, Janissaries don't get upgrades until Imperial Age, so yeah. Yeah, definitely. Fort wagon gone to waste. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Yeah, I get it though. I get what happened. It's not fun for anyone at this point. It's not fun for anyone. Nobody wants to be in that position. Let's look at the resources. Wait a second. Is that... Well, that's more than... that's not triple. Alright, I was doing the math in my head. That's double though. That's double the resources. Double the coin, almost triple the wood, maybe even close to quadruple the food. How about this? Yeah, I mean, somehow Uruguay managed to get more kills because of their matreros early on, but Russia just won because of raising and their unit numbers. Because they were able to leverage the royal decree text to grant their upgrades for a much cheaper price to utilize with their line infantry, Frontovic, and their Cantonist numbers. Yeah. Yep. Units, just like that. Units. Cool. Somebody just sent me another Cast to D3 game to do. That's awesome. I love doing them, you know. I love D3. It's not as good as Wol, but yeah. Welcome to the chat room. Did anybody say anything when I was in the match? Because I just see the messages from before in there. Just making sure before we continue. Yeah, so let's go into the next match, you know? Let's finish up this encounter and then we'll have 2 more encounters left. Alright. Match number 2 between Darkus and Eternity. Alright, so we got Darkus here with the Italians, and then we got Eternity with the Ethiopians. Bruno, you got what you wanted, man. You can watch Africans. Bless the rains down in Africa for this match, huh? Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure you were praying for this moment, that you'd see the glorious Africans engaging in eternal combat on Hudson Bay. What's funny is earlier today, in the first encounter, this is the map and the location that we saw Ethiopia play on with Alucard, right? Let's see if it goes out the same way, though, you know? Or if maybe Darkus can work his Italian magic and make a lot of ragu sauce out of the Ethiopians here. We'll see. Let's see. Stick him in the pizza pie, right? This should be kind of interesting, you know? Because, you know, as we know with Italy, they like to, well, here's the way Italy works. They get 2 villagers. You got the merchants, they can gather resources, but they can't build anything. And then you got the architects, the only thing that can build anything, but they don't build things normally besides walls. They produce wagons to build the buildings for them. And some wagons can build multiple types of buildings, like the town wagon can build houses, livestock pens, marble statues, which is a special Italian building, as well as docks, and a couple of other things. Yeah, markets. They got a military wagon that can make the barracks, the stable, or the safe house. They got the engineering wagon that can make the artillery foundry or the arsenal. They got the capital wagon or something that makes capitals or basilicas. And then they got the agricultural one that makes mills or plantations. So yeah, quite an interesting wacky civ. What about the deck though? Drama. Kind of an interesting card you don't see a lot. It actually allows architects on the map to reduce the gather rate of all villagers on the map. So, as long as the architects are alive and well, the enemy villagers on the rest of the map will be working a lot less. Yeah. It used to be the case that this card affected the merchants instead of the architects, and it therefore was really nasty and OP and like cut down people's economic rates by like 30-40% or something, and they just had to fix that. You know, because that was another cancer to deal with. As for Ethiopia,
This is a Goa migration deck. Okay, so this is totally possible. We're going to see the Goa migration now. Goa migration, it's an age 3 card. It costs a bit of food. What it does is it turns all your Ethiopian town centers into Ottoman town centers. That being that they produce villagers for free over time. And if I recall correctly, it makes villagers train twice as slow. Oh yeah. That way it's not as OP, because you'll still be able to train villagers from these town centers while they're being produced for free. So basically that prevents you from booming up too quickly. Right, because that was a problem in the past, that Ethiopia was getting up way too quickly with the Goa migration. Now, at least if they're like half the train speed, no, they're like double the train speed, at least if you got like one free vill and one regular vill, it all equates out in the end. Basically just being a discount on food. That's really the idea of it. And if you can't spend any food on vills, then you can still have vills. They'll come at a slower rate while you basically make mill units, right? Military units. Alright, Ethiopia's going to start with 700 wood in age 2. They start out with grain economy, which is the same as Colbertism. It's a food trickle card. Are we going to see the Degradados yet? Basically pistoleros with 35% better stats. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe baby. So Urban Crowd. This is actually the second Library Blue number. This is Library Blue number 2. So it looks like Eternity actually went with the more balanced layout of one red, one yellow, and one blue library tech to get to age 2. Makes a lot of sense, you know. It helps expand your horizons, right? You can go military if you have to. You got a little bit of food from the first yellow, and then of course your apartments become like almost like regular houses, because they will provide 10 pop at that stage, but costs 150 wood. You have to wait till Library Blue number 2 like this before they actually have more of an efficient pop coverage, since they'll provide 15 pop for 150 wood, which is technically fair at that point, a fair price. And then as you go on with more blue text, then obviously it'll provide even more pop, right? I think eventually going up to like 35 population per house, per apartment. Yeah, that's the way it looks in the end. Spice Market, this is the second one for Ethiopia. For the yellow, this will grant them some food crates when it arrives. Italy also shipping in some comida. Some spaghetti and some pizza and some rigatoni or whatever else these Guidos eat. Alright, so they should be going up to Capital Age pretty soon from the way it looks like. I mean, he's holding on to his coin, and I don't see any army buildings up. One thing you should do, though, take your architect and stick him onto the Basilica. The architects can actually pray at the Basilica, since, you know, they're devout Catholics and all. And also, keep in mind, is Italy, you don't get a choice in your religion. You're forced to be a Catholic. You know, you're forced to be a Catholic. Yep. And that basically means you don't have to shell in the coin to be able to afford the Catholic religion, since they get it automatically. Also, the Basilica acts as sort of like a religious market, letting you trade coin for faith and faith for coin. So if you've been praying with the architects for a while at this building, you can actually take that surplus of faith and stick it back into your coin economy. But, of course, since they're market-style abilities, they do suffer from rates over time, sell and buy factor rates. Here comes the Patriot. This will grant Italy some partisans. Italy does not get halberdiers anymore. So instead they get Royal Guard pikemen,
The upgrade being called the Picciottos. So yeah, Partisans can be quite useful for Italy now, since they can upgrade them all the way to the Imperial Age. Oh, here comes the Degradados, the Portuguese outlaws. The Portuguese pistoleros, that is. And notice here for Portuguese cards, they do improve your fishing boat work rates by 1%. So if you have a lot of Portuguese cards in your deck, when playing on a war map, that can certainly help you fish boom a lot is Ethiopia. Just something I'd point out to you in case you decide to go Ethiopia on a war map. Here comes those nasty pistoleros. 42 ranged attack. Because remember, since they're a gunpowder unit, they do get buffed up by the library texts, the red ones from the library. Because every time you send one of those red texts, you'll see the pistoleros attack actually going up over time. Yeah, something to definitely keep in mind when you're playing as them. You know? You could really stack up the attack of these pistoleros if you keep them alive long enough. This will be library yellow number 3, the telefono, and Capital Cathedral was blue number 3. I don't know, did he get red number 3 yet? If that's the case, then he would actually already be ready for Capital Age. If not, he's going to have to wait till he gets that before he can hit Capital Age. Picciottos here, some partisans. Grenadiers being shipped in. These being the other Royal Guard unit Italy has, the Sargeneti Bombardos, or whatever they're called. Bombardiers. Also shipping in some Alpini, long-range Italian skirmishers. Yeah, you're going to need another town hall wagon to get a house to keep your pop-up. Has he sent drama yet? Or will we see drama get sent out at some point? Venetian Mask. Huh. Weird, I don't usually see that card being used. It basically creates a bunch of decoy merchants you can send running around the map to confuse your enemy, thinking that you're putting forward bases in places that you're not. Oh, this isn't... Whoa! Oh! Perfect. Wow, perfect. That was good. That was really good. The fact that he was able to sneak a grenade throw in there like that actually just saved him a lot of trouble. Because people, I find a lot of time when they're dealing with the pistolero outlaws of Ethiopia, they end up just getting raided in their entire base by the things because of their higher than normal attack. But the fact that he was able to sneak up on them with his grenadier shipment and actually take one of them out and finish off the rest tells me that now this Italy might actually have a bit of a chance here. Maybe. We do still... Technically, Italy is an age ahead of Ethiopia. They do also have a relatively similar score. Meaning only one TC for Ethiopia right now. Which... as long as that's the case, you know, as far as I'm concerned, Italy's doing pretty well. They just reached the capital age though, so that could change very, very quickly. Very, very quickly. They're going to ship in some revolving cannons. Don't get confused by the picture. They look like Gatling guns, but they are totally not... well, they are Gatling guns, but they have one extra property. I think they do have a multiplier against infantry, but they also have a multiplier against artillery. So they're like a combination between a machine gun and a culverin. So don't think that you can try to attack them with like have like foot artilleries or horse artillery near them, they'll get absolutely demolished by it. The big difference being, though, since it is like a machine gun, it does have a shorter range, so they actually have to get up pretty close and personal with cannons to deal with them. If you're a civ like the Zulu, and you can make them pretty quickly and deploy lots of them, with the youths, they're actually quite good. You know, you can get like 20, 30 of them going in like a huge mass and just spray down somebody's entire infantry army with them. He's going to be doing that, as well as trained Ascaris, the European trained infantry skirmishers. Also shipping in some Ascaris. Italian cards here, they will deliver faith to you. I think for the Great War patch, it's actually going to be XP instead of faith, since faith will be no more religion in Great War Age, so it will have to be experience. Or it could be some other resource. I think it's experience, though. And now they're going to have to face off against this little force of Italian units, potentially. Here comes the sluice box. This will buff up the chopping in the mining rate. Yeah, since African Architects affect 2 gathering rates instead of 1. Alright, so now it looks like he's going to have to retreat because the Ascaris just have way too much range right now on them. Well, the Alpini technically have more range, and they're actually going to have more range even when these Ascaris are fully upgraded, but, you know, you don't really have a lot of them. And then you got the revolving cannons mixed in. Technically, though, if you were very smart and you could get a big group of Alpini, you could actually snipe these cannons down with them and start doing some like guerrilla tactics against this army. But Italy will opt for grenadiers instead, probably picking up the veteran upgrade at some point. They are going for a fort, so probably looking to play more defensively here. Yeah, definitely. You see about 10 grenadiers here. They're unfortunately sort of in the path of these Ascaris, so if they're not careful, they might take a shot from one of them. Also, you see the little force army down here, hanging out by the trade route. Alright, so now we see the revolving... Where are they going to plop down? Oh, that's a military wagon. Alright, just making sure. Oh, so they actually decide, you know what, we're going with coin instead, because... Well, the thing is, if you know you got an enemy army in your base, and you lose that forward wagon, you're like screwed. You're better off just sending in 1k coin. So even if you can't gather it right now, you can gather it a little bit later, and you can obviously just need like 1 or 2 vills working on that to pick up that money. So you can make some other stuff. As Italy, you can make multiple things for coin. You can obviously make artillery, you can make cuirassiers, you can make really a variety of different things. Oh, veteran grenadiers doing their job here, taking out the revolving cannons, but running out of the necessary grenades to deal with the Ascaris properly. Yeah, that's sort of the downfall of the grenadiers in this fight. That's why I probably would have went full Alpini myself, because the Alpinis outrange the Ascaris, and they outrange the revolving cannons, so you can technically back up and shoot as needed. Also, some Tigray Lancers here again. Basically Kamyuks, you know, they have very long spears that do a lot of damage, as you can see here. And if you go up close and personal, the hand attack against all units goes down, but the multiplier is like double that of shock against shock, so it does fairly the same amount of damage against shock units, regardless of how far or close it is to something. Here comes the Basigliaries, the maneuver unit of Italy. See, they don't get dragoons at their stables. That unit has been removed. They use the Basigliaries, which are a maneuver unit on foot. It has the multipliers against assault at range. It also has the multipliers against scout and assault in hand, but nothing against artillery, though.
For that, you're going to want to use something more like this, the Corsair, which is, you know, from Vanilla French, a big heavy armored horseman with some splash attack from his cavalry saber. Let's see if they can do what they need to, though. There's the Besieged areas right there. They're going to have to back up a little bit to try to get some shots into the enemy. They do have some pretty good range attack, though, I would say, so maybe not the worst option here, really. But you're going to have to make sure they stay safe, though. Especially with these Tigre Lancers, which could actually do some hardcore damage against them with their shock tags. Just not enough units right now. I mean, the Corsairs are doing some serious casualties here to the Ascaris, but right now you're dealing with the larger mass of things like the Tigre Lancers that are just going to eat through your HP. Yeah, you can take that one down, but I don't know if you're going to be able to take down the other ones, though. No. Just keep making more Corsairs at this point. I mean, there's really no reason to go back onto Hussars, really, unless you're worried more about resource costs. Because I think the Corsair is probably your best bet, since they actually have about, 30% hack armor. So they're actually more impervious to the thrusted spears of these Tigres, when you think about it. So that's probably the route you would have wanted to go down. But then again, this is endgame. This isn't really early or mid-game. This is like the endgame situation. Just a little bit something to keep in mind for when you're doing a more intense gameplay against somebody. Try to use Corsairs whenever possible when you're dealing with polearms. You know, only use Hussars when you know you're dealing with Dragoons, because they're better against Dragoons, both because of their pierce armor and lack of the assault tag. GG, good match, very good one. Ethiopia just rocking it out again. I mean, we could look back at the base here just to see how many vills they had. Like 44 vills. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty serious. And they were using Goa migration as well, by the way. You know, so they were booming, getting free vills out of about at least 2 town centers. Yeah, 2 town centers. Could have technically sent this card as well, which would have given him a coin trickle and an additional town center in his build limit to make it even more intensive. The thing you gotta understand about Africa is they actually gain 1 town center per age up as like sort of a little mini bonus. So Africans in age 5, meaning Imperial Age, can actually gain about, 4 town centers, which is kind of interesting. But in age 3, they actually only have 2 town centers, so they're actually undercut. Let's look at the scores. Clearly, Ethiopia had the better resources, especially in, the food area, as well as somewhat in the wooden coin. Militarily, yeah, just better units. I mean, I will say that Darkus did do some really good micro plays in terms of microing, did really well. He knew when to sneak up on the pistoleros with his grenadiers. He knew to target the revolving cannons with his grenade tosses, so he did that good. He just did not have the numbers needed and the right units to do the full work. Maybe next time Alpini, so maybe you can outrange the opponent a little bit easier. Let's just look at the little chat right now to see if anything's going on here. Connecting to chat. Welcome to chat room. No additional messages have been sent, or either that or I lost connection at this point. I don't know which came before that. Let's just go into the next encounter. We have about 2 more of them to go. About 5 matches total. Should be pretty quick to get through those. Yeah, we got the Louise Kaiser one, and then we got the Gene P versus Sog one, right? Yeah. This should be pretty good. Recorded games, we're in the last column here, about 5 of them. So let's go through Kaiser versus DeLeon now. Yeah, this should be pretty fun. You know, DeLeon, he really shocked us. You know, he really shocked us a lot when he actually beat Alucard. You know, I definitely keep that in my mind, how DeLeon was able to do that to him. That was really fun. So maybe we see DeLeon actually beat Kaiser somehow. Maybe. Maybe we do. We'll have to see. He definitely does it in 2 matches if that's the case. So if he pulls that off, that's a major victory for him. Alright, so we got Kaiser with the Argentinians. I'm assuming he's going to do a wacky build here. He's probably going to go for the mercenary build. As for Delian, he's got the Lakota. Wow. I didn't know Delian even did Lakota. Maybe he was inspired by Louise Kaiser beating the Egyptians in a previous week, and he figured, oh, I could do that, you know. Yeah, we all know how Lakota works, right? It's pretty basic. The only thing I would add to it is the fact that the Wars of Liberty team, very early on in the development of the mod, actually added stats to the Lakota units to give them additional siege from the start. Right, because before, you only had the siege stance at the fire pit to improve the siege of your units. But in Wars of Liberty, they still have the siege stance. It is just as effective, but their units themselves have base stats that have higher amounts of siege. Yeah. Definitely. So, getting back to Argentina here, because this is going to be the one I'm going to watch. You know, I'm going to be curious to see what sort of wacky build the Kaiser has for us today. They always do end up being very unique. Not quite at 1 card yet, so we don't quite know what the deck is going to be yet. I think it's going to be a mercenary one. Just got my thumb on it at this point. Luckily, built a livestock pen to help fatten his cows over here. The 2 cows that you get at the start of the match is Argentina. Since, you know, Argentina by far is probably the most carnivore-like civ in the mod, since they, you know, they got the pastures that produce cows for free over time. And then they got the zebus from their ultimate building that they can make from it. Also lots of piggies, so lots of bacon and ham. Yep. Let's look at the deck. Okay, so this is a Enganche deck. That's what I figured this was going to be, an Enganche deck. What is an Enganche deck? An Enganche deck is one where you go for a fast Fortress Age or a fast Capital Age, Age 3. Get Enganche, and it makes all the mercenary shipments free. So these 1k coin costs, this 500 one here, this 2k one here, they all become free cards, no coin costs. So you can send elite units for no coin costs at all. And to boot, you can also add in usually War of the Triple Alliance cards like this. Now I don't know why he has this if he only has the Plantigue one. He should have added the Montados in as well, potentially. But that's just me. We've seen Kaiser go with this deck before against Sakul, but he did not pull it off. Let's see if he can pull it off this time, though. Yeah, I would love to see him succeed this time. I have used it successfully myself against History back when I used to play with him on ESO. Yeah, so it definitely does work. I can confirm that for you. This build is effective. You can go back into my channel, back in the history, to find that match if you want. Where I was able to use it successfully. Yeah. And if you want to see the previous match where Kaiser tried to use it before and see where he sort of had some shortcomings, you can definitely look back through the playlist of Liga matches. It's quite a bit back there, so you have to do some looking. Okay, so the Polish wave. Yeah, this is pretty good when you're Argentina, because guess what the Polish wave gives you? Cows. Vacas. Muchas vacas. Just the thing you need to make plenty of hamburguesas to get you through the match, right? Because a big thing of getting to Fortress Age and then Industrial Age is obviously getting lots of food, right? So one thing you can do if you have a livestock pen up like this is you can use the cows that you start with as well as the ones from the Polish wave to indeed use that to ramp your food up to get to the industrial age later on. I think he's actually going for a pasture right now, though, from what I understand. Because I see Kaiser sort of chopping a lot of wood here, but not really doing anything. I think he's going to try to put down a pasture right now. And that's really important because you need a pasture to produce cows over time, which is going to be your most reliable food source. The farms of Argentina are not that great, the pastures. They only get 2 upgrades instead of the usual 3 by late game. So you really are going to depend a lot more on making steaks and hamburgers than you are going to be eating wheat, bread, or whatever else you do with the pasture field. Yep, here comes the Polish colony. How about the Lakota, though? I really want to see what the Lakota do here. So Lakota, they're playing pike and shot, I think. They're going War Club Setan Bowman. I certainly see the War Clubs in the queue right now. They're probably going to come right out of this forward war hunt right here. And then they're going to basically go all... Wait a second. So... Oh... Okay, so basically these war clubs are going to go right for the town center. Does Kaiser know about this? He does not know about this war hunt. He does not know that the war clubs are going to come right out of this thing and start attacking him. That's actually kind of alarming for Kaiser, because if he can get these war clubs in and actually rip apart his base with them, you throw the whole build into a tailspin, and now we're just starting to see these war clubs coming in like right now, and the war chief just arrived too to boost up the HP of them. Yeah, this is not good. They're gonna go right onto this house first, which is gonna cause some immediate damage. It's gonna house Kaiser a lot, and then he can actually move on to another house. You know, with these war clubs, is he making more of the war clubs? Yes, he is. He's going for a full war club push, and he's going to attack this house here. And at this point, as the Argentines, all he can do is just ship sailors at this point. He really has no other option of defending this. Yeah, this is just actually brutal to deal with. Yep, more war clubs are going to come in from Delian now. I can take the flag of war off since we sort of know what's going on here. Yeah, like, here comes more war clubs. Here comes more of them. Whew. This is kind of scary to watch, because I think Delian is becoming a god in wool in AoE3 now, because if he can pull this off... Oh, unfortunately the firemen are coming out. Yeah, the emergency immigrant units. Gotta be careful of that. Let's see if we can take these out. Oh, he's just gonna go right for the... You're gonna go for the sailors? You're gonna try to get out of there? What are you gonna do? Yeah, I guess, yeah, he could retreat for now. Well, the thing is, if you retreat, the firemen are gonna lose their HP over time because they're emergency units, and then you can just come back in and just bash them in one hit of that club. Setan Bowman? Why Bowman? Dude, why are you making these? Just make more war clubs. You don't need archers. He's not going to make conscriptos. He doesn't have a barracks. Just make more of the... Unless you want to hit the units from range to pressure them a bit. Maybe. Maybe that's part of what's going on here. I don't know. Well, get this house down first. Like, if you can take this house out. Yeah, I would try to take this house out next. Like, take the house out, and then you're going to be in good shape. That's why I say, that's my verdict on it.
Oh, nice. Took the house out. Good. You really need to do that right now against Kaiser. If you can house him effectively right now, you kind of box him in a place that it's hard for him to get out of. You obviously can't make any more immigrant units because at this point, these shipments were supposed to go into mercenary cards, but because you got him linked into this age now he's forced to rely on immigrants to defend himself. He's basically forced into sending these auxiliaries out to basically, you know, survive. Well, let's see though. What is he gonna do? Is he gonna like thrust the war clubs into here and put the archers behind him? Yeah, take the C-Tans and target the auxiliaries now, because that's really the best unit to counter right now. Yeah, pretty much. And then you can target that unit. Oh yeah, now this is serious. You might have to back up now because now you got way too many auxiliaries going over here. How's Delian's shipments? You could have put in the dog soldier shipment too, I believe. Don't they get a dog soldier shipment in H2, or is that only in D? Yeah, that's confusing me a bit. I thought they had something that they could have sent. I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong on that. At least we could send some Axe Riders in or some more Bowmen. And now Kaiser can slowly working his way to capital age now that he has enough immigrant units to survive at this point. Like if these auxiliaries can take down the war hut and prevent any additional unit production, then they might be able to buy him enough time to get to capital age and get the Enganche part of his deck done. Yeah, it looks like at least now the auxiliaries have taken down the war hut, and now they can at least clear the area of any vills. You know, Delian, you better get your vills out of here, like, right now. Thankfully, I think the line of sight is it's not quite there for the auxiliaries to see you, so thankfully I think you can keep those vills there to chop for now. Oh, but now the Lakota are going to try to make a move onto this trading post now. Oh, nice. Yep, they took that trading post out. Kaiser's really going to need those trading posts if he's going to keep up with mercenary shipments going forward. How is he doing? Well, he needs about 300 coin and he needs about 500 comida to get to that capital age that he needs. Yeah, I think now finally the Argentinian immigrant units are catching up now, and they'll be able to protect this trade route. If he lost this trade route, this would be a little bit concerning since this is in his domain. I mean, the other trade route was more or less in the Delian side of the map, so yeah, if you lose this one, you're kind of in deep trouble, I think. I don't think that this Lakota has enough time, though, to get the siege work done, though, honestly. Yeah, because he knows he's there, he's going to just start shooting on him as soon as he gets there. Yep, just like that. And now they have to retreat again. Will they get away? Will he lose any more? I don't know. I think he's going to have to go back to the TC at this point. Don't really have much of an option. And now Kaiser can finally get that capital age he wanted with the Enganche. One immigrant now. First Italian wave. Isn't this going to grant him like a lot of food? Like a big amount of food or something? Yeah, I thought it did. I thought... No, it's going to grant him some Italian workers and some Italian houses. That's right. Which I think in this case is probably better since you need as much population space as you can need to get the mercenaries out, I think. So having those Italian houses might do really well for you, honestly, at this stage. As for Lakota, though, like, what do you do at this point? Because your food looks like it's down. The wood is down. The coin is a little bit up. Oh, they're actually going for capital H. That explains it. Alright, so the fact that they're going capital H makes me feel a little bit more confident in what the Lakota's doing. It means that they can fall back on some of these rifle rider shipments. If they need to, they can send the dog soldiers in. They can send some of these Tajunki prowlers if they need to. So they got still have some options. They actually haven't even sent any of their Axe Rider cards in yet, so that's another shipping option they have. I just don't know how economically they're going to do to be able to keep up here, because these mercenaries from Argentina can get pretty serious really quickly once you get Enganche going. You know, you got the you basically get a heavy ranged infantry, like an elite musketeer that they have. They got like a grenadier, which in this version I think is a full-on bombardier, so it constantly throws grenades. And then you get a maneuver unit similar to the Blanding U, so it's basically a dragoon that has a shotgun, so it's basically doing splash instead of targeting one unit. Yep, here comes the Italian wagon right now. We see the Italian houses plopping down right beside it. Italian workers just stand there waiting for something to do. Another thing, even if you run out of mercenary cards from your Enganche build, you can always just send Italian immigrant units, since they're actually pretty solid for this type of strategy. You know, the Tatamillions are basically as good as any sort of Spanish Lancer unit, so they're quite good. You can also send in the red shirts, which are very powerful. Even the Legion Agricolas, you know, decent dragoon unit. So they're actually going to train some Patricios right now. Get these out onto the field. Probably as a potential mitigating factor against any sort of cavalry. This is the Lakota's capital age, so rifle riders, bow riders, axe riders, mounted units tend to become the serious problem when you hit the capital age. So if you can get at least some unit to deal with that in the form of the Patricios that can deal with both, that's great. What's great about Patricios is they don't have the heavy infantry tag, so they actually don't have to deal with any multiplier damage from the rifle riders at all. Right, yet they can still counter the rifle riders themselves with their excellent multipliers against them. And if they get attacked by the axe riders, you know, in melee, they can actually do 60 damage per stab against them. 60. But first we're going to see Enganche coming out. Once Enganche comes out, it's really to be seen what mercenaries we're going to see coming out first. Also, Argentina opting to send a fort first, Fort Concordia. This is basically going to give them central map control and prevent the Lakota from getting around and traversing very easily. In the meantime, though, they still have a decent army of these veteran shadow upgrade auxiliaries and the leftover sailors. Actually, we actually see even leftover firemen still here, you know, from that initial levy of them. Just as we said, that one of them just got shot, unfortunately. Yep, and Lakota going for the Wakina rifles. You know, that's probably what I would do too, because, you know, two of the mercenary units from the Enganche build are heavy infantry, and the other one is a maneuver unit, so perhaps if you can make a big mass of Wakina rifles, maybe that's the way you beat that out in the end. You know, and then you can just ship your cavalry units in, like the one for the rifles, the one for the axe riders, and maybe that's how you beat it out. And then you're going to have to rely on the fire pit to get the siege that you need out of your units. Seatam Bowman? I don't know about that. I would have just trained some villagers, trying to move somebody over onto mining. At this point, you really need the Wakina rifles because of their range and their damage output. You can't really be skimping much going for the Setans. It's not really going to do you much justice in the end. Not at all, really.
We'll see, though. We'll see. Could go anyway, really. Yep. It can really go in any direction possible, really. More clubs? I don't know about the war clubs, honestly. I mean, you obviously don't see any shock units yet, right? Like, why would you get war clubs at this rate? Because right now, it seems like mostly what Luis is doing is just making lots of patricios. He doesn't even really have the XP yet to send any sort of mercenary yet. Which is kind of funny, you know. DeLeon did do a good job at wearing them down to the point that he couldn't get his mercenaries out yet by wearing out his earlier shipments. So yeah, it's going to be we probably will see one shipment from Kaiser and from mercenaries, but yeah, right now, at this moment, biggest threat's just the veteran-inspired level patricios. Yeah. Yeah, really, this is the biggest risk. So make sure you don't get really any sort of maneuver cavalry that you don't need, because they'll just take them out at range. And really, you don't really want any scout units either. Yeah, I mean, really the only thing you can make in terms of cavalry is Lakota right now would probably be the dog soldiers, because they're a lance unit without the scout tag. And if they went up against this army, could probably do something significant. But looks like the Legion Paraguay are going to be the first mercenaries we see. Basically, they just throw constant grenades. Oh, we saw it. This is the Granado Caballo shipment. Yeah, so Kaiser also sent that out. Basically, this is going to allow his... pretty much what makes the Granado Caballo really good is the fact that they can throw grenades as a charge attack and then back up. And then they can go back in and throw another grenade and then back up. Pretty powerful unit. You know, quite good. Quite good. Let's see, though, if these units can keep up, though. Because it looks like the Lakotas kind of slipped their way in and they're going to try to go for the main base now. But maybe these Horse Grenadiers are going to do something to... Yeah, they did get a good grenade throw in, though. That's great. But now they're going to have to deal with the grenade throws from the Legion Paraguayos. They deal about 40 damage with each splash. That's pretty serious stuff, you know. That's nothing to laugh at, honestly. Not at all. I mean, look at the splash attack doing its work over there. Yeah. I'm trying to see when these grenade throws start to really force their weight. Huh. So what's going on here? Who resigns? Exactly. Who resigns exactly? Probably DeLeon. I don't know. Yeah, probably DeLeon. I was just wondering, like. Yeah, definitely DeLeon. I was just seeing if this army was going to last or not, or something was going to go. Yeah, DeLeon is out at this point, honestly. Good try, though. I mean, he did try really good at the start. I mean, yeah. Definitely at the start, he tried really well. Unfortunately, when you deal with like mercenary units like that, it's kind of a pain to deal with. You know, you should have just played a little bit more carefully and made probably another group of war clubs and just kept on with the TC at the start.
Because if you could have taken that TC out, you wouldn't have been dealing with Legion Paraguayas to begin with, or the Horse Grenadiers. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could sort of see the fall right here at that point. That's when the cookie crumbled for Delian at that point. Yeah, let's look at the chat real quick before we get started on number 2. No new messages yet, so I guess we could get right on to match number 2 of this encounter between Delian and Kaiser. Alright, match number 2. Alright, so we got Kaiser with the Danish. Usually Delian goes with the Danish. Is Delian going to go with the Danish? Yeah, no, Bulgaria. Yeah, interesting. See, I would have expected the opposite, because Bulgaria is one of those cheesy civs that Kaiser would usually want, and then Delian obviously likes the Danish a lot with their polar bears, so yeah, this is going to be a kind of a fun one to see how this goes about. This means that Kaiser probably has some sort of new wacky Danish build that he's going to be playing with here. What that's going to be, I don't know. So we see crates, polar bears, basic age 2 setup for military. Then we see some age 3 mercenaries in the form of the Norwegian Fenrics, as well as the Lagos houses. Interesting. Yeah, this could go pretty well, I think, because anything with Danish mercenaries can dish out a lot of damage overall. And then in age 4, we see the factories, as well as the Herleifgalen battalion. See, one thing here I find kind of interesting is the fact that we do see advanced arsenal with Tajhus. Tajhus is not a card we see very often in the Liga. It probably should be used a little bit more. Basically what this does is, once it's sent, it doubles the effect of all arsenal technologies. Even if they're already researched, it doubles them. In particular, the biggest one is, if you got counter-infantry rifling for your skirmishers, which Danish obviously have now, it actually doubles that. So now the Danish skirmisher would be doing 4x against heavy infantry. 4x. 4x against heavy infantry. That is really, really something big. Something really big to consider. On the other hand, Bulgaria, they're a nation-state civ like the Greeks, so they obviously don't age up at town centers, they age up at like the barracks or something. And I think, yeah, we're going to see Delian go with barracks somewhere around here. Yeah, I mostly guarantee you that. Yeah. He's going to try to place out the barracks in just the periphery point that he can place it down in without... Well, the rule is he can't build a building within the mortar's range of a building because it has like the big red circle that blocks that. So he's going to have to plop it down somewhere like, yeah, right here. And the idea of Bulgaria is you try to get Krastata Kazarma to allow every Bulgarian barracks to support 40 population. So that way, each of these barracks is acting like 4 houses. And by extension, because it also delivers a barracks wagon, essentially this card, if you already have a barracks on the field, has the value of 1,000 coin. Or wood, 1,000 wood. You know why? Because it's like adding 8 houses, 1 per barracks, and 200 wood for the barracks that the wagon has. So you're really making 1,000 wood off of this card. And then you can follow that off with Guerre Militaire. This will give you 1 trading post wagon and 1 barracks wagon. So again, another 4 houses worth of pop. 200 wood for the barracks, 200 wood for the trading posts. Making it an 800 wood card. Basically the same sort of wood shipment you would see for the Chileans in Age 2. Yeah, pretty significant stuff, right? They're going to be aging up with Grandmother Tonka, just like a Tonka truck. This is usually the one I do. Don't be fooled. You don't actually get any military units from her. She just gives you some deer to eat. Yeah, lots of meat to eat. Wait a minute, no, she doesn't even give you deer. I think she just gives you, what is it, geese, right? Yeah, just geese. Some pate, right? Nice goose liver. Yeah, at this rate, well, here's the interesting thing. Where is barracks number 2 gonna go if barracks number 1 is over here? Right? He's gonna have to place it somewhere up here to make it not so obvious that the barracks is down here. Does Kaiser even know about this barracks? Well, he's closing in on that location thanks to his ox cart and settlers moving down there to grab the moose. Will the redoubt uncover it? Actually, he already knows about it. I was thinking more in this area. Yeah, he knows about it. He knows about the barracks right here. So Kaiser actually is going to be able to counteract that pretty well, as long as everything goes good. So this is what we learned about last week from Delian. Instead of going right in with the Kazarma, he just starts out with Levski's region. And using Levski's Legion, he makes it so that you could train military units in blocks of 10 instead of 5. Essentially, he could keep up essential pressure out of one barracks to start, and then as he's running out of pop, then Kazarma arrives to provide that extra 880 population you need to keep the rush up. Yeah, it's pretty pressureful, you know? Just saying. It's an interesting take that I never used to consider with it. Maybe it works better, maybe worse. At least when you go with the Delian method, you're keeping military rushing out a lot sooner. Right, that's the big difference. That's the big difference for it.
Саму кажете.
Interesting. Now we see about 9 Appelschendens already out. Another one queuing in. Appelschenden infantry, they're basically like trash units, you know? They're not really strong. They're supposed to be more like Russian-style infantry. But if you get a lot of card upgrades for them, they're actually pretty good. I mean, they actually get really strong over the late game. And what makes them special is they can turn into other units, depending on what cards you send. There are special cards called the Samara Banner cards, marked by this blue outline. Then when you send them, these Appelschand infantry will turn into that unit. Either a Scytheman or a Hajusi or a border patrolman, depending on which one it is. Same thing with the Appelschand cavalry. The Appelschand cavalry can turn into honor guards from a couple of the cards, Samara Bear cards. Oh, so Louise Kaiser went up with the capital age up, getting the Enlightened Adventurer, which grants him about 4 volunteers and 4 partisans, 4 pikemen. Quite good stuff. Yeah, they're gonna have to probably stay near the base for now, though. Bulgaria going for the shipment of Appelschand cavalry right now. It seems like the way Delian plays Bulgaria, it seems a little bit more nuanced, right? He doesn't go right into the Kazarma, he just tries to get his forces up first, and then when it makes more sense to move in the direction of Kazarma, then he gets it. Right? Yeah, I guess it depends on the way you do the economy, honestly. Yeah.
You always have to make sure you're making peasants, though, or villagers, whatever your civ gets for gather. So what's it gonna look like for Kaiser to get now? Like is he gonna make some Fenrics or some Lagos houses, probably? Houses? I would imagine, yeah. Either that or foot artillery. That's what I would get, honestly. I mean, I don't think he's gonna... Well, yeah, get the foot artillery now, because that seems to counter the infantry mass that he's doing in Bulgaria. And then you can send in one of these mercenaries, which are really good against shock units, following that. Or you could send one of those first, just to play on the safe side of things. Yeah, because you do have to be careful with these Opposite cavalry. They're not that tough, but, you know, they can do some damage if you're not careful. Yeah, he's keeping the Partisans in cover mode right now just to stall out and distract, because it's going to take longer for these pikes to die when they're in the cover mode, since they grants them about 50% pierce armor when they're in that mode. They just move a lot slower and attack a lot slower when they're in it. Oh, here comes the Opposite cavalry. Now, yeah, Kaiser's going to be forced to send the Fenrics in to deal with that. Could have also sent the houses, but I think the Fenrics are good because they can run in and out a lot easier. They're basically the same thing as Basigliaries, you know, same sort of unit. Looks like the TC and Redoubt are going to target the Opposite cavalry first, though, which is kind of interesting. Like, he's almost worried that they're going to try to snare his Fenrics into range combat. Yep, I see the dead Bulgarian chief up there from his little statue. Whenever you kill a Bulgarian nation-state explorer in general, they turn into a hero statue, which boosts the attack speed of nearby military units. It lasts until either so many seconds has gone by and it just goes down on its own, or if the enemy sieges it, in which case they get a bounty from sieging it, about 20 XP. So if Danish could somehow siege that tower down in time, that'd be great for them. It looks like it has expired on its own then. Reason for this being, if you don't destroy the towers and enforce that rule, it makes it really unfair for somebody if they have like 5 towers stacked on top of each other. You know, that could be a bloody mess. Seeing Siphon attack at like 10 times normal speed. Basically look like some wacky cheat code, right? Unfortunately for Delian, he actually chose to go with the Samara banner to turn the Opposite infantry into Scythemen. This is very bad because now the Fenrics can simply run in and out and pick off your Siphon one by one. Yeah, they're just going to keep picking them off. Right? See, the Fenrics just run the Siphon and then they just can keep coming back and killing them one by one by one by one. There's really not much you can do about that. It's really hard to deal with. And then they have to, yeah, they run right back. And then they sandwich them in with the Minutemen, which is even more damaging. Yep. And now they have to take a shot at him again. Yeah, exactly. It's quite the interesting thing, isn't it? See that right there? Effectively, with just about 5 of the mercenary Fenrics, they were able to beat an entire army of Scythemen effectively single-handedly by themselves. And from there, now they can start to queue up infinite shipments of the land soldatars. These, on the other hand, are a very weak unit. They're actually weaker than a Russian musketeer line infantry. They only cost about, 50 food and about 15 coin.
They might actually be weaker than Russian muskets, actually. The idea of these is you just send them in really large groups from the home city as well as the barracks. And in particular from the shipments, you can get really large numbers of these to back up your artillery with. In this case, the land soldats can match verbatim sort of the conflict with the Opelshad infantry, since they're both considered weaker units at the start. Big difference being Opelshad infantry get a lot stronger in the late game thanks to many cards that they can access. The land soldatars, though, they don't get any such cards. They just get, well, they do get, let's correct that, they get basic infantry combat cards, they get advanced arsenal, right, and then they actually can double up on their advanced arsenal gains because of this card here, the Tajhoofs. Yeah, so in a way that actually gives them a lot more potential, so I didn't even think of that. But since you're starting off from such a low point of like 14 range attack, 8 hand attack, not even that good of a multiplier, I think it's a lot steep. It's not that much of a climb compared to what the Bulgarian infantry have. Right, like look at the Bulgarian infantry. They started with like 20 attack. They have like, well, what is this? They actually don't have any multiplier against shock units. I never even noticed that. I thought they always had like a bayonet that they could use against cavalry. I never even noticed this. I always used to make these thinking, yeah, they're going to be able to kill hussars with them. Turns out they just basically like, oh, they're actually skirmish units. They're actually skirmish units. So they're sort of like a ranger almost. Well, they're almost like a ranger because they actually don't have, well, they are a ranger because they don't have the malice against the cav units, right? They just don't have any multipliers though. So if you could get a large number of these Opelshad infantry, maybe that alone should be enough to get you to the finish line against the land soldatars. But you do need to be careful of the foot artillery cannons here. These cannons, alright, so now these foot artilleries here. Basically, these are the same thing as falconets. They're going to be able to blast their way through those Opelshad infantry should they engage with them, forcing really the Bulgaria player to rethink their strategy. Like they're going to need to either age up, get something better, or they're going to have to, yeah, they're going to build a stable and try to add some Opelshad cavalry in. Now we see the Krastata Kazarma coming in. This is going to grant some population boosts to the Civ. Essentially, every barracks that Bulgaria has is going to gain about 40 population from it, since barracks are now going to have the value of 4 houses in terms of how much pop that they space, pretty much. Quite good. Because that's basically going to climb up the Bulgarian population space to about 170. Almost maxed out to 200. They'd really just need like 3 more houses or another barracks, and then they'd basically be all the way at the top at that point. Yeah. Oh, wait a second. What's going on here? Oh, the Fenrics. They're trying to fish in the infantry. Yeah, that's... Look at how good these Fenrics are doing. Delan's just retreating and letting them take free shots out of them. Wow, look at that. This is not good. The Fenrics are getting free kills. This is not good. Not good at all. Not good at all. Not good at all. Yeah, here's the thing though. Now you got the Opelshad cavalry on your tail and they're going to try to snare you. But I think at this rate, because the Fenrics are so fast, they can probably get out of there pretty easily. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be much of an issue, honestly.
Not much of an issue at all. Where does it go from here, though? That's what I'm wondering. Like, how many settlers does Kaiser even have right now? 20... What's that? 23 on the field? It's just starting to get the veteran upgrade for the land soldatars now. I mean, he could go for age 4, I guess. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, it's kind of a stagnation point between, for the Bulgarians, because it seems like they're out of their element right now, because, you know, normally at this stage as Bulgaria, you'd be thinking of capital age ambitions, getting, you know, honor guards through the Samara banner. You'd be thinking of maybe getting some cherry guns, you know, stuff like this. But now, they're capped off in age 2. Really, with these unupgraded units. And I'm just curious, like a veteran land soldatar versus an Opelshant infantry. These units are still weaker than the Opelshant infantry. Yeah, they still are. The only thing they got going for them is like this multiplier against the shock units. That's literally it. The only thing they got going for them at all. It's actually pretty much it. Okay, so now we see the Danish army going forward here. Kind of waiting for somebody to get shot at this point. Come on, let's see some action. I want to see some casualties here. Let's go. Let's do something. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, just get your land soldators forward and just keep dealing with them at this point. Like, yeah. Yeah, you're gonna go forward with the land soldatars, try to fish in the Opelshant cavalry, and then use the foot artillery to attack the infantry. Right? Yeah, exactly. Good. But now you're gonna have to pull these land soldatars back a bit just to make sure that the Opelshant cavalry can't pressure them too hard. Now you can move forward with your grenadiers a little bit and your Fenrics. Where are the Fenrics? Where are the Fenrics? Oh, the Fenrics are actually doing raiding work down here, which is great. Yeah, they got such high attack, like 86 attack, that they can actually one-shot the villagers. Actually forcing the cavalry to come back to deal with them. But the cavalry, they're not good against the Fenrics. They can actually die to these things. It's really a last-ditch, desperate attempt to save yourself at that point. Yeah, look at them one-shot the cavalry just with their pure range attack alone. No multipliers since these are scout units. Just played in 86 damage times 5 is enough to kill these cav. Really, really scary stuff. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Само кажете.
Fort wagon. Yeah, that's probably going to be essential here. You're ideally going to want to place it either here or over here, I would say. That way you're able to maintain this control of the trade route, and you can really prevent Bulgaria from doing any sort of attacks on your main base unless they, they do the U-shape around here, which you will see, by the way, since Danish trading post number 3 is coming up at the bottom over here. Veteran Grenadiers. This is going to be pretty useful unit against the Upper Sand infantry. Yes, certainly. Stagecoach coming in, so now Kaiser can start to get some resources from the trade route. So basically Delenn has been saving up for Capital Age, because he knows that's where his next chance is going to be. He's going with Exarch Joseph I. Exarch is sort of like the exiled prince. He ages up quicker than other politicians. That's sort of his advantage. I don't know if he actually ages up quicker than other politicians, though. To me, it seems a little... Does he age up quicker? If so, it might be just slight, but I don't know. Seems pretty average if you ask me. Because I swore that Exiled Prince and some of the stuff from Latin America aged up quicker than this. Alright, so luckily for Delenn, it seems like his shipment is just about ready to become available. Not much, only 986 XP required left for another shipment. So now we're going to see cherry guns, I'm assuming. I mean, at this rate, in this situation, all you can really get is cherry guns at this point, right? Yeah, I mean, all you can really afford is, like, cherry guns. And he has, like, really no army. He can't just deal with these Fenrics. The Fenrics are denying him his last hunt, so... What do you do at this point? Yeah, you just ship in cherry guns. The cherry guns are basically... Who's played Tupi before? You know how the thunder guns work, right? They shoot once and then they die? And that's exactly what these Bulgarian cannons do. They're a one-shot unit. They fire once and then they die after shooting. And they pack a lot more punch than the mule artillery does as a result. They're also somewhat cheap to make. They only cost like 35 food and 60 wood. So it's a pretty useful unit when used in large masses and targeted well. Yeah, see, you gain about 10 from this, and then you're going to train another 10, and then another 10 are going to come out. So this is like a large mass of artillery. How much damage they do? They do 300 damage. Actually, not too bad. They do have a mouse against artillery, though, so they only do about 150 against these guys. Still, that's only means that it takes like 2 shots of the cherry guns to actually kill a foot artillery. Is he going to aim them properly, though? Yep. Make sure you get those out. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Why are the peasants here? Why not make some more? You know, why are you conceding so easily? Just make another batch of cherry guns and bring out some hard guns or something. GG. GG. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe my Kazarma build is better. You know, I didn't really see a lot get done here. Maybe because of the mercenary, I don't know. I can tell you, though, as a bit of another update for the Great War patch, Fenric's stats are going down, at least in terms of their attack. The attack is being brought down, I think, to like 55 to make it more normal. Normally close to that of an Imperial Bersiglieri. 85 range attack really made no sense in the end, so they figured, let's just bring it down to 55 and make it more manageable. It's still a good unit, but you know what I mean. More standard. Yeah, Danish clearly did better in the eco department in terms of kills. Fenric's won him a lot of kills here. A lot of these were from just Fenric snipes. And yeah, I mean, look at this. 100 units, only kills you got was a quarter of that. Only about 27. So really just a quarter of all the units you made actually did any fatalities here. Not good. Not good at all. Yeah, I mean, Bulgaria had the initial initiative and then they lost it. Simple as that. Oh my god, let's see, you're still alive. Of course I'm still alive. You know how many matches you Juanitos Benitos put out for the Liga? Yeah, I'm still here. Of course I'm going to be here. You know, sometimes, do you remember? There have been times I've been streaming since, what is that, 8, 9 p.m. 10 p.m. This is going to be nowhere near close to that, mind you, but gives you an idea, sort of what sorts of... How about the Danish fast fortress? That was a good fast fortress, yeah. See, the thing is, though, Danish fast fortresses are really centered towards team games. They're really strong in team games because of their wide variety of merc units. You can really abuse them in team games. Especially after you send free press to give everyone else a shipment. It's really a brutal strategy. Let's move on to the final encounter. That of Sog and Jinpi. This one's going to be a tiebreaker one, so about 3 matches instead of 2. Unless they just duplicate the recording file. Hopefully not. Hopefully this is going to be a solid 3-match thing here. So let's start off on match 1 on Mendocino. Egypt. I know what he's going to do with this. Yeah, I know exactly what he's going to do with this. He's not doing the fast industrial build. I just want to let you know that. It's actually a build that I've done on my channel that I learned from him. He's doing the Bedouin Rush. We got a Bedouin Rush again. Another Bedouin Rush. Against the Portuguese. This is kind of racking my mind a little bit here. Because I don't know how this is going to turn out, though. Yeah, I really don't know, because here's the thing. If you go with the Bedouin Rush against the Portuguese... Wait a second. If you go with the Bedouin Rush against the Portuguese, doesn't the Portuguese just cancel it out by having 2 town centers? This is either going to go really well for Egypt or really bad. I'm telling you right now, this is not a balanced outcome. This is either going to be a bloody win or a bloody loss in the first couple of minutes. Yeah, this is not going to be good for Egypt unless they pull it off really quickly. If they can get the Bedouins out really quick and catch their covered wagon off guard or something like that, maybe then you got something going, but I don't know. I'm going to watch the Egypt player very carefully.
Because this is going to determine everything right here. Timing. Timing is of the essence. Timing is of the essence. Yeah, timing is of the essence here. It really depends on timing. It really depends on timing. We do see the library caravan coming out now. He's going to want to get the blue level 1 first, since that benefits the Bedouins. Yeah, you're going to want to get the... Yeah, I think you're going to want to get that followed by blue number 2. And then red number 1. That's my hypothesis here, because I've done this build before. 1 Bedouin, because you really don't need more than that. You just need to get enough to produce more villagers. You wait until Bedouin regiments is sent before you even send any more Bedouins, really. Oh, he went with yellow number 1, which granted him a free market caravan. Yeah. Great. Great. Very good, very good. Alright, so... Is he gonna get any text from it, or is he... Here's the thing. You're kind of scaring me right now, because I'm seeing you idling, you got Pasha over there. You need to keep Pasha on top of your villagers using his staff. Right? He needs to empower your villagers. You know, he's the pharaoh of all things. You need to make sure he's on top of these units, giving him his empowerment. Because if you're not empowering these villagers, yeah, you have to reposition them a little bit. Alright, this you might get some work out of, right? Yeah, see, now that's going to work. But now he's going to have to work on snaring these hunts in a little bit more, just so he doesn't have to move around pasture as much. Oh yeah, don't lose the Bedouin, by the way, because if you do that, I'm tempted to just turn off the match. Just saying. Do not lose the Bedouin at this stage. If you do, I will never forgive you. Because it will be a really bad gameplay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, here's the thing, though. I mean, it looks like Portugal is just going for the quick age up, you know? They know what's going on here, and they want to beat you to it. They're going with the Arzan, which is going to give them wood, about 400 wood, because it's a core master. And they're going to try to turtle up as much as possible, and you're not going to be able to get that pressure out. Yeah, I mean, seriously, man, like... I'm holding on to hope for Sog that he's going to pull this off, because I want him to pull this off. I want him to do this. I want him to make this build successful. If you don't do good in this build, I'm going to use it in the Liga myself and show you how it's done, alright? So you better do this, you know? I might use it. I might use it if you don't do it right. I gotta save the integrity of the build. Can't let people think that Bedouins is that easy to deal with. It's not. It's one of the harshest rushes you can do is with the Bedouin regiments. Alright, now you're getting the Bedouin regiments out great. But is it quick enough, though? That will be seen. That will be seen. That will be seen. I don't like the fact that you don't have enough unit shipments. You really should... Did they get any more unit shipments? Did they get firebrands or something? Yeah, they get firebrands. You really should have firebrands in here. I don't know. I guess he's alright. Okay. I'll take it. I'll take your judgment as correct. See, this is the Bedouin regiments rush. You remove the wood costs of the Bedouins, right? So essentially they become only 35 food. That allows you to max out their numbers. It also, I think it doubles the range attack that they have to about, what, 5 range attack? And essentially, you just attack the whole base just using the Bedouins. You know, they even have a siege attack as well, which is kind of interesting, you know, so they could even attack the town centers with them. And he's just going to go all in with these Bedouins. And he's probably going to go all... Yeah, he's going to rush on top of this TC. Oh, so he garrisoned one of the town centers to kill the... Oh, he used the Explorer, actually, yeah. See, this is the thing. This is the way the Bedouin rush works. You go right underneath their TC with all these Bedouins, and then it becomes virtually impossible to clean them up.
But the thing I'm worried about here for you is Portugal has 2 town centers, so they can do double the range output here. So you really have to be careful. Well, actually, let me get that correct. I think because the hunting rate of this Egypt is so profound right now, they might actually be able to do this. I hope they can pull this off. I hope you can do it. I'll be praying for you. I think they might pull this off, You know why I think? Because they got such a good hunting economy right now from the yellow one that I think they can actually keep the Bedouin queue going infinitely enough to gradually grind down these town centers. It's going to be painful and long, but I think they can pull it off. Oh, but then we see the maneuver units coming in. No, the skirmish units coming in. We do see some line infantry, so this could be a little bit dicey here, since they do have the Bedouin maneuver tag. So they're actually going to take multiplier damage from these volunteers. But you can use the spearmen to siege for now and just let the Bedouins shoot at the volunteers, though. That's an option. Maybe a good option. I think that Egypt might actually be able to pull this off, though. I think they might be able to do it. I think they might be able to do this. You know why? Because they're staying on top of the volunteers, keeping them pressured. He's able to train some spearmen out. He's going to be able to use those. He's going to ship in more spearmen, which will add even more siege to the mass. And then he's going to, I think he did succeed at this build. Yeah. Hey, he did it. I think he did it. I think he pulled it off. I think he did this successfully. I think he pulled this build off. Your biggest threat right now is taking care of those idols, but I think you pulled this build off successfully. They have enough food to keep this group of Bedouins still rolling out. That's not going to be a problem. They can get more Bedouins now, and just by fact of the HP, they're going to be able to deal with these volunteers. No problem. No problem at all. Yeah, and then the spearmen are just going to make the siege go quicker. Yeah. I still would have added firebrands, though, to this deck, because that would have been another extraordinary siege option for you. Another source for you to use. Yeah. Good work, though. I mean, I was worried for you that you were going to mess up the build, you were going to lose a Bedouin or something, but you handled yourself perfectly here. Absolutely good performance. Yeah, it doesn't matter what Portuguese do over here. Really does not matter at all, because you got the advantage now. You can just ship in some camel riders. You can actually grab his coin crates if you want to up here. Gauge up and get some Age 3 cards. And then, of course, you got the Felahins here, which have a multiplier against villagers, making them almost like the Zinglins, right? And they're able to just quickly thrust their daggers into the Portuguese villagers here. Yeah, I mean, look at this. Look at the Felahin basically just slicing their way through the villagers. Absolutely nasty. This is a nasty build. This is actually nastier than the fast industrial age of Egypt. And that's usually given a lot of flack of being gay gypped, pretty much. This is the most gayest gypped we've ever seen today. Yeah, absolutely. Look at the post game. Alright, so resources. Egypt actually made more resources than Portugal just because they were able to keep the hunting up and they kept the Portuguese in the TCs for so long. Kill count? They only had to kill like 11 units, and Portugal killed like 44 units. Like 30 Bedouins went down and it just did nothing. Because the Bedouins, they don't... Let me think. Do the Bedouins count as military units? I don't know if they count as military units. Oh, yeah. They count as buildings because I see... No, they don't, because this would have... I don't know what they count. Buildings lost. I don't know. That's a good question, actually. Yeah, you can tell here that the graph was always good, though. So there's that. There's that piece of it.
I could no Kaiser sent more messages. I could no longer practice a strategy with you, but the Fenric is possible counter. With Garia is possible. Well, yeah, I know that because the Fenric is basically a Basigliere. It's like a foot dragoon. You just use large numbers of skirmishers to kill them. But unfortunately, because you're Bulgaria, you don't get real skirmishers until age 4. Yeah, doesn't that sting? That really does sting you, doesn't it? You don't get to train full 20 range skirmishers till age 4 as Bulgaria. So that... because they get units in age later. So that was actually a sadistic civ pick by you and a sadistic strategy for Bulgaria. That was actually kind of sick, because anyone else, they just ship in a group of skirmishers and deal with the Fenrics, but you went against the one civ that don't has to rely on like ranger units till age 4, right? Hajusi, and they came and trained the Hajusi till age 3, which makes age 2 a total blind spot for them. Yeah. Consider that. Yeah. Well, anyways, we're going to see Sog versus GMP match 2 now. I wonder what GMP is going to do to bring this back. He's probably fuming right now. Like, what did you do to me? What did you just do to my Portuguese? Yeah. I don't know. Just saw something on the phone. Alright. We're good. We're good. Let's just keep going. So Sog's this time going with España. He really likes the Spanish, you know, he likes the Civil War. And then we got the Russians. So, basically just 2 vanilla civs, right? Yeah, Russians and Spanish. I mean, they do have different rosters, don't get me wrong, compared to vanilla, but we can go into that, like, right now, so... we know a little bit about Russians from previous games today. Basically, they got Plastuni, which are like foot Cossacks, pretty much. They're like an assault unit on foot. They have a splash attack as part of a charge attack called the Swashiska attack. And then, after that, they just attack at like a normal, lower amount of damage without the splash. And they have to wait for that to recharge, I think, like every 40 seconds, maybe 50 or 60 seconds before they can do it again. They get pikemen in age 2 instead of the halberdiers. They get dragoons instead of cav archers. Their royal guards actually goes to the line infantry, the Frontovic now, as well as the what's the other one? RG they get? Oh, the pikemen, right? The Opolshanai. Yeah, that's right. Because yeah, they still got Cossacks, they still got the Oprishniks, but they're now like an ultimate unit again in age 4 called the Ochronics. Works the same way though. It's a little bit more fair to deal with now since you don't have to deal with them in an earlier game now. And they do have a build limit too, luckily. Yeah, pretty much. But for Spain, España, they got a pretty wide variety of special units, you know. They got the Regulares, which are a stronger version of the Musketeer or the Line Infantry, but they are more expensive. They also got the Aduaneros, which are a special infantry unit, which has multipliers against villagers at range and hand. It also trickles coin to pay back for its cost of training them. So it's like a raider unit that doesn't feel like that big of an investment if they last a long time, because in the end, you might actually make some coin from having them, right? Toledo, with this whole Ole Santiago stuff, used to always use them, and boy, did they get annoying. You know, he loved his Regulares too. Also, you got the Batadores, right? They boost nearby units and help them run faster. If you get all 10 of them in the build limit, or is it 10 or 20, then you can see units really start to fly across the map really well. One thing that did change for past Wars of Liberty players, though, is that they did a bit of a swapperoo in stats. Right, before Spain had the Demi-Lancers, were basically the old Spanish Lancers, and then they had the Batadores, which was like a Cuirassier, right? It had splash attack. But now, Spain has regular French-style Cuirassiers, like the standard European unit now. And now their Badors are now lance-carrying units, so they now have the old Spanish Lancer stats. The Badors do. And now they can make splash cav in the form of the French cuirassiers. Just like a lot of the other European civs can, like Danish, Italians, Germans, you name it. Even Dutch in this patch, right? They won't in next patch. They get the Dutch situation, you know. You've seen my... Has anyone... Make sure you go watch my Great War patch Civ preview videos in that playlist for patch 1.1... No, 1.1.0a. Yeah, there's a lot of wacky stuff there. You'll see a lot of new stuff for Dutch. Completely different Civ. Anyways, let's look at the decks real quick after we look at the age up. So the Statesman, this is the same thing as Governor General. It gives you a tower wagon and some coin crates. As for Gaio, he's going up with the Artisan, so 400 wood for him. Yeah, going back to the decks though. We see Settlers, we see a bit of counter fishing here. We see 2 Avisos. Almost as if he's worried that the Russians are going to put some fishing boats on the water. Yeah. I don't think we're going to see action from these, honestly. This might just be here as a precaution. I honestly wish I had 2 of these in my deck when I was going against the Australians, because I probably could deal with that economic threat. Maybe. But other than that, pretty good stuff for Spain. Plenty of crates, plenty of units. Partisans, Regulares, Infante de Marina. These are basically just more marine infantry. 2 foot artilleries, cuirassiers, hussars. So everything you would expect from a Spanish deck, since they acquire experience at a much faster rate than other civs. They're also starting to get their hunting dogs and placer mines now too. So they're thinking a lot about eco. As for Russia, what's Russia going to do? Russia's going to go for a rush on their side of the map. I see the blockhouse coming up right down here. And I think he's going to probably move the shipment point over to here so that the Cossacks may start trotting their way out of this side of the map here. Yep, about 5 line infantry training out, about 5 shipping in, 5 Cossacks shipping in. How many vills? Standard number, I would say about 18 villies. Let's see how well these Cossacks are used here. I mean, if they can do quite a bit of damage to the settler numbers, maybe, yep, that's how GMP is going to push this back. But if they don't do a good raid, then it's probably going to take something a little bit longer for them to do here. Yeah, notice the cool, nice-looking models for these new Cossacks, right? They carry the lances now instead of the sabers, making them a little bit more accurate to the Napoleonic era lancers we've seen in the 100 Days mod. You know, same hats and uniforms as well. Yeah, they're just going to roll through here and see what they can thrust their lances into at this point. Oh yeah, they'll get that settler down. Yeah, good. They're going to get that one down though? Yes. Uno, dos. Dos federes, or whatever you say in Spanish for villagers. Personas. Personas, people. Yeah, people. Here comes the line infantry sieging down the house. More Cossacks shipping in from Russians. They're going to want to kill this explorer, though, Manuel Lopez, because unfortunately he can create some very annoying perros, some annoying dogs that can bite your feet, bite your legs and thighs and stuff and slowly kill you, so you got to be careful. You know what I mean? You got to be careful with the doggos. You know. Alright, so the Cossacks are going to be rolling around up here towards the towers, trying to look for any straggling villies. Maybe they can grab this one. But in general, the line infantry are going to be focused on the house. If they can down a house for Spain, that does set them back a bit in population and forces them to
wood chop. But they do have a lot of wood, though, so I don't think that's the biggest problem right now, especially since they just received some cords of wood right here. Infantes de Molina. Where are these coming from? Oh, this is why he has the avisos in the deck. He puts the avisos in the deck so he can actually have a training point to make his Infante de Molinas from. That's clever, because this almost acts like having two barracks on water. That when trouble arises, they can just take off and go back into the water, into the Hudson Bay, and just get away from you. Yeah, it's pretty smart strategy, I must say myself, you know. I think he really gets the job done. Yep, definitely. Oh wow, look at these Infante de Molinas getting the house down, though. How much siege do they have? 30 siege? Not bad, actually. I mean, it definitely is a bit of a setback for Russia, though, because now they gotta worry about their houses getting burned down. Notice the little snowflake underneath the soldiers there? That's a new sort of Russian civ bonus for the Wars of Liberty called Russian Winter. When you burn a Russian building down, it slows down enemy units for a period of time to make a retreat harder to do, allowing the Russians a better chance at hunting down your units. So you really have to be careful of when you decide to siege stuff. Oh, now we see the Pastunis here. Yeah, the Pastunis, the assault units. Yeah, these guys are pretty powerful, you know. They dish out quite a bit of damage, you know what I mean? Especially before they use up their splash attack, you know. Once they go in with the Swashiska splash attack, it's quite powerful, you know. Still going after the houses, it seems.
Preparado. ¿Cuál es su orden?
Ah, wow, look at this. Spain's so desperate for comida that they're actually in their sheep, unfed. Yeah, that's not good. Imagine if animal slaughter worked like that in the real universe. Like, yeah, I'm gonna put down my sheep so I can eat them, so I'm gonna hit him over the head with my blunderbuss. Not even hit him over the head, they just like poke him. Like, yeah, that's weird looking, you know. You'd think they would have done something like AoE 2 where they had the little knife come out to stab the animal dead, you know, make it a little more accurate. That's just me. Cossacks coming in to attack the Infante de Molinas. Oh well, no, I don't think that's going to work just yet. You might need a couple more of them to do that. Maybe you even up to, well, yeah, I mean, I think it's totally fine to use Cossacks, you just need more of them. Like, what else are you going to do? Are you going to get foot artillery or something? Yeah, these Infante de Molinas, though, is really what's keeping their base safe, because they're keeping the cavalry a bit diverted here. But I do think what Russia's doing on this side is a little bit more impactful, because they do have a larger mass of infantry here that's going on the siege. Right. All really, at least for now, Russia has to do is just keep the marinas a little bit distracted, so the 30 siege does not down the building too quickly. Yeah, definitely, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, this is the TC gonna go down? Is it gonna go down, though? Get another shot in, like, right now, because you really don't want the TC to go down, right? Oh, wow. Just on the last two. Wow. You almost survived that one. Yeah, you almost lasted that one. What's interesting is, Russia here also had counter-fishing ships here. 2 Avisos. Wow, so we're going to see Aviso wars, I think. We're going to see the war of the warships. The warship of the warships. Yeah. Yeah, so these Avisos are going to come over here. And what Russia can do now is if you can get some mines up, you can start working on the mines a bit. You can actually start to train Marines from his light ships, his Avisos, and keep the Spanish base under some serious pressure. Definitely.
Готов. Приказ?
Oh, Regulares, yeah. That's going to definitely deter them a bit. Now, one thing you should do is Spain right now. Try to ungarrison the Infantes. Right here, so they'll actually add their... Why did you stick them back in the ship? There you go. Alright. Easy enough, right? Use the Infante de Marinas to dish out some damage against the ship since they deal crush damage. So that's actually strong against the armor of these light ships. Yep. Right there. There you go. Spanish light ships will survive. I think they will. You can shoot this one using these Infantes here. And now you basically force them into retreat at this point, and now they're going to have to go back home, and... Yeah, Russia would have to build a dock to heal these back up, by the way, so... Yeah. Both of their ships are not looking too good right now. They both need some serious medical treatment right away. Oh, wow, look at this! Yeah, I bet he wasn't expecting that, though. Luckily, these are not Marine infantry, so they're actually not that well equipped with that. Oh, but then, of course, Russia's already coming back with some Cantonese and line infantry to go for the TC again. Oh, yeah, I mean... This is looking like a fatal situation for you, as the Spanish. Well, not fatal, but losing the TC does change things up quite a bit. How much resources does Spain even have? Like, they do have some more food and coin for units, though, so it's not really the end of anything at this point. Yeah, for sure. Definitely for sure. Definitely for sure.
See?
Oh, Partisans, yeah, that partly explains it. So, with the Partisans, you can actually get even more siege done since they have about... Well, they actually have slightly more siege than the Infante de Marinas do. Yeah. Let's see if they can...
Let's see if these settlers find themselves getting shot by the Russian infantry. Really depends on their timing. Right, it really depends on a lot here. Will they be discovered by the Russians? No, luckily not. Luckily not. What's going on here? The Russians are setting up... The Spanish are setting up camp in the Russian base. And are we going to see the Russians take up space in the Spanish base? What sort of bizarre world is this? Like, this is the Russians' base here. You're actually going to put your TC inside of them. Oh, wow. But oddly enough, we see the Russian TC just moving a little bit down here to the moose and the mining. So really the distance between the two bases is not going to be very long at all. It's going to look more like a direct conflict here. Oh, but then we see the Cantonists taking shots out of the pikemen. Yeah, that's not good. I would rethink about the placement of your field hospital. Yeah, they decided to cancel that out. See, the Russian explorer and Wars of Liberty can also build field hospitals. And the field hospitals, I think, actually boost the HP of your troops slightly, or their attack speed or something. So yeah, that actually makes the Russians a little bit better at forward pushes, since they can actually fall back on their field hospitals to heal up all their weak units. Which are even weak even before they get shot, right? And then they're really weak after they get shot, you know? That's sort of the idea. You attack with lots and lots of really cheap units and try to save up as much of them as you can using the field hospitals for their mass healing. Yeah, this is a very weird match, because there's a lot of sieging going on both sides here, a lot of movement between the players. Still a lot of minutes to go in the match, like maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes left. So yeah, I mean, this is kind of a strange one, you know? I will say that. Definitely. Definitely. So now we see the cornet from the Russians. This will give them some free Cossacks that they can add to this army here, pushing on to the Infante de Minas. Oh, so this is when frontier defenses becomes really good, I guess. You know, like if you have a spare TC out in the middle of nowhere like that, then you can just start plopping down redoubts around it with that card. And that can start fortifying that township even further. Alright, so now I sort of understand it. I honestly don't know, like, technically Spain could maybe win this. They can maybe win this match. I actually don't know at this point, like, score-wise... Oh, actually Spain is somewhat behind. And of course Russia will be going up to age 3, so I think this is probably their redeeming time right now. Just go up to age 3, get some foot artillery, maybe some platoony shipments, and then just go full in against your nearby neighbor over here. Kill thy neighbor, right? That's the way it works. Alright, so Cantonists, foot artillery or something, maybe platoony. Platoony could totally work too. Well, I'd rather actually go with the Falks, because they're just going to do more splash damage against these this Infante de Minas formation. This could actually be problematic because, see, since the Infantes are so close to the blockhouse, this gives the Plastoonis a chance to use their splash charge attack, like, instantly on them. Like, see, they just pop out right there, without a challenge, right? Absolutely brutal, right? If you would have stayed away just a little bit more, he could have probably killed more of the Plastoonis. But now that you've stayed so close to that blockhouse, you effectively just gave up that entire army for nothing. And now you're going to have to retreat back to the town center here. And hope that you can survive it, right? Do they even have resources? Really none. I mean, all they're really breathing on at this point is the fact that they can keep sending in the Frontier Defenses card again and again to add more readouts to the periphery of that town center.
Y no puedo moverme.
Wow, right on top of each other too, like a little bit like a pincher right here. You got one tower here, one tower here, one tower here, one tower here. Like they're coming out like a line, and you could actually even add another to that stack railing, and that would make the defense even more formidable. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're going to find anyone over here anymore. I mean, really just got a bunch of spare buildings at this point. What's attack? Yeah, oh, that's from the siege. Alright, because I'm viewing Spain, right? Yeah.
Готов. Что?
Veteran Cantonus. I don't really know. Well, maybe. I don't know. I probably would have upgraded the Plastoonis first, probably, because the Plastoonis is probably going to be the way you're going to reach these Infante Maninas the best. Which he's going to try to do right now by having them crawl in from over here. Here comes the Plastoonis, doing this splashy. They have their charge attack back yet? No, they don't. So, a little bit out of luck, but they're still doing fairly well. I mean, 15 hand attack is certainly not nothing against a unit that has Pierce armor only. You know? Yeah, and it looks like Russians have pulled off a win here. Yeah, and yeah, he's gonna resign before even any of these towers go down. It looks like, because Spain at the moment, España, only a little bit of comida left, not really much coin, not really a lot of wood. So now's a kind of an appropriate time to resign, I would say. I mean, he really did the most possible work he could out of this match, but unfortunately, you're going to have to try to win back your title in match 3 on Jebel Musa. See if you can beat the tiebreaker. If you can beat the tiebreaker, then you can secure the victory that you gained with Egypt in the match before. If not, then unfortunately you lose out 2-1. Yeah, exactly. Like, good match though, I mean. Certainly impressive, regardless. Yeah, way more resources, by the way, for Russia. Like, yeah, I don't know if that's because they had a more functional base for longer or what went on there. In terms of military, double the units, and actually like only half the kills for the amount of units they had. Spain actually did quite the opposite. They had like this many units, they did double the kills. It just shows you sometimes you can be really efficient with your unit killing practices, but if you can't deal with the buildings behind the units, that just doesn't work out in the end. You know? Look at the graph. Look at green just doing better. So, okay, so let's look at the chat real quick. No new messages from chat. So that means we can go on to the final match of the night. One more match to go, people. We got the tiebreaker between Jinpi and Sogtalak. The Jebel Musa match of our lifetime. Maybe. We'll have to see. We'll see what these people can offer us, right? One more match to go and we will see who is the victor here. And we will close off the stream once they are done. Match number 3, here we go. This could be a long one or a short one. I don't know. Can go really in every direction. Sure that the volume is good, right? Alright. Okay, so we got Sog with the Gran Colombia, and we got Gene P with the Canadians. We've seen Canadians quite a bit today, right? Well, we've at least seen them once. And now we're going to see the Gran Colombians for the first time. So, Gran Colombia, this is honestly one of my favorite civs in Wars of Liberty right now. You know, I don't use them a lot because they're not the most competitive, but purely from an aesthetic side of things and a fun score, I think Gran Colombia is one of the funnest civs to play as. I like them because they get so many fun, unique, strong units in mid to late game. You know, they have the most ultimate units in the Civ in Wars of Liberty. They get about 4 of them, one of them for each one of the main parts of Gran Colombia. One for Colombia, one for Ecuador, one for Venezuela, and one for Panama, right? And because of the new way that the Civ works, thankfully in this patch and once going forward, they can actually get all 4 of the units, which is quite useful, you know, quite powerful. And also, in general, they have a bunch of other neat little cards and bonuses to make the military stronger in many ways than other civs too. So, a lot of stuff to explore with this civ. One thing I will note here is the villager here, the Wana. The Wana essentially has a strong melee attack, right? Because of the sword you see in the iconography here. They're pretty good units, you know, the Wanas muy guapas, right? Very good unit. I'm gonna have to look at the decks to see what these players do. You know, see if the Canadian deck looks any better than what we saw earlier today. I mean, we saw Canada earlier today do a really good job against the Tupi. I wonder if they can do well against the Colombians. Because I feel like Gran Colombia is one of those other slower civs sometimes, or maybe ones with more holes in them, so maybe Canada can slide on by again. Maybe not. We'll see though. We'll see for sure. So here's the deck for you. We see Wanas muy guapas. Today's Wanas muy guapas. For card number 1, we also see Finca. Mills and plantations are much cheaper and their upgrade costs are less. I rarely ever use this card, but I guess for Colombia it's really a good card because really they are pretty slow to win, so you really do need the late game cards available. That's right, yeah. So as far as the rest of the deck is concerned, we see the Ecuadorian card here as well as the one for Venezuela. So it seems like SOG really likes the assault units for the Civ, being the Granadero de Tarqui and the Rampaliana, yeah. But it's totally possible they can make some canal guards as well, the canal police as well as the Independentistas. This is a really good card over here, Guerrilla de Comodoro. This essentially adds a multiplier of heavy infantry to the macheteros to make them work sort of like they used to work like. You know what I mean? Like really good against infantry. You need the presidential palace though here, Grito de Independencia, to send any ultimate units out. Besides the ones from the cards obviously and from aging up. Also we see the charge attack for the Llaneros over here. Lots of eco cards between refrigeration as well as the ones for plantations here. So yeah, this should be a pretty good deck. Now let's check out Canada real quick. Before we do that, let's see what their
Oh, the Panamanian contrabandist. So this is one of the politicians that grants you crates instead of units. Okay. And Canada, anything unique here? Well, we see more focus on the fur traders, right? We see Team Beaver Hat, which helps villagers and heroes. It actually benefits the fur traders by 40% since they have the villager tag, which is kind of cool, right? Also, we see Furrier. We see Dynamite Mining, which actually helps them not only good at mining, but also siege. Lots of unit shipments, so this is looking more aggressive, Canada. I do want to point out something about Gran Colombia, too, now that we see him going with Pama. Gran Colombia is the only civilization in Latin America that has regular-ish politicians available to them, sort of. So the way Gran Colombia works is, you got your 4 factions, right? You got your Panama, your Venezuela, your Ecuador, and your Colombia, right? Bogota. And they each get a politician on each age up, right? But once you pick one of them, for the first time, right, you pick Ecuador, pick Panama in age 2. Panama no longer becomes available for the rest of the game, and it gets replaced with an immigrant. Like either United States, Arabs, well, Confederacy, because that's what it is for immigration. You got the Confederate immigrants, so if you either get a Confederate option, a French option, a German, no, not a German option, but an Irish option, or a Arab option, right? So, essentially with Gran Colombia, you got choices. You can choose to either never get immigrants at all, or you can choose to cave in for your need for immigrants and foreign technologies to give up one of your Colombian ultimate units later in the game. So that way you have some big choices to make. Do you want a stronger military roster, or do you want a very spammable set of units and special techs? And that's definitely something you have to consider, right? But I could say at the same time, though, that technically you can, in Great War Age patch and further, get an immigrant without ever aging up as one. That's because a new card, as you remember from the Civ preview, actually lets Gran Colombia ship in a German colony. So, yeah, they can actually gain access to that. Yeah. So what we see up here is tent barracks coming up in the north here in the map. This is the other bonus of Gran Colombia. Their infantry and cavalry can actually build tents. Tents are basically military buildings that have half the cost but also half the hit points of their regular counterparts. And essentially how it's supposed to work is you're supposed to use these tents to help you press forward with a lot of forward basing, right? They have a little teeny-weeny little rule where you obviously can't build them within a certain range of your normal town center to prevent you from cheating yourself out of having to pay wood for military. It's only supposed to be used for forward-facing attacks. But the downside is the tents actually can't upgrade your units, so you actually have to build a standard barracks more stable to upgrade those units respectively. There is also no artillery tent either. Alright, so only a barracks and stable variant. They also have a tent house, which provides 5 population instead of 10. So if you want to make tents for pop instead of houses, you can do that too. Yeah, Colombia's going to go with the full massive conscriptos, it looks like, up against these militias. Will it do enough, though? We'll see. Yeah. Let's see right here. They're going to... How are they going to engage? Because if these militia can engage really well, they probably can win the game right now. But we see Bichetrov's getting shipped back at home, as well as some being trained on the front lines. I think Canada has the better units right now, but Colombia has the numbers. They have the assault units. They have the heavy ranged infantry. The thing I don't understand is why is Colombia never taking shots back? They're only taking hits. They're never punching back, really. And I think that could be a serious problem. Colombia, now they finally shot at something, right? That's good. But, yeah, yep, you gotta worry about the doggo, right? Yeah, well, you got that unit down. They just have to move their macheteros up, right? And then they can help out against the infantry. This is looking like a very fast-paced game right now, right? I really can't tell who's winning right now or losing, because right now it seems like Canada has the advantage here because they're able to take long-range attacks out of these infantry without any real counterattack. But at the same time, they shipped in spontooners, which the conscriptos can actually deal with pretty well. We have to back up with those. Okay, now we see bayonets engaging with the infantry. Oh wow, that did something. You know, that definitely did something. Okay, though, now you have to get through the spontooners. Once you get through those, I think you're in better shape. You gotta attack something, though. Can't be moving around too much. Any more shipments? Yeah, they got artisanal cannons, they got conscriptos, they can send in. In a sense, having a couple of them in the bayonet mode actually helped out the conscriptos. Because basically you distract their targeting a little bit, and some of the ones in the back can actually shoot at them. So yeah, that's pretty good actually. The problem with the Tropas de la Marines, though, is they actually have more standard hand attack than a standard Marine infantry does. Right, they fight with the sword. They belong to the Quebec faction of Canada, which their units tend to have higher hand attacks, whereas the British Canadians focus more on longer range attacks and stronger range attacks. Not to say that Quebec has any weak range attacks either, right? Because they obviously get the Voltigloire du Quebec, they get the Metis Rebel, as well as, you know, the Tropas de la Marine. They do a lot of hardcore range damage too. Huh.
Preparado.
Yeah, I think Canada actually won this one at this point because, you know, their resources aren't looking too good and they're going to lose the forward base. I mean, they could just drop a little bit of wood and put some tents over here maybe, but yeah, I think Canada at this point just has way too much units on the field to beat. Yeah, I think Zog would agree here, you know. Yeah, GG though. I mean, you tried your best with that rush at the top here. That was pretty clever to try to attack from the north here,
because it's out of the way, sort of, but at the same time, you kind of wish that you had like a redoubt up here to ship the units closer, because I think if the Macheteros were shipped sooner, and maybe if you could have gotten these artisanal cannons up there, maybe you could have, I don't know, dealt with their numbers. Who knows? Yeah, definitely. Probably is feeling a bit defeated right now at this point and probably just wants to resign any moment, looks like. Yeah, I mean, good try though. I mean, that was a very brief rush, but ended within 12 minutes. As compared to my games, you know, it took a little while for things to go down. Eco doesn't really matter this early in the game, I would say. I mean, they're both trying really hard to fight. You know, unfortunately, Canada won out because of its units. You know, the Marine Infantry, the early skirmisher made all the difference. It made all the difference. You know, yeah, pretty much, right? Oh yeah, that's all it took, really. Yeah, that's all it took. You know. I'm just gonna check the chat real quick. No new messages. All right, that's pretty good. Well, it's not good. I'd love there to be plenty of messages between games, but Alright, people. That's the end of the live stream, just about, right? We've gone through all the matches from left to right. This is week 17 Liga, folks. Hope you all enjoyed it while you were here. Now is going to be the fun part of uploading this thing to YouTube. But there's one good thing hopefully you'll be able to enjoy. While you're waiting for that to go up on the YouTube channel, the record part, you can watch the stream on Twitch, because they did enable the thing. It lets the live stream stay up for 2 weeks. So you got 2 weeks to watch it on Twitch. Otherwise, you're going to have to see it on Unstoppable Stilet's YouTube channel. And if you aren't already subscribed over there, please go over now and do so, because that's where majority of the content goes. I'm more than happy to keep my streams up on here too, to watch them here, but if you want to watch it again for whatever reason, after 2 weeks, you're going to have to go over there to see it. Alright? See you next time. I'm going to be signing off now with this one. What a great stream it was. No drop frames or anything. So, mission success for me. Alright. Adios, Juanitos muy bonitos and Juanitas muy muy bonitas.